Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's early breakfast on LBC. Who was it who was saying a short while ago? Was it somebody on? It was somebody on Darren's program saying they thought there'd be riots on the streets. So I don't know. We don't. As long as it doesn't happen in London, I couldn't care less. It was amazing the other day that the anti-vaxxers turned up at ITN because they made such a cock up the last time when they turned up at the BBC. They turned up at Television Centre because they weren't the brightest pennies in the box, and somebody said to them, they haven't done news programmes here for 8 years, but of course they weren't, as I say, the most intelligent people we'd ever seen. There was a woman who died the other day. She was an anti-vaxxer, and then she got COVID. And her husband said, I'm writing this now, looking at my wife in her coffin. I'm urging everybody get vaccinated. So what did they do the other day, the anti-vax? I mean, I couldn't care less what happens to them. You know, they could fall in the Thames and swim down the river. Really, I have no interest in them at all. But they turn up at ITN. They turn up at ITN, bless their little hearts, honestly. A lot of them looking a little bit like thugs who didn't have half a brain cell between them. And they were shouting obscenities out to Jon Snow, one of the nicest men you'll ever meet. And I began to think to myself, there's something the matter with... Perhaps they've all got screws loose. They turned up and they tried to sort of get inside the building because it's got a very big reception there. And it makes me laugh. You know, then we had the other people protesting about, I don't know, something could have been climate change. I've got no idea. We get used to it in London. You know, every so often there'll be somebody else demonstrating about something. And they're obviously all the great unemployed and great unwashed by the look of them. And they've got an obsession with drums. You know, drums are very sweet at the best of times. You know, I've been out there and seen professional people doing drumming. But when they sort of do it, it just looks a bit grubby and a bit sort of dirty. And we've still got the alpaca alive. Now there's a load of vets who've said, why don't we use it for research purposes? Good idea. Good idea. More than happy. They've got to decide something, though. Only goes to the 4th of September. And then there's the Katie Price story, which, I mean, it makes the front of a couple of the papers today because she does lurch from one disaster to another. This time, Katie Price, and I better tell you exactly what the story was because you might miss it. She had a badly bruised face. She claims she was allegedly assaulted while she was watching television at home in the mucky mansion. Okay, you have to follow this story because it's all you know, all the bits are there. It's just trying to work out what went on. So at about 1:30 in the morning yesterday morning, police were called. She'd been watching television and somebody assaulted her. They punched her in the face for whatever reason, but we don't know who it is. We don't know if they broke in. We don't know if it was somebody who'd been round for dinner. We don't know anything about them at all. We know it was a man in his 30s, and that's all we know. So anyway, she was taken to hospital. The ambulance people then phoned the police and said, I think you need to go back to the house. And strangely, the person who allegedly perpetrated the crime was still at the house. They hadn't left the house. So I was sort of assuming that either this particular person had broken in and was drunk or something. I mean, because otherwise I don't quite get what it is. She said that she was assaulted. She's made a complaint. And a man in his 30s was held on suspicion of assaulting her. And there's loads of pictures in the papers today. To be honest with you, I mean, I can't see any difference. They say she might have had her jaw dislocated. I'm looking at the picture of her. Perhaps I don't know enough medical things. She says, I've got a big bruise and my face is all puffy. But nobody ever sees her like this anyway because she's always wearing loads of makeup. So you don't see anything at all. And then she was posing in a group shot, you know, with the kids. And she says, I'm devastated. I've told the police I was assaulted. I went to hospital. I'm in shock that this has happened. Well, they were all sort of in shock. But it's an opportunity for them to sort of regurgitate all the old stuff about her. You know, she found fame as glamour model Jordan. She cashed in and she did this. And she's bankrupt, having reportedly had a £45 million fortune. Shoddy journalism. She's never had £45 million. What would she spend it on? She doesn't seem to pay proper retail for the cosmetic surgery. But anyway, she says, my face is puffy, I'm still dazed. So who is the person who perpetrated the crime? That we don't know. We have no idea. We just know it's a man in his 30s who was arrested at the house and is still in police custody. Something's going on, isn't it? Something's going on. It's an interesting one. I'm always fascinated by things like that because I think that she can't lurch from sort of one disaster to another without it sort of hitting all the newspapers. And she does seem to have, very unlucky, because the one thing we were all waiting for is the wedding. Well, I wasn't. I couldn't give a toss. But she's going to get married, and they were going to rush it through. And the reason they were rushing it through is because her mother is terminally ill, and she wanted to make sure that her mother could be there for the wedding. Because I'm assuming she must have been there for the 4 others or 3 others or however many times it is that she's wandered up and down the aisle and had her picture taken for OK magazine. So is the wedding? Because presumably she'd have to wait for the puffiness to go down before she goes for the wedding, or is the wedding being called off because she's too distraught? I don't know. But she ran to Harvey's house, so he obviously doesn't live in the same place. And of course, because she's got her feet, she didn't have a chance to put slippers on or anything, so her feet are all. The whole thing is a bit of a disaster. A little bit of a disaster, but as I say, we'll keep you informed, because I'm as curious as the next person to sort of find out what went on. You can't just, it's like you sitting at home watching your television and somebody comes up and punches you in the face. So who are they? Who is this person who would do that? Ridiculous. Do you remember the spy thriller, John le Carrier? He died from pneumonia in December. He was 89. Now work this one out. He left £17,921,184. His wife, Jane, got £1 million and a Sussex house, but she died 2 months after him, aged 82. Okay, so that's £1 million and the house. He had 4 sons from 2 marriages. They got 50,000 to each of his grandchildren, with the bulk of the rest going to his adult kids. It's a lot, but only £1 million to the wife. I thought he would have left, like everything to the wife. That's how it works. But she only lived 2 months after he died. Bit of a shame. Oh, look, here we go. Jack Grealish. No sense of fashion whatsoever. I've never seen anybody so badly dressed, but that's footballers for you. Thick as bricks. But here he is. He's teamed up with a Love Island star, Ellie Brown. And there's a picture of Ellie. Ellie's bleach blonde with her boobs hanging out. So you know she's from Love Island. Okay. And that's obviously a sneeze. And again, why not? Goodness sake. If you can have a sneeze, have a proper sneeze. So I don't even know who she is. Ellie Brown. She's 23. They went clubbing together. She looks a bit ancient for that kind of thing. As I say, it's the boobs hanging out, the badly bleached hair, and she's dated loads of other people. So the good time had by all, as they say. But now she's managed to hang around with Jack Grealish, who's obviously not being looked after by people. They're going, it's somebody from Love Island, dear. She'll sell a story on you. Okay? She'll sell a story. That's what they do. That's how they make their money. It's either that or they advertise stuff, but looking at the state of it, it's certainly not going to be hair dye anytime soon. Love Island finished the other day. We were very pleased about that. And the host, Laura Whitmore, who was so bad, it was almost an embarrassment. I felt I was watching a bad audition on The X Factor. She can't present. Even Ed from the Daily Star was saying the same thing. She's a bit out of her depth. She's way out of her depth on presenting. And it's Millie Court. Never heard of her. Never. Badly bleached hair again. She's set to make $1 million in the next 12 months after winning Love Island with Leanne Riordan. Apparently, Laura Whitmore announced that she'd won. She's 24. Leanne is 22. They're going to split the £50,000 prize pot. Fashion buying administrator works in a shop. Okay, when they say fashion buying, they try and make out she's something very important. To be honest with you, judging by the appalling dress she was wearing, she's obviously nothing to do with fashion in the main high street. They say she's going to be cashing in if she's clever. She'll make thousands from Instagram deals, and there are clothing and beauty brands clamouring to get her on board. Are they really? How marvellous. How marvellous. Second was Chloe and Toby. She looks a bit vacant. And third was that foul-mouthed one that got the most complaints from Ofcom. Thousands it was, because she can't speak properly. It's not her fault. Not her fault. But Liam said of Millie, lying next to you made me forget that I was in bed, but almost made me feel like I was floating. Yeah, you look a bit vacant between the ears, love. The sooner it's over and finished, the happier I am, actually. And I don't know why anybody would be remotely interested. This is what people think is fame now. So she can be a millionaire for being on television, having boys friends. That's nice. Very sweet. Britain is set for 2 weeks of sun, giving families some respite before the kids return to school with a gloomy August. Not so good. And I spent ages on the telephone yesterday trying to get hold of the pension people in this country. They did say Monday was their busy day. Why not try Tuesday to Friday, they said. But I thought, no, give it a whirl, because other people might have hung up. An hour I hung on the telephone, And in the end, I gave up because I'm just sorting out my my government pension because I want to start taking it. I'm a year and a half, I think, out, and I want to make sure I get me money. It's my money. I've paid in for it all the years, so I'm entitled to it. So, but you can either fill it in online, but I can't. There are various reasons why I can't. So I needed to speak to a person because they said if you do it online, it takes about 7 minutes. Well, as I say, having waited an hour and a half on the telephone yesterday and still not getting through, is anybody working there, do you think? I shall find out today because they're open from 8 o'clock this morning. So about 8:30 this morning, I shall give them a ring and we'll see whether we can. I suspect this morning I probably will actually get somebody, which is good. What have we got here? Oh, another SAS program. Few of them, some very dreary Z-list celebs. If ever I was a celebrity going on a celebrity-based program, I'd want to know who the other deadbeats were on it before my agent pushed me forward. And on this one, you've got Kerry Coke. And you've got, whatever her name is, Syra Khan, who apparently for legal reasons can't tell you why she left Loose Women. Presumably because there was obviously something going on, because she stopped following various people. I never understand it at all. I really don't. And here they are. Yobs with machetes forced a terrified motorist to hand over his keys and then stole his drive. Stole his BMW. This was Manchester. Somebody said, pass your car over. They were wearing balaclavas. I mean, seriously, not even fashionable, is it? Balaclavas and machetes. Who wears it? Planks. Planks who are going to be spending a lot of time at the great pleasure of Her Majesty, which is good news. And a pensioner who tormented neighbours by feeding hundreds of birds has been fined £3,000. Irene Webber turned the village street into a Hitchcockian nightmare. Locals in Sully in South Wales said they were unable to sit outside and cars and washing were covered in bird poo. She admitted breaching an order not to feed the birds, so she's a bit thick as well. And councillor Kevin Marnie said it's made life utter hell for neighbours stretching over 20 years. Good, I'm glad she's been fined. Why can't we lock her up? These mad people who feed birds. We got one the other day in Leicester Square. Who feeds birds? They don't need to be fed. There's enough rubbish lying around on the streets. There really is. You know, but you get these old weirdos out there. Feed the birds, feed the birds. They do it down in Trafalgar Square. Even though there are big signs up saying don't feed the birds. They obviously can't read. Obviously not the brightest pennies. But never mind. All of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Shane says we had the idiots down in Sydney and Melbourne protesting about vaccinations and lockdowns. I know. So many of the anti-vaxxers are dying. They're getting COVID, and what are they saying on their deathbeds? Get vaccinated, get vaccinated. But looking at the pictures of the ones at ITN, there were some right thuggy-looking people there.
You know digital. You're connected, respected, data collected, and nothing's going to stop you.
No! No!
Or is it? Get full digital life protection with Bitdefender. Choose what the experts trust and use. Search Bitdefender now. Trusted, always. Bitdefender.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 19 minutes past 4. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 24th of August. And I didn't see MasterChef last night. I've got better things to do with my life, luckily. But Simon says Joe Swash's hairline seems to keep moving. And his fake tan makes his face look like a squeezed tea bag. Not a good look. I know. It really isn't a good look. He obviously thinks he looks good, but of course fake tan on television really looks bad. And the hair, I mean, the reason it keeps moving is because it's sprayed on. I mean, he seriously can't have grown that. Well, if he did, it was grown on something else, which was very, very odd. So, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Waj says, locked into the spike. It was so hot today. Was it? God, I never even noticed. I never noticed whether it was hot or not. And yet I was sort of out doing little bits and pieces. I still want to know, I mean, if this alleged assault of Katie Price, which is on the front of us, they have a couple of the papers this morning. They've got a picture on the front of the Sun. It says, shock Katie Price reveals her badly bruised face. I mean, I must be going blind or something because my eyesight must be terrible. I don't know. I don't know whether it's badly bruised or she looks like this without makeup on anyway. I've got no idea. But she's made an allegation against a person, an unnamed person, who we have no idea who it is. And we're always keen to find out these sort of things. But the police have actually I think the person is still under arrest, and I think they're going to be charged with an assault. She said, "I went to hospital." I mean, I don't know if she's back home now, but they've got a picture of because I think all the people turned up at her house the other day because they were going to start filming this Mucky Mansion programme, which apparently Channel 4 were going to pay £500,000 for, but you never know whether to believe these things. And so the makeup artist and the hair artist turned up, and they got sent away by the police, which is very bizarre, very bizarre. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, she's been married, I think 3-4 times. I can't remember how many times it is, but either way, she must be desperately unhappy, especially after this thing. I mean, what sort of person would ever do that? Well, there you go. Leanne Pinnock. She's a Little Mix singer. She secretly gave birth to twins a week ago, and she's now announced her double baby joy. Well, she's not married, incidentally. I better tell you this because it's obviously the latest thing. And quickly congratulated by people. Well done, dear. You got yourself up the duff. Fantastic. You know, that's brilliant, isn't it? Like a big surprise now. And in between this, I should imagine, Jessie Nelson must be spitting blood because she's not pregnant. She, her career, we don't know where it's going to go. It's like it was almost like guessing Peter Andre, wasn't it? Or Matt Goss. We always try and guess all these things. But Little Mix fans believe the pair had made a secret pact. One would go one day and the other would go the next day and tell you that they've had babies. It's like watching The Only Way is Essex, where sort of quite a number of them have babies, but they don't have boyfriends. They just seem to sort of want babies. And you worry about them, really. You really worry about them. So, Katie Price, that'll run today, I should imagine. Most people will be talking about it and sort of wondering whether this was a burglar. But then the police would have said somebody broke into the house, wouldn't they? I think. Somebody says, I went to Kingston yesterday. The amount of empty shops is astounding. Go to Richmond, you'll be even more horrified. Kingston used to be vibrant of shops years ago. Well, I mean, it's still got a few shops there, but it started during pandemic and the marketplace became a little bit decimated. The only things that survive are the coffee shops. You very rarely see a coffee shop, one of the big brands, going under because they just all prop themselves up. So you might not see anybody in there. You probably wonder how they make a living. It's because it's all bouncing off other people, and a lot of them don't sort of have to pay the right amount of tax. I don't know how they manage it, but there you go. But there's been all sorts of shops that have closed, but Richmond looks even worse. They've tried to make it better by putting posters in the windows that cover the entire window, and that sort of makes it look as though it's it's a shop. They've got a picture of Richmond Theatre and other stuff like that. And I'm looking at it. I went there the other day, and it's sorry. Dickens and Jones went. Never thought that'd go. The demise of the old department store. It wasn't the biggest department store, but that went. It's going to be offices or something. The shoe shop next to it, that's gone. All the shops over the road from there have gone. There's about 1, 2, 3. There's a bank that survived. 1, 2, 3, 4. About five shops have gone. They're just boarded up kind of things, which I find very disappointing. Very disappointing. And Kingston, exactly the same. The main high street. You can always tell when it's gone down. We're on the main high street. There's one of those tacky old phone shops, where they've got flashing signs and, get your phone retuned here or whatever it is kind of thing. The sort of thing that you would expect to find in Hounslow High Street from years and years ago, but not anymore because they've moved to Kingston. Because presumably the landlords want some sort of rent coming in. We've got a pub in Twickenham. We've got quite a few pubs actually, but this particular one, the George, hasn't been open for the best part of a year. And you thought pubs would be doing quite well because people have started going back to them again. People have started going back to the theatres. I mean, we're slowly getting there. It's a bit of a push. But at least we're making the effort. 84850. Somebody says here, your logic seems a bit flawed since if birds... Oh, there's a picture of him as well. If birds don't need food, warmth, hygiene, you must learn how to spell. Nothing worse than being an idiot. And love, they wouldn't be starving as they are for a bit of bread. You're not in the real world, are you, really? You're one of those peculiars. As I say, if you can't really spell... You want to see how he spelt hygiene? Higiene. You need to go back to school, matey. You're obviously too dim for words. And they'll eat anything. You must know that. You can't be that stupid. You could see somebody who's thrown up on the corner. The pigeons will carry on eating. They'll eat just about everything out there. So, and they don't need warmth and hygiene. They're pigeons. Where are you from? You're not camping down on a farm with an alpaca, are you? I couldn't bear it at this time of the morning. I really couldn't. But now they've got some vets who are saying, why don't we sort of, get... I mean, to be honest, I don't quite understand why DEFRA haven't agreed to another test. And if it turns out to be positive again, then you can turn around to her and go, positive, see? Third time. But if it turns out not to be, well, then, it changes the goalpost. But why are DEFRA dragging their heels? Very annoying. Very annoying. But DEFRA won a High Court battle to put him down. Its 30-day warrant expires on September the 4th, and then it'll be October, and then it'll be December, and then so it goes through in November and stuff like that. Because I don't think that they're going to resolve this one. It's only because DEFRA are dragging their heels. But it's to the tune of £100 million a year. That's how much we spend on trying to keep out bovine tuberculosis. A Wembley steward, a Wembley steward caught in a sting by the Sun trying to sell his Euro 2020 final pass has been spared jail. Yusuf Amin, 18, tried to flog lanyards, wristbands and high-vis jackets for £4,500 hours before the England versus Italy clash. He turned up with his face being covered. But don't worry, Yusuf, we know you. We know what you look like, don't worry. But a fan contacted the Sun, which led to his arrest. And he wept. Yeah, I bet you did. He'd been working there since 2019. He faced prison for putting at risk the safety of fans. And his, unfortunately, 6-month jail term was suspended at Willesden Magistrates Court due to his early guilty pleas and previous good record. Still a crook. Still a crook. Ridiculous. But he's got to do 200 hours of unpaid work and pay £218 cost. Why can't they make it interesting, like, £10,000? He was going to charge £4,500. I mean, he's just laughing at us. Laughing at us. Didn't you buy any Love Island merchandise? I didn't think there was such a thing as Love Island merchandise. I mean, is there, like what? What would there be? A bikini or a shaver for the boys so the little boysies can shave their chests? Because that's all it is, because every single one of them shaves their chests, and then they put on the tan, and then the little beard is sort of, oh, look, I haven't had a shave, but I try and look, they look as gay as geese. Not that I think geese look particularly gay, and that's what they do when they're... Do you know they're the best thing to protect houses, geese? If you've got a flock of geese, they're very good at deterring burglars. Very good. I just thought I'd mention that, in case you were thinking. And so here they all are. They all look a little bit too... I mean, the girls just look a bit tarty. There's no two ways about it. Bleach blonde hair and your boobs hanging out, little bit tarty. Skirts a little bit too short. They look like the sort of people who go to Ayia Napa for a holiday. That's the sort of people they are. And they're sort of people who sort of go, I don't think we want you anywhere near us. I mean, some of them, Millie and Leanne were the bookies' favourites. To be honest, I've never even heard of them. Don't even know what they do for a living. But Millie, as I say, obviously works in a clothes shop, but obviously not a very good one. Because she could make thousands. Yeah, well, don't worry, dear. All these people who talk about making thousands, the tax man watches you very carefully. Kerry Coke-Toner the other day claimed she'd made £1 million from sort of getting her boobs out. I felt quite sick. But anyway, getting her boobs out on that for adults site kind of thing, which they're luckily cracking down on. So the tax man's going to be looking to see her tax returns, which is very good. So Britain's going to bask in heat. This is the kids returning, but they're going to be doing it late, aren't they? Aren't the kids going back in a week's time or something? I don't know. In my day, you went to school. If somebody had nowadays, if somebody tests positive for COVID, not that I think many of them do, I think many of them sort of make it up a little bit, they send the whole class home. Everybody goes home. Really, it really is most peculiar. Most peculiar. London's weekly food budget. I don't know how much you spend on food. I wouldn't have the faintest idea on how much I spend on food. I really would not know. I really wouldn't know. But apparently the average is £92.80 in London. That's what we spend per week on food per person. In the East Midlands, it's the lowest, £70.40. £70.40, and we spend £92. It's only because people thieve down here. People go into shops and thieve, and other people go on television programmes, and they go, oh, they managed to get away with it. I thought, yeah, they're putting the prices up for everybody else. You don't seriously think the shops are bothered about somebody thieving something. They just put the prices up to cover. That's how it works. But people who sort of thieve, I see it all the time. I see it. I was watching some YouTube videos this morning of people thieving in America. And what the guy does they catch them on the mainly in filling stations. They go in there, they're looking around, and they just look guilty when they walk in. You can tell. And this woman walks around, and she puts something down. She thought the camera saw her. Then she picks it up and then drops it in her bag and all the rest of it. So the bloke follows out there and tries to take a picture of her number plate, and then puts a picture of her up on the internet, going, "Do you know who this woman is? Tell her hand herself into the police as quickly as possible, because she's a thief. She thieves from people. There's loads of them." Steve, the makeup artist, turned up at Jordan's house. Shouldn't that have read the Blue Circle cement lorry turned up at Jordan's house? Actually, do you know what they've done? Kevin told us about it the other day. At the end of the Strand, they've made the Aldwych 2 ways. Stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration and discovered something everyone wants in a car. Nothing. So, introducing the Honda HR-V Hybrid. The exterior is very nothingy, just beautiful, clean lines front to back. And you don't need a key or fob, so there's nothing to forget or lose. You can do everything with your phone. In the back, it's all about nothingness, with its legroom views and seats that can disappear, making way for even more nothingness. The HR-V Hybrid. Nothing to it, really. Where will listening take us next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday, being the 24th of August. Brett says, got to see her tax returns. Never heard them called that before. I shouldn't imagine she's got the faintest idea what they are. Really not a clue. David Milton Keynes says, what's your brother's name? You visit a lot. What's it got to do with you? What are you going to do with you, honestly? Some people are very nosy, aren't they? And is he famous? Oh, about as famous as you are, Dave. And then somebody says, why do so many radio presenters live in Twickenham? Who? What radio presenters live in Twickenham? I don't know any radio presenters who live in Twickenham apart from me. And the reason is that it's very well served. We've got a high street that isn't falling apart like Richmond or Kingston. Most of our shops are taken up. There might be a couple of empty ones on the high street, but the rest of it is all singing and all dancing. In fact, people now come in from other places to come shopping in Twickenham. Because it's all there. In fact, we've had 4 empty shops opened up in the last couple of weeks. We've had some nice delis, and we've got another vaping shop, just what we need. And there'll be a coffee shop in there somewhere, which is good. We like things like that. But that's it. Also, you're well served for the motorway. On the motorway, just literally, where there's a Costco. So that's another bonus for coming here. Richmond hasn't got a Costco. It's got the Thames, but we've got the Thames in Twickenham as well. Kingston's got the Thames, but they haven't got a Costco. We've got a Costco down at Sunbury, and it's great. And then you can get on the motorway and you can go anywhere. Pick up the M4, the M25, the M3, the M11. It's all easy to get to. And also, if you sort of run out of trains and underground, you can get the underground as far as Richmond. The Central Line, I think it is. And we've got the overground trains as well, which go into the mainline stations, which is excellent. And there's buses, very well served for buses between Richmond and Twickenham, or you can walk if you're so inclined. But no, it's fantastic. And then the underground train, or sort of an overground train, will take you all the way to Twickenham station. You get out of that and you can pick up a bus outside, which can take you home. We've got a Waitrose and a Marks and Spencer's. If we had sort of Lidl's or Morrison's, it wouldn't quite be the same. Admitted, we'd have got a Poundland, but many of the locals don't actually go in there. It's not for us. We just look through the windows, which is very good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Never in my life seen as many hairdressing salons and nail bars. Nearly everything else is closed. Oh, we've got loads of hairdressers because you can set one up dirt cheap. You just literally sort of take an empty shop. You put in, a couple of basins to wash hair and some chairs, and you rent the chair out. You'll see sometimes signs on a hairdresser's window, chair for rent, and you pay something like 250 quid a week for the chair, and once you've paid that, any money you make over the top of that is yours, and that's how they work it. You can open up hair dentists as well. I could actually go and buy some premises or rent some premises, put in all the dental equipment, get in a dentist, and I could make the money that way. I know a couple of people who've done that before. It's very, very good. Really is good. And went to the Ivy in Richmond, says Lewis. Bit disappointing. Only 3 sandwiches, really. Very unlike the Ivy. It's always got a perfect reputation. Perfect reputation. I've never heard anybody doing 3 sandwiches. That seems a bit silly. 3 sandwiches? You should have asked for more. That's how it works. If ever you obviously haven't been to afternoon tea in London hotels, but you have your first lot of sandwiches and they run through what they all are. Smoked salmon, this is chicken, this is blah, blah, blah. And then when you've finished eating them, you order more. That's what I do. I go, we'll have some more sandwiches, please. And they just bring you another tray full of sandwiches. You're never going to eat the whole lot, because once you've filled up on the sandwiches, you don't want to eat the cakes. But Tony, the Ivy's got a perfect reputation, about as good as it can. And Adam thinks, he said, for the amount you chat about Love Island, I keep explaining to you, Adam, if you're a bit dim, I'll explain this very slowly, okay? Me, radio presenter. Me, talkum, programs on television. Get paid for that's how it works. So it's not a case of protesting about it. He says you obviously have a not so sneaky watch of it. I've never seen it in my life. I go by what's in the newspapers. I read the newspaper. Obviously something you can't manage, but I read the newspapers and I get paid for talking about it. It's as simple as that. That's how it works. Okay? You're obviously, as I say, not the brightest penny in the box, because that's what we do. We talk about what's in the newspapers. And if the newspapers are running about, Ulrika Johnson doing an SAS program together with what's her name, Kerry Coke, and that dreary Syra Khan, former apprentice runner-up, in other words, not very good. And Loose Women, she says, while it was an amazing experience, unfortunately for me, I did suffer quite a lot afterwards, immensely so, and probably for life, so it's quite disturbing to talk about it, and I can't for legal reasons. But I wasn't sure if she was talking about Who Dares Wins, or she's talking about Loose Women. Bit difficult to try and work out with Syra Khan. Her whole life appears to be sort of complaining about everything. But there again, that's probably what she does best. A lumbering giant tortoise in the pet. Now, we never had a tortoise. I do like little tortoises. I've seen them in the in sort of pet shops and stuff. The little tiddly tiny ones, which I think are really cute. But this one is a giant tortoise, thought to be vegetarian, has caught and killed a bird. Experts say the slow-mo attack, which took 7 minutes, shows the beast is a practical killer. The tortoise stalks a tern chick on a log, grabs it and devours it. Never been seen before in wild tortoises. It was a very slow encounter, with the tortoise moving at a slow walking pace. The whole interaction was quite horrifying. It was on an island called Frigate Island, a private holiday resort popular with celebs, where 3,000 tortoises live wild. I thought they just ate lettuce and stuff like that. Apparently, they have an average lifespan of 100 years, tortoises. Were thought to be veggies, but sometimes eat bones and snail shells for calcium. It's like pigeons. Pigeons will eat cement in bricks. You'll see them sometimes. They'll gather round, a wall or something like that, and they will peck out because it's got salt and stuff like that in there. But scientists think the killing started after a colony of terns was re-established. How bizarre. Isn't that the oddest? I mean, to be honest with you, I would have thought that terns would sort of just fly away. But if they're only chicks, they're obviously not going to be flying anywhere, and they are prey. There's this island where every year all these birds get born, and they're in burrows, which you would have thought would have been safe, but unfortunately not. Because who else lives on the island? Snakes. And snakes know at a certain time of the year, these burrows are full of chicks. And they put a camera into one of them, and the chick is sitting, because it can't go anywhere. There's no secret entrance out the back of a burrow. It's stuck in the burrow, and the snake comes in, and it just grabs it and drags it back out again and stores it for, I don't like things like that. I'm a bit frightened of snakes, full stop. Ever since I saw one, a little tiny one, which struck at something. I can't remember where it was, actually. It was bright orange, and it can't have been any more than 12 inches. Which can be obviously small, can be quite deadly. 12 inches in snake terms is considered quite deadly, unless you know differently. And it's a case of it's struck, and I remember thinking, blimey, it's like little people. There used to be little people apparently have got quite bad tempers. I don't know why. Somebody told me that years and years ago, and I remember thinking, I don't know, worrying. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matt in Essex, who's really Dave, so already we have a problem. You're obviously not well at all, are you? Do you suffer from split personality? Do you need to see somebody? Maybe a psychiatrist. Matt, but you're really Dave. which is lovely. And he says, I think you should live for a week in Budgie Smugglers, and I think you'll see Love Island differently. I see it as people like you watching it. And I should imagine you do have one of those Gabardine Macs. Do you not think so? I think you must have. And you like Love Island. It's for sad people. It's not for anybody in the real world. It's sad people who go, I could go out with her, and, as I say, it is like having a conversation with anybody from Towie. That's almost stretching it, isn't it? I say conversation, I use the term very loosely. What else we got here? Oh, the Sex Pistols drama. This was an interesting one because Johnny Rotten, his real name is John Lydon, tried to block the use of the punk group songs in an upcoming series about the Sex Pistols. Steve Jones and drummer Paul Cook, both 65 now. Both 60. It doesn't seem possible, does it? Both 65, sued, and yesterday a High Court judge ruled in their favour. Disney drama Pistol, directed by Danny Boyle, can now feature the hits Anarchy in the UK and God Save the Queen, the fascist regime. Cook and Jones said it's not been a pleasant experience, but we believe it was necessary to allow us to hopefully work together in the future. Oh, poor old John Lydon. He's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's never quite made it, has he? He just sort of pretended to be this sort of, yeah, because we like do this and all the rest of it. They had argued the group, which split in 1978, agreed the music licensing decisions were made on a majority rule basis. So it's interesting to see how the legal bills are going to be split on that one. Hope you got some money, John. Hope you have, mate, because you lost. And it means that when you watch the thing, you'll be able to hear the music that they made. I say music, I use the term very loosely, of course, because the only song that I liked was EMI. And it was on the album. Which had anyway, and it was called EMI, and they put strings on it and everything. It was really good, actually. It was a very, very nice song. I mean, not the sort of thing you'd expect from the Sex Pistols, because you've got Johnny Rotten doing his sort of naff little act of sort of leaning into the microphone and pretending he was somebody interesting, whereas we all knew that he was a sellout years ago because he started advertising Country Life butter. And I remember thinking, you saddo, what a little sad person. But the Sex Pistols had their you don't see punks anymore, do you? You don't. I don't think people like that exist. Because let's face it, if the blooming Sex Pistols are 65 now, I mean that must look a bit tragic, isn't it? I mean they don't feature on any of those good shows that Noreen goes to see. Let's take a short break, shall we? It's 5:45.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. And Radio Presents in Twickenham, somebody says, have you not heard of somebody's on the BBC Late Show? No, of course not. I work for commercial radio. You don't have to pay for us. You have to pay for the BBC. That's why it's a dreadful waste of money. Dreadful waste. Steve, you can still find punks down in Camden Market, posing for photos and charging money for the privilege, says Elaine. Oh, my goodness me, Elaine. Stop going there. Actually, I used to like Camden Market because there's a thing, if you go... Oh, where did I go to? It's called the Interchange. And what used to happen is the trams in London used to end up at the Interchange. And underneath you will see in the ground big round discs with holes in. And do you know what they were? They were letting light into the stables underneath for the horses. And they're still there. The stables are still there. In fact, there is a market called Stables Market, but that's where all the horses used to go to. And after they towed the trams and all the rest of it. I like that, actually. I remember I was doing a voiceover at the Interchange. I used to do a regular showbiz thing, which used to go round the world and everything else. Anyway, I came out of there and I had my sunglasses on. And I remember a drunk said, what are you wearing sunglasses for? It's not sunny. So I looked at him and I went, conjunctivitis, okay? Knowing damn well he wouldn't have heard of conjunctivitis at all. Us old punks are still about, Steve. But I know I'd look ridiculous wearing my old bondage trousers. Oh, my Lord, Kevin. He says, I've not worn them since 79, like I could even fit... Yeah, your trouble is you can't fit into them, can you? I've got a pair of jeans in my wardrobe with a 28-inch waist. I can't get them beyond my knees. It's odd, isn't it, really? Because sometimes you keep things... And you think, I know, I'll keep that and I'll fit into it. It's like when you go on a diet. But then when I got weighed a short while ago, and I told you yesterday, I'm 13 stone. And I don't think 13 stone's excessive at all. I mean, I can quite... What are you looking like that for? What's the matter with 13? How much do you weigh? You're about 11, aren't you? It'll be something stupid and ridiculous. 11 and a half. See, that half is so important. That half is so important. Oh, well, I feel a bit bad now. Mind you, I'm very good at judging weight. I'm not sure. No, maybe we should. Do you know how much you weigh? Do you weigh about 14? How much? 7. What's that turn into? 12 stone. Oh God! So I'm more than everybody. Oh, I'm more depressed. We should have not mentioned it. I shouldn't have talked about it. I mean, put it this way: I think you get to that stage when you get to a certain weight where you don't want to take your clothes off on a beach. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? You go to the beach and you see that all these Russian people, the weightlifters, in their speedos. You know, because they don't have shorts over there. They have speedos. I think Putin likes them, and they all go to the beach. They've all got their stomachs hanging over their top of their little swimming trunks. Mind you, they did some people on holiday a little while ago, and you get some women and their husbands as well who are so fat, and they're there with everything hanging over the front of their swim costume. You know, if you're going to have swimming costume on, you're going to be flat stomach. It's got to be flat stomach, hasn't it? I know it's not always easy, but interesting. But Kevin the Milkman in bondage trousers. Dale had some bondage trousers years and years ago. And I remember thinking, he wore leather. He turned up to a gig that I had at Fairfield Halls in Croydon in leather trousers. And people were saying to me, he's wearing leather trousers. I said, yes, he likes leather trousers. I've still got them. I've still got most of his clothes, actually. A lot of them. Nick says, body clock all over the place. He says, how do you do it? I can't. This is the second morning running, Nick. This is the second morning running that you've been, all over the place. He says, I'm checking the local coffee shops to see which opens the earliest. So far, it's the Camden Coffee House at 06:15. It's terrible, isn't it? Once your body clock has fallen out of sync, it takes you ages to get back into it. I stupidly yesterday, because I wasted an hour, Nick, on the telephone, hour and a half, trying to get hold of the pension people. And in the end, I gave up because I had earache. So I'm going to try it again. I'm determined to get my pension. I've paid for it for ages and ages. And I fell asleep yesterday afternoon. I made a couple of phone calls and then I fell asleep. So when I went to bed, I wasn't actually as tired as I should have been. I did go to sleep, but I woke up again and I can survive to do this programme on 4 hours sleep. Some people say, oh, it's fantastic. I've had 12 hours sleep. I said, well, I used to years and years ago. I would when I was working overnights. Now I'm early breakfast because, London's awake at this time, probably where you are as well, if you're in a capital city. But I'm with Nick on, trying to find somewhere to have a cup of coffee at this time of the morning when you just want to go out there. It's not easy. But second morning running, it's almost a relationship, Nick, isn't it? Almost. 13 stones, not bad, says Jackie. Depending on how tall you are, I'm 1.8 meters. 1.8 meters, which is 5'10". You're 1.4 meters. Oh dear. Oh, poor old Zainal. Never mind. 1.4 meters. I don't think I know any. You're not doing pantomime this year, are you? With sort of 7 other people of restricted stature, because you can't. Yeah. You could play that. So you could be one of those people that Ken Dodd had, but that's before your time. So it doesn't matter. Steve, you just made me as Alexa for EMI by Sex Pistols as being almost exactly the same age as you. Couldn't get me head around the band at the time. Sorry, still think it's rubbish. Seriously, do you not think that EMI is a very, very good song? I thought it was a really good song. I liked the strings and I wanted them to do it live. And then have a lot of old ladies sitting there playing the violins, which I thought would look all dressed in black. I thought that would look absolutely fantastic. I don't know why. That's Keith and Sarah listening at the coffee shop, the filling station, Hampden Park, Eastbourne. If I had a place, I'd have it open all night, serving coffee and egg and chips, something like that. Because when people go in there, and I'd make sure the newspapers were in there. That'd be quite good, actually. Richmond's on the District Line and London Overground, says Alan in Clayhall. I have lived there, actually. Any update when the spin-off from the Bill starts, says Davey? No, not as of yet. Have you been to the new Lidl by Richmond Bridge? I have. I have been to the Lidl there, and it's okay. I don't get excited about supermarkets. I just go in there, and if there's something I need, at the moment I've got a slight craving for a pickled onion. I don't know why, because I'm not huge on pickled onions, and I sometimes go in there and then I think, oh, sod it, I'll go to Costco, because you can get at Christmas, they do a really socking great big jar of pickled onions. And in some of the garden centres I go to, they do pickled onions, which are very nice indeed. And I get certain cravings. And then, what did I have yesterday? Oh, that's right, yesterday I had sausages. What else did I have with them? Mushrooms and bacon. And I put some Hellmann's mayonnaise over it, which was particularly delicious. And then I got a note through it. Always annoys me. You know when you get a thing from the door saying, oh, Parcel Force tried to deliver you a parcel today and you weren't in. And so now, I mean, it's okay. It's no big hardship. I've got to go to the post office on the London Road to go and collect my parcel. Now, I don't know what it is, but it's too big to get through my letterbox. And so I'm assuming Hoover. I don't know what it is. I mean, I've ordered a couple of things, but one of them would fit through the letterbox, and then I've got another one which probably might not. It's about sort of so big, upright like that, and about so round, but it won't go through the blooming letterbox. I mean, I've said to the postman, you'll have to force it, and he said, yeah, because my other postman is very good. Darren's very good indeed. In fact, they're all very good actually. I don't have any sort of people that aren't very good. Roger says, I'm a bit jealous of people who can sleep for 10 or 12 hours. I survive on 5 or 6. Me too. And I'm actually better on 4 or 5. I don't think I've had 6 in a long while. But on 4 or 5, I'm fine. You'd never know. I mean, I did have a couple of times when I came back briefly before I went off again. I started doing a bit out of the newspaper. And I started reading it, and my producer said, and because I could hear my own voice coming back to me, but it was a little bit ethereal. And I remember thinking, I'm going to sleep. And I thought, oh, I'm going to sleep. And the producer went, you're right. And I went, yeah, I'm fine. And I suddenly sort of woke up again, because it's very easy to lull yourself into this false sense of security. You know, I could sit here chatting away about sort of all sorts of nonsense in the newspapers, but at the same time, you know, I could almost do this in my sleep. Some say I have done this program in my sleep, because I do like sleeping when I sleep, but I'm more of a dozer. I'm sort of happier doing the dozing. My screen has changed to something else. You're doing something with it. My screen has changed to, looks like Burley all over the place. And then the raw Steve Allen. I quite like that idea. That's very nice. Have you seen it? Can you see it? Can you see the same thing? Oh, it's gone again. There you go. Very exciting, honestly. 1 minute it's there, the next minute it's taken away from you. Oh, now it's gone black. Oh, no, it's back again. Very exciting. It's getting bigger and bigger, this writing on here. I mean, seriously, honestly, I mean, I know I'm half blind, but I'm not that bad. Steve, I've just played EMI, says Josephine, and says, I'm 57, sat with my fluffy slippers and hot chocolate. Doesn't really match the image. P.S. When you buy a large jar of pickled onions, do you finish them all off? No, I don't. Sorry? What? Oh, don't worry about anything. Don't worry. I know where I'm going. It's the news coming up at 5. I know we have to do it, you know, because it's all one of those sort of things. Normally I get a bit of music on it, but obviously not this time round. We just oh blimey, now comes in and takes over the programme. Steve, don't listen to them. You're a fine healthy weight, says Kim. I thought I was as well, but having discovered one's 11 stone and one's 12 or something like that, I mean, seriously, I shan't be sending out Christmas cards to them, let's face it. Anyway, more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll weave them all in unless you're particularly thick, in which case we have to send you to obscurity, and you don't want to go there because it's like being in the sin bin. It's like being sent to Coventry. Why people were sent to Coventry, I've got no idea. It's where Lady Godiva rode through the streets stark naked, but she had very long hair. I used to have very long hair, but that's another story. So we'll take the news at 5 on LBC.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, the 24th of August. And it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you all the way through until 7 o'clock, Monday through Friday. Plus, we have 2 podcasts every day, my little bit extra. And it is just a little bit. And then the whole show. But we take out the adverts, the travel, and the adverts and everything else, so you just get it. Tattooing apparently helps with mental health. I said, well, then why does it look so cheap and tacky on people? Wait a minute, I'm just going to check. You haven't got tattoos, have you? No. Funny that, isn't it? Some people have tattoos and they become addicted, like poor old David Beckham. I mean, he looks a bit trailer trash. He's got tattoos up his neck. There's a bloke called Pete something, barely string two words together, in Towie, and he's got them all up his neck. When he's an old man, which should be about week Tuesday, I reckon, he's going to look so awful. His skin's going to be all wrinkled and everything else, and he'll have these terrible tattoos up his neck. Who in their right mind has tattoos up their neck? I walked behind a girl the other day. I'm prone to doing things like that. And she had tattoos up the back of her legs. And I thought, what's the point of it? You can't see them. You know, I mean, I just don't understand where the addiction to tattoos comes from. I don't have it, per se. I mean, I understand, you know, what a picture looks like, and I'm very good at, you know, art and stuff. Well, I'm not good at art, but I appreciate art. I just don't understand people who have tattoos. It's always been sort of, you know, naff people. It's like people who use the St George's flag as opposed to the Union flag. Oh, I've seen people who've had everything tattooed. I mean, it becomes it's like piercings. It's like an addiction. You know, people have had Prince Alberts and all sorts of things, and then nipple piercings are quite common. And you do get some people who have chains and piercings in their ears and everything else. I mean, it's very bizarre, isn't it? Very bizarre. Happy birthday. Stephen Fry celebrates today, so many happy returns, Stephen. Plus the eco mob bringing the West End to a standstill. Don't worry, I've only got 2 weeks to go of it. Perhaps they'll all just fiddle away and disappear somewhere. McDonald's have run out of milkshakes. Well, that's about as bad as it gets. I went into McDonald's yesterday in Richmond. I thought I'll treat myself to a bacon roll. I just fancied a bacon roll. And I'm standing there at the counter because I don't like touching the machines. You know, they've got screens in there because they must carry all sorts of diseases and everything else, because other people put their fingers on it. I thought, I'm not touching it. So I go to the counter. Funny thing is, you can touch these screens which aren't cleaned. You know, there's loads of people use them. If they clean them after every person, I could understand it, but they don't. And yet they've got all these plastic screens at the counter, so they're obviously worried about something. And there were two of them just chatting at the side. They weren't even looking to see if there's any customers in there. In the end, I had to do my sort of, you know, not do you know who I am bit, but I went there, I said, is it anybody serving? And the bloke went, fat bloke. So you'll know him when you go in there because he looks like he's eaten a little bit too many quarter pounders with cheese and probably loads of fries. And he said, oh, sorry. And I felt like saying, but it's not good enough. You know, you're fronting a brand on the high street, a big brand, not a little brand, big brand. You're supposed to sort of, you know, beg down and kiss my feet because I'm a customer. But anyway, enough of that. Daniel says Bex has ruined himself with the tattoos. In my opinion, looks right. Well, they've all got them. She's got tattoos. Brooklyn's got tattoos. They've all got tattoos. The tattooed family. Ugh, awful. Steve. I don't like the huge jars that you get in Costco. By the time you get to the bottom, the pickles have all gone off. No, you share. I mean, surely at Christmas time you must have people round. You know, when we have Christmas lunch, well, this year's going to be fantastic. There's probably going to be 7 at one of them and probably about 13 at another one of my Christmas dinners, which, no, it won't be 13, it could be 14. But, oh no, I like that. But pickled onions, I like with a piece of cheese, a bit of French bread, fresh out the oven. Oh, delicious. Make yourself ill. Somebody says, your Bentley's got to be more comfortable to come to work in than a minicab. Why not bring it? Well, what do I want to bring the car in? I get sent a car. I don't pay for it. I get sent a car. They send me a car out there, and I can fall asleep in the back of it if I want. I have an account, so I wouldn't waste money, you know, bringing the car in, my own car. And Steve says, Roger, I think people are drunk when they wander into a tattoo shop on holiday. They do go when they're tattooed, and they have everything. Men, you know, seemingly butch, have their bottoms tattooed. You know, they sort of pull their sort of shorts down, and they're all drunk. Oh, little tattoo. And you think to yourself, God, you must be an absolute wow, mustn't you? And then they go out and throw up in the corner because apparently having a tattoo hurts. Of course it does. It's a needle. It's a needle going like that. In fact, to be honest with you, it can rip your skin apart, so be warned. You know, and then you get all the drunk girls going in there. I don't have... To be honest with you, I don't think anybody should be tattooed if they've had a drink. You accept your pardon? All the presenters? Yeah, I did actually offer to pay for them to have my name tattooed on a part of their anatomy, but it was never going to be happening. I kept thinking about having a tattoo, and then I thought, I'm going to look silly with a tattoo. It's not my kind of thing, and also at my time of life. I mean, seriously, I'd be getting sympathy cards from people going, you sad old man, why on earth have you got a tattoo on? But I'm not into anything like that. I'm not into an earring or, lots of jewellery and things like that. But I don't mind looking at other people with it on. I just worry about when they get a bit older, they're going to look really, really naff. Steve, tattoos and piercings are tame compared to skin carving. What in God's name is skin carving? Do you know what that is? You've heard of it? I don't want to know about it. I have a horrible feeling it involves all sorts of masochistic things on your body. Don't like that. I was more worried about watching somebody the other day on one of these drunk I'm having a tattoo done, where she had a piercing in her nose, and he literally pushes this needle through her nose and then a little tube, and I'm thinking, oh my Godfather, you must be mad. You look like trailer trash. Ghastly. As you're not online, the pension service will send you a simple form to complete. However, the form is probably available to print directly from the website. No, I need to speak to a person. Mine's far more complicated than you could ever imagine. But I don't think it's worth a huge amount of money, and I'll be paying tax on it anyway. But it's just, listen, if it's free, even though I've paid in over the years, and I've been due my pension for a year and a half, I'm going to have it. Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. It's what we work for, isn't it? I might spend it on a packet of biscuits or something reckless like that. I don't know. I haven't quite decided yet. Oh, another Hoover. I bought this nice one the other day from JML, and it's very good, actually. It's about so big, and the suction is fantastic. I mean, it's like 2.5 times normal suction value. For a little handheld, and you charge it up and then you sort of take it, and I bought the extension bits on it as well, because there's no point in having something this big when you can have something that big. And it's really good. Comes with a little filter and everything else, but really good suction. Very good, and that I do appreciate. But I bought it, I think I bought it in the wrong colour. I think I bought it in black, and I could have had it in white. But then I saw a magic trick the other day that I got sent details of, and I thought to myself, I might have to buy that. I'm a bit of an addict for shopping online. I'm terrible. I can't help shopping online. I bought these rose and violet creams the other day. They arrived yesterday. I ordered them from Amazon. These are Charbonnel and Walker. And they're the Queen's favourite chocolates. They're a bit sweet and sickly, but I quite like them. So I bought two boxes. And I might bring them in tomorrow if you're very good. I don't know if I can tempt you with something like that, but... You like a little chocolate? I'll bring them in tomorrow. Yeah. They're quite nice, but they are the Queen's favourite. They are chocolate makers to Her Majesty the Queen, and she likes these. So I bought a box a while ago. We brought them in here, and the guys loved them. They thought they were good. So I'll bring in a box tomorrow. So exciting, honestly. So exciting. Sorry? Well, I could be nicer. And so, Steve, says Shane, I wouldn't get a tattoo. When you get old, they look wrinkly and awful. Well, that's what I worried about this poor old soul, but he's not the brightest penny in the box. This is the one, Pete from Towie, who was having an affair with Chloe Sims for 2 years, and they kept it quiet. Ooh, tacky, very tacky. And now he's sort of off with other people, but it's all these tattoos. God knows what he's got when he takes his clothes off. John says, like you, I have diabetes. One of the consequences for me is my skin doesn't heal very well. As a result, if I would have a tattoo, it wouldn't take properly anyway. Well, John, I couldn't use a sunbed. It affected my diabetes quite badly. I went all like prickly heat. And it was all, if you've never had prickly heat, we used to get it when we were in Hong Kong as children. We got it quite a lot. But, skin carving. Yes, I don't think I'll be telling people about that. I don't think I'll tell people. It sounds horrendous. I don't think anybody should ever disfigure their body. I don't think you should do anything like that. I'm not even sure about these, and I can't quite work out why people even have these Prince Albert things. What is the point of that? What is the point? You must go through metal detectors at airport. They must be going, what you got? Because it must set off the machines and all the rest of it. Very worrying. Very worrying. Jack Grealish has gone on the town. He's apparently bringing out a clothing range. Yeah, because he looks... Having seen how badly dressed he is in the papers today, you'll not be touching that within a million miles. Chemists to offer free blood pressure checks. Another one here. Tesco, the supermarket, have had to replace their drink section with photos. People thieve. People thieve. From supermarkets, not just Tesco, from every single supermarket. Corner shops. People round our way even steal from charity shops. Seriously, that bad. Anyway, we'll take a short break, and then we'll tell you. If you've just woken up, there are a couple of stories running, apart from we're trying to get people out of Kabul as quickly as we possibly can before the Taliban clamp down. And Katie Price hurt in a home bust-up. Somebody, while she was watching television, punched her in the face. So she had to go to hospital. A man has been arrested. We don't know anything else. We don't know if he was a burglar, if he was living. We don't know anything about it at all. But she's lodged a complaint with the police. And we wait and we watch.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company, Steve. I found a winner, says Nick. Cafe Nera on Westbourne Grove, 6 a.m. Who wrote the scripts today? Was it Ian Dale's turn? Because we have so many people writing the scripts for us. We're very pleased. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says you'd make an excellent store detective. No. I can't help it. I spot people thieving. I can see when they walk into a shop by their posture, by the way they look around, I know if they're going to thieve. And I've seen all sorts of people. There was one man, he was giving it to his daughter, a little girl of about 5 or 6, to carry out, because he knew that they weren't going to prosecute a little girl. She was thieving. He was thieving with her. Disgusting people. Well done to the synagogue. I can't remember where it is now, actually. Flooded with supplies for the arriving Afghan refugees. In fact, it's gone so well that the rabbi said, we've even been given a house to store stuff in. They've got prams and pushchairs and all sorts of things. So good for them. That was fantastic. I saw them on the television. They make the newspapers today, which is very nice. Oh dear, that's bad. Drinkers are shunning traditional snacks such as pickled onions and salted nuts. I wonder why. Is that because normally, when you go to a pub, if you have a drink, perhaps you're not like me, I would have a packet of crisps or something. I'd never have salted nuts. Never. It just doesn't interest me. But apparently people now want olives and halloumi fries. How naff. What sort of pub serves olives? What, other people putting their fingers in the dish? Oh, no. To be honest with you, the only thing that went well with beer, we went over to All Bar One about when we first moved into the building years and years ago, and there was about 20 of us drinking quite well, and I get carried away when I drink. I buy things, and I was buying bowls of chips, because there's nothing nicer than having a bowl of chips with salt on when you're having a drink. And in the end, we got through about 30 bowls of chips. And I just loved every minute of it, because the moment they arrived, everybody dived into them. And it was good. We used to do the same in another one of our buildings. I like a bowl of chips. You don't get, you go to a restaurant now, they don't give you a bowl of chips. You get either a little miniature shopping trolley with a few chips stuck in it, or a little paper cone. They're really mean with the chips. Really mean with the chips. And I do like a packet of chips, which is good. Steve went to see Tom Jones at Hampton Court last night. He was super, and Hampton Court looked magical. Very nice, says Lisa and Martin. Spikers in Guildford. Hampton Court's beautiful. I love Hampton Court. I love it. Rick Wakeman's played Hampton Court. In fact, loads of Michael Ball's played Hampton Court. Loads of people play it. It's a good venue. And the funny thing is, it was Henry VIII's palace, which I think he nicked from somebody else. He might have nicked it from Wolsey or something like that. But he didn't use it very often, because it used to take such a long time to go up from London to Hampton Court. It was like 2 or 3 days. The people had to row him up there. That's why the clock in the courtyard there will tell you the tides, so you know about all these things. And it's a great place to go. Even if you just go for a day or you join, worth going. Definitely worth going. Scampi fries, says Paddy in Cheltenham. No. That's like, that's that other thing that they have, which is pork crackling. Well, I'm not sure whether that's genuine or not, whether it's made. I don't know. Whatever it is, you can take out fillings and everything. I don't. Well, I used to work in a pub years and years ago, and on Sunday we would put out bowls of nuts and cheese and pineapple. And that was like sort of thank you for supporting the pub for the week. Now here it is, you can have a couple of nibbles, which people seem to be quite happy with. I tell you who's died, you probably heard about it already, Mary Cook. Mary Cook, she was on Gogglebox, and she used to work with her friend Marina. She passed away in hospital. They last appeared in May. And the thing that's astonished me with Mary Cook is that apart from that Bristol accent, Mr. Neil picked me up on that one, which was good, she was 92. She didn't look 92 at all. I mean, I thought she was absolutely... I mean, I don't know. I can't look at people. I'm hopeless with ages. I really am. I could look at some people that you see them on... They used to be on Anne Robinson's programme, and she'd say, well, how old are you? And they'd go, I'm 53. And I just think, God, I thought you were about 90. They look so old, some people. Some people look old for their age, and some people are fairly young, whereas me, I'm just sort of... I think mentally I'm very young. I think, if you actually feel old, that's not particularly good. I mean, it's not that I go out there and play tennis or go swimming or, anything like that. Not my kind of thing. But she was lovely. She died with her family around her as well. They met at a retirement home more than a decade ago, but they landed a spot on Gogglebox, the both of them, Marina and Mary, as they headed to an Asda. Marina once told how she was invited by a producer who approached her at the bus stop. She said, I thought I'm game for a laugh. And she said, have you got a friend? And just like that, Mary came round the corner on a scooter. So they booked them both. So she died at the weekend. She was married and widowed twice. She had worked in the hospitality industry, but died at the weekend. So rest in peace, Mary. 92, you had a bloody good innings, love. Bloody good innings. And I thought you were a bit of a... I loved it when they talked about sex. Because it seemed so funny. Somebody of... It's like your parents talking about sex. You're going, la, 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 don't talk about sex. So I think your father and I will have a bit of rumpy, but no, la, 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 la. Don't talk to me about things like that. You sometimes used to look at your parents thinking, I wonder if they do. And then you'd think, I hope they don't. What have we got here? This is Zoe Wanamaker. I like Zoe Wanamaker. She's delivered a blow to my family, but she said the format wouldn't work now. What a shame. Also, the Little Mix will be teasing their new music on Lorraine. No, they're not teasing it, darling. Okay, they're getting a free plug. Okay, it's not teasing it at all. Lorraine Kelly will welcome actress and chef Lisa Faulkner, we love her, at her morning show for cookery classes called Lisa and Friends. And apparently they brought back the ex-Love Island Dr. Alex George. And also Lorraine will be doing the Check the Breast Cancer. Isn't it funny? I don't think men get breast cancer. That could be the most naive thing I've probably ever said. I've only ever heard of women getting breast cancer. I'm not sure if men can get it. I think the biggest killer of men is either testicular cancer or prostate. I think so. The thing is to get checked as quick as possible, especially if you've got something going on that you're not familiar with and you start thinking, oh, not sure about this. Steve, is Extinction Rebellion still at Covent Garden this morning? I couldn't care less. Listen, I'm out of town by 7:10, so I don't need to put up with that. Jane says, came across a Prince Buster song, The 10 Commandments. I loved it. I loved all of that stuff. I was a big fan of reggae. I've told people before, reggae, Tamla Motown, soul, Stax, chairman of the board, anything on Motown I used to love. I was an eclectic mix in music. I even liked heavy metal, Deep Purple and people like that. Couldn't stand Ozzy Osbourne. I thought it was always a bit of a freaky act, I think. And Shane says, I broke a tooth when I was having a pork crackling. I didn't realise it till the next morning. Used to be able to buy, if you watch the film Tom Brown's School Days, when he joins the school in the early edition of the film, they used to go and buy hot potatoes. The woman in the local shop would sell them hot potatoes and they would distribute them among their friends. Will Guyett says, morning, Steve. What, 5:25? What are you doing up? You're not with Nick Entwistle, are you? You're not going out for a cup of coffee somewhere? But he says, heading to Costco later on. My house is exactly between the Bristol and Reading branches. I have choices. I've been to the Reading one. Is that the one behind the Madejski Stadium? It's got a big... You can see it on the motorway because it's got the big wind turbine. It's a huge fan there. But they're all the same. Every single Costco is the same. All the stuff is in the same place, so I can go in there and I can generally find something. It's not like my local Marks and Spencers, where every so often, just to really annoy me, they move things around. So where you go to pick up the fruit, no, we've moved the fruit. Why have you moved the fruit? They just do it to take the mickey, I think, as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, so Little Mix will be not teasing their new music, but plugging it. Which is lovely, isn't it? So that's very good. I wonder if they're going to do the same for Matt Goss. I shouldn't think so. I still stand by it. The other day, somebody wrote to me and said, you're quite right. Where would you play, listening to all the music stations that are in the country, and we own most of them, where would you play a Matt Goss record nowadays? He's too old to fit into the sort of the young person's market. Most of his fans would be, in their 30s and 40s, something like that. So I don't know where you would play his stuff. It's a bit difficult, really, because he's kind of caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, mainly the deep blue sea. Mainly the deep blue sea. You've heard about the Amish people, haven't you? They live in America. They do things differently. They're very religious, and they are their own community. In fact, they're very forgiving. There was one family. Somebody had come into the community and murdered a few of their children, and they forgave this person. I'm not sure if I would be as forgiving. But anyway, they've got a new reality show in America. 24 people will swap their modern life for an Amish farm, because that's what they do. They're all farmers. They've got the old traps. They go into town, they do their thing, and people sort of look at them with sort of amazement, because we don't know enough about the Amish. And you should study it. They're very interesting, very, very interesting. And I quite like the idea that they're very committed to being, people who sort of live their lives out as they used to years ago. It works throughout the entire world with sort of religions. Anti-vax mob invading ITN. As I say, look at the picture, right? Bunch of thugs, shouting obscenities at Jon Snow. I can't quite understand why they would ever want to do that, but they're not really bright enough to know anything at all. And as I say, the amount of people who've been the anti-vaxxers, and then they've come down with COVID. And as anybody who's had COVID will tell you, you don't want to come down with COVID. It's not very nice at all. Gradually, your body shuts down. And as I say, there was that Irish lady who died the other day, very young, in her 30s. And her husband said she was an anti-vaxxer. So I'm telling people, get vaccinated. It's as simple as that. People who don't get vaccinated, really doing yourself a disservice. But your problem. Your problem. What are we going to do? Oh, Noel Gallagher. I've got a lovely story about Noel Gallagher coming up in a moment, and also Harry Enfield, who's telling you some home truths. But well done to the heroes and their daring rescue to try and get people out of Kabul as quick as possible. 20 people have died at Kabul already. 20 people. We'll take a short break for the news headlines. If you just joined us, it's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast till 7. The news now at 5:30 with Simon Conway.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company, nice. And then somebody says, Steve Allen giving dangerous medical advice. Don't be so stupid, Stephen. I queried, can men get breast cancer? You're a bit thick, aren't you, honestly? I think we'll have to put you out of your misery, actually. Oh, you've gone. That was a little bit fast. Even too fast. Amish celebrity, get me out of here. I can't wait to watch it, actually. And Paul says, I had a pub for 35 years. The reason they stopped putting snacks on the counter was they tested them and found they had traces of urine. Well, I can understand that, because men don't wash their hands. People go to the toilet and they don't wash their hands. Will Guide said, that's the one by the windmill. That's the Costco. He said, I'm always up early, former paperboy. See, I only ever did paperboying a couple of times, and I thought it was okay. I thought it was an awful lot of hard work, especially by the time we got to the Sunday papers, where they were so heavy. Seriously, I mean, I don't know how on earth the poor little souls actually sort of lift all these things. Janet says, I can assure you men do get breast cancer. Thank you. We just wanted to check, because I don't know. Michelle says, I had a diagnosis back in 2011 and I'm still here 10 years on, having subsequently taken part in a few fundraising events. I've met men with the diagnosis too. But she said, you're appreciated, especially for us insomniacs. See, I don't look at this as being insomniac time. This is, I mean, every breakfast show that I know of in the country starts at 6 a.m. It's only 25 minutes away. Everybody starts, they've all been in for, quite a while as the teams are in setting up the programs, sort of tweaking it and checking on who's actually coming on and stuff like that. So I love it when people say, I'm an insomniac, and you think to yourself, or failing that, the ones that always make us laugh. Somebody says the graveyard shift. You go, I don't think you can actually get into a graveyard at 25 to 6 in the morning, but we're willing to give it a go for you, which is good. Huey says Matt Goss might just get on BBC Radio Shropshire's playlist. I don't know how they work their playlist on the BBC local radio. I've really got no idea. Presumably, you get somebody saying, we've got Matt Goss in with us today, and sadly he's brought his guitar. But, I don't know how many records he would sell. You don't need to sell as many records now to actually get into the charts. You really don't. It's actually quite few. Years ago, it was substantially more. Now you can sort of get in there, but you could always tell records that were bought into the charts because they came in high one week, the next week they dropped out completely. Moving the goods around in a store is a marketing ploy. Oh, I understand what it is, John. They already told me this years ago. I learnt this about 40 years ago. And so you're searching for stuff, you see other stuff, then you make an impulse purchase. Yeah. They're hoping that on your way round, they're actually, trying to tempt you to buy something else. The only thing I hope for Marks & Spencer at Christmas is their Christmas snacks. They do what they call party food, are a lot better than they have been in recent years. That's what it is. There you go. It grows rare. There you go. Men can get breast cancer, but in rare cases. This is from the NHS. Rare cases, so not as common as everybody thinks it is. It's gone. It said. It says. It grows in the small amount of breast tissue men have behind their nipples. It usually happens in men over 60, but can very occasionally affect younger men. So it's rare, very rare. So there you go. So I always love it when we can put people right on things, which is good. I've just spent 4 weeks in Malaga, says Jane. The heat was unbearable. Most days 34 degrees. Our English weather is to be envied. I love it. Yes, I'm not sure I could actually cope with 4 weeks in Malaga. I don't know. Perhaps I could take the boys over to Malaga. We could have sort of nights out drinking tequila slammers and stuff like that. And we could do all that sort of whizzy stuff over there where you get a party balloon, you go, they do that kind of thing, and you think, my God, that's your idea of fun, isn't it? Or failing that, the girls buy a big bowl of basically a bunch of cheap, crappy sort of food, and then they all have straws. Well, as anybody will tell you, I don't know if the boys know this, but if I gave you a pint of beer, I could get you drunk on a pint of beer. How would I get you drunk on a pint of beer? Come on. How would I do it? And it's a very simple thing. We used to do it in the discos. It'd be funny. You'd get people to do this, and then you'd try and set them tasks, and they couldn't do anything. A pint of beer, how would you get very drunk on it? Drink it with a straw. And the reason being, you're taking up air. And the more air you take up, the more chance there is of getting tiddled. So a pint of beer drunk with a straw will have you basically flat on your back. There you go. There's a cheap night out. It's like pubs around London stopped serving snake bites, which I think was lager and cider together. And landlords would not sell it because it sent people round the bend. It was mainly drunk by students. Students love things like that. They're always looking for a cheap way to get drunk, and then they sort of go, yeah, because we're away from home. It's like, we're really wild. And then they go to Malaga on their holidays, or Magaluf, or it's called something else, I believe. And but it's all these sort of holiday. I mean, I'm so glad that I'm sort of past all of those kind of things. The very idea, if I was sort of that age where I could go to Magaluf or any of these sort of places, I would probably have gone there and done the same as everybody else does, which they go out and they get very, very drunk. Then they're sick. Then they the people out there were complaining bitterly about the British being drunk and all this kind of. And you think, well, wait a minute, you're making money out of this. I think in some of them, they started closing the bars down because it was just, and the hotels. Do you remember they did that horrible program? I think it was called Ibiza Weekend, in this naff hotel run by this big fat boy who they thought was going to be a personality, and he turned out to be so boring. It was really a bit of an embarrassment, called David. And David was a bit Bobby Cole Norris, just the slightly larger version. And the Ibiza Weekend, they had a couple of sort of very good-looking reps on there, and it was their job to bed as many of these girls as possible. I've never seen anything like it. Seriously, it was the saddest thing I've ever seen. You never saw anybody eating breakfast. They were all sort of in bed together, and here's so-and-so in bed with so-and-so. And I used to think to myself, and your parents watched this? I liked it when they sent the kids away on holiday, and the parents followed, but in disguise. That was my favourite programme, and they would watch their offspring, boys and girls, getting horrendously drunk and embarrassing themselves and doing all sorts of things, and then the parents turn up, and I thought, some of it was really awful. It was just embarrassing to watch. I mean, everybody knows that when kids go away on holiday, that's the idea. You're away from your parents. You can do whatever you want. If your parents knew every single thing that you did, and they do, it would be a different world. Yeah, I mean, your parents would go, "You did what?" I mean, there's a lovely line I wish I could do for you now, which Frankie Boyle did on stage. And I can't use it on this programme or even hint at it, because most of the stuff that he did was sort of extremely X-rated. He actually became more offensive as the shows went on, but he packed theatres out. People wanted to listen to that kind of stuff. They were sick to death of, I think, people being all PC. But when you hear, some of the stuff he did, I have to be honest, it does make me smile, because I think, my God, he's pushed that about as far as he can. Nothing was off limits. People would complain. I think you'll find Katie Price complained because he was taking the mickey out of Harvey and stuff like that. So she sort of did her little bit and complained. And I thought, but he does it to everybody. He does it to There was nobody who was safe, including the audience. He would look at the audience, and I quite like people who play with an audience. I think it's a very clever talent. Mainly drag queens do it. Drag queens are very good at sort of picking on the audience, and it just, I could watch stuff like that for ages, because I think that's actually a great talent. It's like, lovely clothes, you can say to somebody, also, why did they bother putting teeth in your mouth? Seats would have been better, because you usually get heckles from people, but the best heckle I ever heard was from somebody in a pub in Twickenham to a comedian, and he shouted out, "You're just not very funny, are you?" Killed it stone dead. And the hecklers used to be really, really bad. Really bad. In fact, sometimes the hecklers were funnier than the actual comics. But I never experienced anything like that. How much would you pay for a silver tea service which was presented to football legend Sir Stanley Matthews more than 70 years ago? How much would you pay for something like that? I mean, the provenance is Stanley Matthews. It was presented to him after the end of World War II. It was to mark his then record 44th England appearance, and it's just been sold for £22,500. You see, I like stuff like that. I mean, I wouldn't buy it because nobody would know that it was Stanley Matthews' tea set. But it consists of a teapot, hot water jug, sugar bowl, milk jug, and each piece had the initials SM. He died in the year 2000, age 85. Wow. Science and technology apparently is going to help us live until we're 200 years old. God, that's going to drive you mad, isn't it, listening to this programme? I'm 130 today. They'll be going, oh God, he's still going, bless his heart. How sad. You think by now he'd have handed himself in, and sort of done the sort of the voluntary euthanasia bit for Steve Allen. He can't still be working at 130. He is. Even he can't believe it. Love Island fans are gagging for the return of the show's winter version. No, they're not. The people who run the show are gagging for it, but nobody else really gives a, Anna Vakili, whoever she is, claims she was paid £100 a week by ITV for being on Love Island. And she says, when asked how much she earned on the show, the 31-year-old, she's an influencer. That's somebody who accepts money for flogging any old tat. She says it was something silly like £100 a week, God knows why. The thing is absolutely dreadful. What have we got? Here? Guinness is bringing back its 0.0 alcohol-free beer in supermarkets. What is the point of alcohol-free booze? The whole idea of booze is you have a little glass of it and it makes you feel a little bit woo. You don't want to sort of drink it and not feel anything at all. You might as well just drink water. It's not very good at all. Apparently makers reckon it'll still boast the beautifully smooth taste, perfectly balanced flavour and unique dark colour that Guinness is known for, whilst keeping you sober. Wasn't Guinness famous because you could write your initials in the top of the foam and it would still be there at the bottom of the glass? I've never drunk anything like that. I know.
Last year, many under fives were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP. with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The autumn flu vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Very nice indeed. My late father, says Alan, met Sir Stanley Matthews years ago and had a lot of memorabilia from the 1953 Cup final. God rest them both. Snakebite is cider and lager. Yes. I mean, I know a lot of pubs don't serve it anymore because it sends people round the bend. And Paul says the problem with living until we're 200 is that we'll still be working when we're 150. See, I don't have a problem with that. I didn't have any problem with that whatsoever. People sort of say, so, do people retire in your business? And I think, actually, they don't. Most people keep going. As long as you still get audience figures, and as long as you're still reasonably coherent, I think you can go on for ages and ages. John in Birmingham, yes, thank you. Steve, Frankie Boyle live was a genius, very funny. You didn't dare move from your seat, though, when he was on stage, says Stuart in Norfolk. Yes, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And somebody says, what's the thing about Switzerland? What was the thing about Switzerland? What's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. Thank you. The old ones are the better. And somebody says, somebody else who's been to Malaga. Somebody else in Malaga. And was it? I did do Huey. Matt Goss might just get on the BBC Radio Shropshire playlist. And Steve, they used to have heckling during election speeches. Most people would tune in to watch if it came back. I quite like listening to people debating in the House of Commons. I'm quite into things like that. It's just that one stands up and starts talking, and then I'm going, shut up. We don't want to listen to you. The other day we had to put up with, who did we have to put up with? Oh, there was somebody doing a speech. I remember thinking, oh, goodness me. So here they are, protesters in the ITN building. I mean, to be honest with you, there's some man with the funniest hairstyle I've ever seen. I mean, he's an anti-vaxxer. Oh, I pray to God you don't get it. I really do. But you never know. And then there's sort of Jon Snow. They were chasing him. I don't know why, actually. Perhaps they're a bit simple. Perhaps the family brain cell is out or something like that. More than 100 people were pictured inside the building. Staff hid in offices because the offices there are all round the outside. So there's a big atrium with all these like giant straws hanging in the middle. I know because we used to be there. And thugs yelled, "Get me Peston. Get me Peston." Perhaps they thought they were in a coffee shop. Bless their little hearts. But they breached it. In one video, a protester was seen telling staff, "We want to speak to who's in charge. We're not leaving." Because they're really bright. Really. Who's in charge? Get me who's in charge. Who's in charge? I mean, honestly, in that building, they know so little. We tell lies, apparently. Everybody tells lies. And apparently we tell them on a daily basis. We do. We tell lies. Do you know what the most common lie is? Careful. The most common lie is apparently how many lovers you've had. Most people say more than 50. And they also tell people they've dated a celebrity. Mind you, in the case of Love Island, they were practically, I should imagine, if somebody went, "I'm a very rich footballer," "Oh, I'll be your friend." They're a bit like that. But no, 50 lovers. Also people who claim that they've read the complete works of Shakespeare. Well, I've never said, who you talking to tell people that? But the 50 lovers thing, amateurs. I mean, goodness sake, I remember Tony Blackburn telling us years ago he'd had more than 250 lovers. Because when you work it out, it is possible if you are a particularly promiscuous person. I mean, mainly if you're working in the porno industry. I should imagine it must be more than 300 different people every year, mustn't it? So when people say 50 lovers, other top porkies include, "I always bake my own bread." Which is, I mean, I've never said that to anybody. Oh, yeah. "Hi, Steve, how are you? I always bake my own bread." I've never said that. Never said that. And another one is, "I can eat anything I like without piling on the pounds." Or, "I hit the gym every day." Who wants to hit the gym every day? Do you go to a gym? You don't. Tell me you don't go to a gym. Yeah, I mean, I did used to go to a gym. I went there. We did a big thing years ago with ITN of trying to lose weight. Also, I only ever eat organic food. I've never had any cosmetic work done, and I earn over £100,000 a year. I mean, seriously, it's amazing. Why do we tell fibs? You know, I always like the one, I drive this sort of car and that sort of car, and you think, no, you don't. No, you don't. Simon in Essex says, I thought Nick Abbott was over 200. I saw him the other day, actually. He was trying to wrestle food out of my hands and everything. It was really embarrassing. I said, Nick, get off. You're not having a chocolate biscuit. You know. Steve, I'm a man in my 30s and I enjoy using Wright's coal tar soap. Am I acting too old for my age? Well, you should never use soap on your face. That's my only advice. Do you know why? Soap dries out your skin. So, you're having a Kit Kat. Oh, is it orange Kit Kat? Oh, I didn't know it was orange either. Oh, yes, I did. Really? Well, there you go. You enjoy yourself. They're so easily pleased round here. But no, never use soap on your face. You know, if you're going to do your face, a hot flannel, as hot as you can bear, put it over your face and steam it. Give it a little steam. But using soap on your face makes your skin very dry, and then you have to use lots and lots of creams and everything else. So there you go. Carla to Brett, no, awake at stupid o'clock, apart due to work, but together with Steve. Thank you. Quite like that idea. And a lot of people talking about an alcohol-free booze, which I don't quite understand, actually. A driver and their passenger smashed into an unmarked police vehicle, then hit another cop car as they switched seats. 40-year-old woman from the town and a 23-year-old woman from Rushden were held on suspicion of drink driving. You see them on the television. I've seen them on the police interceptors where they actually sort of stop a car. In America, they're even better. You watch people arguing with the police. They go, I'm not getting out of the car. Why do I have to get out of the car? Because I'm telling you to get out of the car. And they've literally smashed the windows, opened the doors and dragged people out. In this country, they stop people because they might suspect you of drink driving. You know, you're weaving about all over the road. Are you okay? When did you last have a drink? I'm going to require you to take a breath test. And so they do. And then they go, well, I mean, one bloke had nipped out to get some KFC. And he had it on the front seat of the car. But he'd been drinking. He was an old man and he admitted that he'd been drinking. And they tested. He was 3 times over the limit. So he said, oh, can I drop the chicken off home? I went, no. No. And there was one woman. She was a habitual drunk, but she was behind the wheel of the car with kids in it. They had to drag her out the car. She was shouting obscenities and everything, a rather filthy piece of work. I don't like it when people cut dogs' hair and then they make them look silly. I don't think dogs want to go outside looking silly, and they've got pictures in the paper today in the Daily Star, which is not very good. Katie Price, the story. Do you know, it hardly makes anything in the Daily Star. Hardly makes anything. It's a couple of the other papers' front page, Mirror and Sun. But they say she suffered a cut-eye in an alleged attack at her home. A man was arrested yesterday on suspicion of assault and is in custody. So this man has been arrested. I don't know whether he's been charged. We don't even know who he is. We don't know anything about him. And cops want to speak to Lee Peacock as part of their investigation after Sharon Pickle and Clinton Ashmore were found with their throats slashed at separate addresses down in Lisson Grove. Down in Lisson Grove. And I know the flat. I know the flat. Because a friend of mine lives down there. 40 police turned up in the early hours of the morning. This man is a drug addict, and it was they're still looking for him. They found him the other day. He came out of a station. So what are we doing? Also, Northerners are more adventurous than Southerners and explore a greater number of the UK's cities and landmarks. More than half of Mancunians have been to London, while fewer than a quarter of Londoners have set foot in Manchester. Everybody wants to go to Manchester. I don't know why people would want to go there. It's certainly far more exciting. It's certainly far friendlier than any other place you can ever think of. Rachel Stevens, you remember her from S Club 7? That was some years ago. Set to join the presenting team for This Morning. She's going to do a fashion section. So, because they have a fashion editor called Amber Jackson. She says it's super stylish. I don't know why they think it's super stylish. But anyway, she's promised to share her insider's guide to the best new brands, hot new launches and the top new clothing websites. She said, I'm a fan. They seem to be using loads of other people. And in fact, it was the other day, wasn't it, that Vernon Kay has been announced as covering it. And he's only doing 3 days. Only doing 3 days, which is not long enough. I don't know why they've not given him 5 days. Perhaps they've got somebody else who's in to do the other one. Billy Connolly accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award and said, I feel I should be dead. He's 78. He said, I've had a few of these lifetime things. I think they know something I don't. He's got Parkinson's. He got the award at the Edinburgh International Television Festival. He said in a video filmed, because he lives in the Florida Keys, the challenges lately have been medical and they're getting worse. Not good news for him, but at least he's clinging on. Somebody's made a claim for the £11 million lotto jackpot, which we were slightly worried about. And the vets, there's about 12 of them who've said, don't slaughter Geronimo. But it's all in the hands of DEFRA, I think, at the moment. Plus, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, another pandemic, they say, on the scale of COVID-19, likely within 60 years. And Brenda Blethyn says playing Detective Chief Inspector Vera Stanhope takes over her whole life. And very good she is at it too, like Clive Myrie, who's taken over from John Humphreys on Mastermind, and it fits him like a glove. But there again, he's a professional. He knows exactly what to do. All you have to do is read out questions, add a little bit of personality, and it works. It works very well indeed. We'll introduce you in the next part of the programme to a guy called Jeff Price. Jeff Price spent 64 years collecting model buses and trams. They're like toy, but he's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. And the best statue outdoors is of a Tommy, a British soldier, who's sitting there contemplating what's been going on. And the crowds were back outside Buckingham Palace for the changing of the guards. Yes, they were down there yesterday playing a few, I think they played a Duran Duran song. Nice to see them. I'm sure the band looked much depleted. I'm sure it's been bigger in the past, but they do it most days about 11 o'clock. So there you go. And Graham says, I like to go to Manchester once a year to visit my hubcaps. God, it's such an old joke, that one, honestly. That's nearly as old as I am, but not as old as the news, which is next.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. Nice to have your company. Welcome to It's Going to Be a Heat Wave. Welcome to the fact that by the time we get to Saturday, it's going to be, I hate this weather. I'm going to hate it. But I've got the weekend off, so it doesn't make any difference, actually. Makes no difference at all. Somebody says, speaking of Nick Abbott, he said he didn't think you were capable of changing the tyre on a Bentley. No, I wouldn't. Why would I? I have people that do things like that. They're called the RAC. And you call them out. That's the main thing that people call out the services for, either the RAC or the AA or Green Flag, and it's to change a tyre. My tyres are huge. Unfortunately, the jack that they give you with the car is piddly. It seriously is. I looked at it, I thought, you're going to lift a 2.5-ton car. Whereas if you call around the RAC, of which I'm a member, even though I think it's way too expensive, he puts the jack underneath, pushes a button, it goes zzzz, and lifts the car up, and he's got his electric thing for taking my nuts off, and he gets them off quite easily, and they then change the tyre. They're huge. They're enormous. They're like tractor tyres. But so Nick Abbott is quite right. I did change it once, and I thought to myself, never again. So I joined one of the services, and if I have a flat tyre, I get them to do it. I also keep, though, actually, which I think everybody should do, because sometimes I've got a thing on the car which tells me the tyre pressure, front and rear. So I didn't even know it was there, actually, till about a year ago. Now I sit there fascinated by it, because if you do a long journey, the tyre pressure goes up. The heat from the engine inflates the tyres a little bit more, which is quite nice. So I quite like that. But I carry a tyre inflator in the boot. It's a little tiny pump, and you literally just plug it into the cigarette lighter. And I bought it in Costco, and it was only like 25 quid or something. And it's brilliant, because if you do get a tyre that's gone down a little bit, this thing in about 5 seconds will pump the tyre up again. It's very good. So but Nick's absolutely quite right. He's wrong in so much as I am able to change a tyre. It's just I choose not to. That's the way it works as far as I'm concerned. Another one here. No, so I can't read that one, but it's quite funny, actually. It's excuses that people come up with when they get stopped for speeding. Because the amount of, I go down a motorway, and I have to be brutally honest with you, occasionally, as you know, and I'm still waiting to hear back from the people on my speeding thing. I don't know why it's taken such a long time. This has been weeks Weeks. But at least I've done it nearly every day on the programme, so that if they come back and go, I've done this every day on my programme. I've sent it off, first-class stamps. What are you doing, throwing them away? More than happy to get it sorted out. More than happy to get it sorted out. But I've got a picture of Tyson Fury's new daughter, and her name's Athena. They've all got odd names, actually, in the family. I don't know why. People like these odd names. I'm not sort of one for odd names, like, handbag or Paris or something like that. Peaky Blinders set to return for the final time in early 2022. I thought they'd... Oh, right, it finishes, doesn't it, after that? They'll put it back on again, and then they will sort of take it off. Also, Lee Mack is getting fit for a good cause. His new show, Road to Soccer Aid, will see the comedian prepare for the annual celeb football match with Jason Manford and Sven-Goran Eriksson. Lovely. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'm not remotely interested in Soccer Aid. I'm sure it's absolutely wonderful and marvellous, but not particularly interested. The BBC weather presenter, Owen Wynne Evans, is a breath of fresh air. I think it's about the campest weatherman I've ever seen on the television. I don't think they make him any camper. So well-dressed and well-spoken, says Anon. Others could take note. I suspect he probably wrote this himself. He plays drums too, but he is the campest weatherman you will ever see on the television. I've never seen anybody. What have we got here? Let's have a quick thing. Where does it say in the in your star sign you're about to come into some money? Never happens, does it? Never matters. But we all live in hope. We all live in hope. Harry Enfield, I like Harry Enfield. He admits he was just like Kevin the teenager character, but he tormented his parents even more. Because if people sort of say to you, what were you like as a teenager? I have to be brutally honest and say I can't remember. I was working at the age of 15, 16. I was able to leave school at 15, and I managed to get a job at 15. I worked in a shop, and I loved it. Admittedly, only 15, but sorry. Yeah, well, actually, the funny thing is, because I left school early. Because I left at 15. I think I was among the last group of people who could leave at 15. Now you have to stay on. But I was able to. And I sort of thought to myself, even with no qualifications, because in those days you didn't need qualifications, and you could get a job fairly easily. It wasn't too difficult to get a job. Nowadays, of course, it's a lot more difficult to get jobs. It doesn't matter whether it's in radio or anything else. There's a lot of people going after very few jobs at the moment, unless you drive a lorry, in which case they'll welcome you with open arms. They're looking for delivery drivers and stuff like that. That's why a lot of the companies are suffering. But most people go, oh, I couldn't do that. But actually, you can make quite a good living driving lorries. I've got loads of people who drive lorries who listen to the programme. But I was able to get a job, and I have to be honest, sometimes I sort of think to myself, considering I've got no qualifications, nothing at all, not an A-level, an O-level, even failed my 11+, not done bad. Not done bad at all. Some people have to stay there for ages in sort of school to get qualification, then they want to go to uni, and then they've got to find the university they want to go to, and then they walk out with this qualification. I mean, I've never met anybody in radio who goes, oh, I did a radio course and now I'm a radio presenter. I've never met anybody like that. I'm sure they must exist, but it's just that I didn't ever think that you could teach somebody how to be a radio presenter. I think you could teach somebody how to be a reporter, but I think to be a radio presenter, you've either got a natural gift of presenting and talking and chatting and trying to make it sound lucid and intelligent and witty and funny and sometimes serious and sometimes tearful, all sorts of things. That's the ingredients that make up radio presenters. So for all those people thinking, oh, I could do that job, I promise you, it's, even though people on the radio make it sound very easy, it's like people on the television. You can spot a good television presenter because it's effortless for them, totally effortless. And yet you watch Love Island and you watch that poor girl who's married to she can't present for toffee. It's an embarrassment to watch. It really is. I feel so sorry for her, but never mind. I'm sure somebody likes her somewhere. Greetings from Cyprus, Steve. Athena was Queen of Athens. See, I don't know that. I don't know these things. My brother says, next Tuesday on my birthday, we're going to Kew Gardens. He says, I know you don't want to go there. I don't, actually. I went to Kew Gardens years and years ago. It's very expensive now. It used to be, years ago, you won't remember this because I'm old enough to remember, that it was a penny to go in. An old penny got you into Kew Gardens. Now, I wouldn't like to imagine how much it is. He said, well, we could meet you for breakfast. And somehow I could probably meet you for breakfast. Depends what sort of time we're going for breakfast. Are you training it, coaching it? I love the way we do all these things on the air. It's like you don't really need a telephone if you work on the radio. You just reply to somebody's text and an email. I listen to you every day, Steve. Driving, I'm an HGV driver, currently driving to the South Coast. My boss has given me a pay rises in the last 6 months, over 50 grand. Not bad for a trucker. Yes, I mean, it's a bit difficult to get the licenses, isn't it? There's a place in Staines where they train people to be HGV drivers. But it's the only way we're going to get out of this mess. Yes, I think one of the supermarkets was offering cash incentives to get people in to drive. Shane says, did your mum and dad listen to you on the radio? I don't. I think my mother did, yes. Yes, my mother did. I don't think my father did, actually. I don't know. And Adrian says, you don't need a face for radio either. No, you don't. It doesn't matter what you look like, even though I'm stunningly attractive, very Amazonian, my shoulder-length blonde hair out before me. I tell you, I'm, rippling muscles, the biceps, a narrow waist, legs like tree trunks. God, dare I tell you. But that's the good thing about radio. In theory, if it hadn't been for the blasted internet, we could have kept secret what we looked like, because nobody knew. And then along comes the internet. And all of a sudden, there's pictures of you all over the place. I've lost track of how many pictures there are of me on the internet. And I'm looking at them thinking, oh, God. Although I did find, we found something from Fives Company the other week on the programme on YouTube. I looked quite good. I had hair and everything and makeup on. Not obviously, girly makeup. I had sort of butch makeup. But that was quite nice, actually. Quite nice. So I think my mother listened to me because she used to say to me, oh, you mustn't say that, Stephen. She used to get quite worried about it. Graham in Essendon says, Guild of Experienced Motorists, brilliant roadside recovery service at a fraction of the big boys. I think my RAC membership has just come back. Now I've got sort of about the best you can get on it. And the price has gone up. I haven't called the RAC out for years. And they've put the price up. Seriously, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm toying with the idea of saying to them, I tell you what, I don't really want it. I only get 6 call-outs a year, and that's over £300. Just fraction over £300. Ridiculous. A top plastic surgeon is warning that a surge in freak operations is turning people into aliens. Stephen Harris, who has A-listers, they always have to say that, don't they? Oh, it's A-listers. And he says protruding cheekbones and abnormally arched eyebrows, like Angelina Jolie, are becoming the new normal. But also, there was somebody the other day, she was on they made a television programme about people whose cosmetic surgery has gone wrong. And this particular woman, decided to go in and have filler in her lips. Well, it looked like a joke character. They injected her into her lips, and there was obviously something the matter with it. They swelled up. It was like a joke. Like a joke. So, all those people who go, oh, I think I'll have Botox, or I think I'll have this. Think very carefully. Think very, very carefully, because there is a very good chance it could go wrong. And if you get it done in some places, I wouldn't go with them with a barge pole. It's too dangerous. I mean, anybody can set up. Seriously, anybody can set up and start offering Botox and all sorts of dreadful things. Apparently, Gillian Anderson nearly quit TV after 11 series of The X-Files. I never saw The X-Files. I wish I had done, actually. Perhaps I should have... breakfast any time to suit you, says my brother. That's quite nice. So he's driving up. Where can you go for breakfast? I'm trying to think, actually, where there is for breakfast. Must be somewhere for breakfast somewhere. Well, I'll find something. But he's had a bad back, my brother. He's had all these sort of bits and pieces. Honestly, talk about being in the wars.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 6:20. Come on, quick. So if you've just woken up, I can't remember my teeth right now. If you've just woken up, Katie Price is the story on 2 of the front pages of the papers. The Daily Star have sort of shoved her inside. They don't seem to be particularly bothered by it. I want to get to the bottom of the story because it's an odd one. Katie Price taken to hospital with, they say, a suspected broken jaw and a split eye after an alleged attack. So she's sitting there watching television in her mucky mansion. It's mucky because she hasn't got any idea about cleaning or anything else, and they just leave it because it's in a filthy state. But she's managed to find a company, Channel 4, to pay money to make a television programme out of it. Why anybody would be interested in that, I can't imagine. But anyway, she's watching television, and this unnamed person punches her in the face. Punches her. A completely unprovoked attack. And we have no idea about this at all. All we know is she was taken then to hospital. The police then were called to a house, and a man aged 32 was arrested on suspicion of assault. And that's all we know. She's currently working with the police. I mean, she's okay, but it's because all they'll do is say, well, it's a bruise. If you're punched, I mean, if she had a broken jaw, then it would be completely different, but I don't think she has. So she's got a bruise, which will go down in time, and presumably you can cover it in time for the wedding, because the wedding can't be far away, can it? Because she was telling us, unless she was lying, that she wanted to get married quickly because her mother's terminally ill, and she wanted to make sure that her mother can go to the wedding. Although, as I say, her mother's been to all the other weddings, so she's probably not wild about this particular one. But that's what they're doing. I mean, she shares there's images here of her fiancé, Carl Woods. I don't know where he was when all this happened. But anyway, she then sort of ran out of the house. She's just come back from Turkey, incidentally, more cosmetic surgery. And so obviously the Celebrity MasterChef you must be watching must have been filmed quite a while ago, because it doesn't look like she's had surgery. It's very odd. So I don't know when they do, because that SAS programme was filmed last year. But anyway, and she last posted on social media on Sunday when she shared an image showing them with the youngest children, because Junior's just got a record contract. Which is quite something. But she's working with the police. She's devastated. Taken to hospital in an ambulance where she was treated for a suspected jaw fracture and a split eye. I don't even know what a split eye is, but it doesn't sound very pleasant. And this other person has been arrested. There's also stories about the anti-vax mob in the ITN offices. I don't know how they get through, because ITN, I seem to remember, you go into the reception and then they've got security men who are standing on the turnstiles. I think they've got turnstiles there. I'm pretty certain there are turnstiles. And you use your pass to get through, like we use our pass here to get through our turnstiles. But it's not turnstiles, it's proper gates. This year's flu jab could be less effective because labs that usually deliver the data needed to develop it were too busy working on COVID. And the Victoria Cross hero, Johnson Bihari, at peace. We haven't heard from him for ages. But he says, my children have healed me. I can finally sleep after the horror of the Iraq war. And there's pictures of him with his lovely wife, who's called Melissa. We think they're going to make a film about him. We think there's going to be a film, so we'll let you know about that one. But this seaside statue, which I told you about, is of a Tommy. And it's a soldier reflecting on the First World War, sitting down. It's very powerful stuff. It's in Seaham in County Durham, created by Ray Lonsdale in 2014, and repaired last month. It was defaced with racist graffiti. I mean, seriously, who are these people? Who are these people who want to sort of, do something like that? I don't understand it. It's like people who, you come into Richmond Station on the train, and all you get along the side of the walls, along a very nice estate, is graffiti, obviously done by people of limited intelligence. They literally, it's as fast as it's painted over by the train companies, it's graffitiized again. I just don't know. I just don't know why, they want to go there. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. Jonathan Shallett says, Katie's been assaulted by a man, which is disgusting and shouldn't be joked about. Absolutely not. We just don't know anything about it. That's the trouble. It's allegations. Allegations, but she went to hospital. I think she's back home now. Men hitting women should be condemned without equivocation. I know you agree. Absolutely. That's why this is a very old story. Very old story. And let's have a look. Why not treat your brother to breakfast at the Hampshire Hotel? I don't think he wants to come up to Leicester Square. I don't think so. And another one here says, how do they release these Extinction Rebellion people who handcuff themselves together through a tube? I've got no idea. I mean, are they handcuffed? Were they handcuffed to a van? I'm sure I saw a van in Covent Garden. It could have been a white transit van, and they appeared to be arranged around it. Now, whether they were attached to it, they were obviously making sure that the police couldn't move them on. So I've got no idea how it works. Ring the RAC about your renewal and negotiate the price. They'll do it to keep the business, says Philip. I can't understand why it's only gone up like a few quid, but it's certainly gone up. And I couldn't understand why. If I've not called them out for years. I remember I had that when I did my car insurance a couple of years ago. And it was a case of, I said, I'm thinking of moving. And they went, we'll call you back. And they called me back and they reduced the car insurance because I haven't made any claims. So it's good. Another one here says, surely you could treat your brother to breakfast at Simpson's on the Strand. He doesn't want to be in the Strand. He wants to go to Kew Gardens. He's not coming to the Strand. He doesn't want to come into London. Good God, have you seen how much it is to park in London? An average, if you go to Covent Garden, 4 hours, about 16 quid on a metre. And you can't put money in. You can only use it on the telephone, and which I've already got, so it's linked in to a credit card. Steve, you can become a member of Kew Gardens. It's about 80 quid a year for unlimited visits. Yep. Oh, well, everywhere you can do that. Every museum has got a card that you can buy. Historic royal palaces. You go about 6 palaces for about £65 a year. And that's always a good one. So you can go every single day if you want to. See, Kew Garden, you think it's about 80. Right, I'm not sure how much it was there, but I know you can become a member of. If you want to go daily, it's about £19.50. Is it? What, to go to Kew Gardens? That seems like an awful lot of money. An awful lot of money. Jonathan Shallett. He's so naughty. But I said it yesterday. He says, I would say leave the Extinction people handcuffed to railings for as long as they wish. They'll soon get bored and want to go home, as they won't like it once they realise they're not being released. Well, I said the other day, if they want to superglue themselves to the door of, a building or something, well, leave them there. Leave them. They'll soon want to go to the toilet, Jonathan. It's like when they did, who are the people who did the airlines? They chained themselves to aeroplanes and all the rest of it. And I couldn't quite understand what the purpose of that was. And they were chained to the perimeter fencing. And I think they were like Extinction Rebellion. And I remember thinking at the time, well, leave them there. Yeah, they did it. I think at Stansted Airport. And they were protesting at the deportation of failed asylum seekers. Surely the clue is in the word failed. We're sending people back because they don't fit the criteria. And so people are chaining themselves to planes, which is always a little bit dramatic because they can't take off with an aeroplane. But if somebody's, as Jonathan says, chained up to something with leave them there. Leave them there. They'll soon get bored. There was an elderly couple. I get more worried every time I see sort of people who chain themselves to railings and things like that. And I just don't understand why perhaps if they're elderly, it's a bit of excitement. Chain yourself to the top of a train and things like that. But I think somebody got hit a while ago. So, that's the way it goes. Steve, Extinction Rebellion. Wherever they stick themselves, personally, I'd leave them there, says Anne in Blackburn. See, you're all right. You're in Blackburn. We get them in London. You don't get them there. We get everybody in London. London's the best place to protest. But they could become a tourist attraction. Oh, I don't think so. Another one here. And it says, oh, can't find anything here. Oh, somebody else talking about where you can treat people to breakfast, which is good. Steve, if you've ever seen the programme, she's like that Faye on Love Island. Is it? Faye was the biggest complaint. I think, from Ofcom. I think they had more complaints about her. I think it ran into thousands. But as I say, it's finished now, Love Island. The next one you've got to look out for is the winter one. But in the meantime, you'll see a few of these people. One turned up on the television the other day, I think, interviewed by Eamon Holmes. He wanted them to kiss. And they went, I don't think so.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, these Extinction Rebellion people locking themselves to stuff is like a modern-day equivalent of being in the stocks. I quite like the idea of putting them in the stocks. Don't you think that'd be... I've often said a pair of stocks in Leicester Square would be brilliant. You know, you could have all the greengrocers around here and all the people who work the markets bringing us their rotten fruit, and that could be the entertainment on a Saturday night. Friday and Saturday night, you put your arms through like that and we just throw stuff at them. You could have all sorts of people. I think that'd be a brilliant idea, but it'll never take off. Steve, say what? No. I like the idea of people protesting. I mean, I'm all in favour of somebody, if you think you can get something through protesting, but they're becoming a bit dreary and boring, I'm afraid, Extinction Rebellion. And the anti-vaxxers are just sort of ill-informed. You know, you feel like saying to them, I tell you what, can we take you to a hospital and show you people dying with COVID? Or would you not want to appreciate that? No, of course you wouldn't. Extinction Rebellion, Steve, will be satisfied when their parents have to pay 3 times the amount for electricity. As renewables are not cheap, says Rob. I don't think the sort of parents that they come from worry about bills. I don't think they worry about that. They appear all to be terribly okay, yeah. Roger says, I'm not sure if Extinction Rebellion have got it right. The planet will survive. It's the people that won't, as COVID has proved. Yes, I mean, how many people? How many people have died of COVID? You know, people in China, they had the most awful problems there, where the hospitals didn't have the space to take people. And also, if you didn't have the money to pay for the oxygen that you needed, they didn't have the equipment. We were sending equipment over there. You know, I think out of 6-point-something million people who've actually had COVID, 212 million, 4.4 million deaths from COVID. 4.4 million. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, in India, 32.4 million cases, 435,000 deaths. United Kingdom, 6.49 million cases, 132,000 deaths. 132,000. You can run through the entire world. I mean, the United States is the worst. 38 million cases, 630,000 deaths. I mean, that's the highest. I mean, closely followed by India. Way down the list, you've got Poland, 2.89 million cases, 75,000 deaths. But Peru of all places, 2.14 million cases, 198,000 deaths. That's quite high. 17,000 deaths in the Netherlands, the Philippines, 31,000. You know, I mean, what do we have to do for these anti-vaxxers to prove to them that people are dying? And they think it's made up. Seriously, it's terribly worrying. Terribly worrying. Apparently, Steve, Extinction Rebellion are all driving to London to take part in a protest against people driving. Yes, there's always something that they're complaining about, but it's all a bit worrying, actually. Steve, in Bradding on the Isle of Wight, there are some stocks with 5 holes. Apparently, one of the regulars only had 1 leg. True. I mean, there are stocks, you see them. Mainly people sat down in them, didn't they? But you've got the ones where you put your hands through, which I've seen. I can't remember where I've ever seen them, but I'm sure that they must exist. They're probably in museums and stuff like that. What else we got? What else we got in the papers today? Wembley Stewart. This alpaca story. I predict the alpaca story is going to run for a lot longer than we think it is. I think what they need to do, I mean, somebody needs to do it, is say to get somebody quoted from DEFRA. Because we don't seem to get anything from DEFRA at all, do we? Apart from we've been to court and this is what's happening. And we go, but, you know, why don't you just have a 3rd test? Is there such a hardship on having a 3rd test on the alpaca? They've had 2 tests. I mean, what can it be? A blood test. They do a blood test and they go, yes, it's got antibodies, or no, it hasn't. I mean, it's going to take 5 minutes. Why don't they do it? I don't know. I don't know. Put it this way, if they say If they say that this alpaca has tested positive twice and she says, no, the test was wrong, but this was a specific test for alpacas, they devised it specifically, why are they so reluctant to have a third test? It's going to take just minutes. Send somebody from DEFRA in, they take their little magic suitcase, they give an injection, they take the blood out, they put it through their little system, and they go, no, it's clear. In which case we can all go back to getting on with our life, as opposed to a poor alpaca wandering about a field, no friends, stuck with a few old mad people in tents who say we're going to form a ring of steel. And I'm thinking, have a third test. It's going to take no time at all. Question for you. This was on Mastermind last night. Clive Myrie has taken over. In the British royal family, what's the first name of the older sister of Princess Eugenie? Okay, easy one for you. I thought that was about as easy as it got. It's Beatrice, of course. Beatrice is the answer. However, the Bank of England £1 note, which ceased to be legal tender in 1988, featured a portrait of which English scientist? Who would that be? The answer? Do you know? No. Sir Isaac Newton. Okay. I can't believe these are actually on the television. I mean, it's like, what colour's the sky today? Another one. In American football, the Super Bowl is played on which day of the week? The Super Bowl is played on which day of the week? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Do you know the answer? Do you know? Sunday, it is. These are supposed to be really difficult. These must be like for 3-year-olds. The singer Mary Wilson, who died in 2021, was the founding member of which 1960s chart-topping Motown pop group? I mean, these are basically so easy. It's the Supremes. I mean, what are they giving them to? Children? These are absolutely... I mean, fancy asking the British royal family, what's the first name of the older sister of Princess Eugenie? I mean, that is just the dumbest question I've ever heard. I didn't know the Super Bowl answer, but I guessed it would be something like that. So that's played on a Sunday. The trouble is, most of the people who go onto these programmes, they would be the easiest questions ever. You've only got to stick one of the eggheads on there, and they're going to walk through it. Walk through it. Steve, I'm off for my morning run, and I'm taking you with me. I don't want to go for a morning run, okay? I really don't want to go for a morning run. I've never done morning runs. Did you hear about the new divorced Barbie doll in stores now? Comes with all of Ken's stuff. I remember looking at Barbies. I've got a friend of mine actually is a fashion designer, designs women's clothing. He's the biggest fan of Barbie you're ever going to meet. Steve, Henry's Kitchen, Hampton Court, have a brilliant breakfast menu. Yes, thank you. And another one here, which says somebody else saying about Extinction Rebellion. Do they all drive cars? Well, I was tempted to say that they all rode bicycles, but I'm not totally convinced that they ride bicycles. Steve, well done, says Kim on the anti-vaccine brigade. What's up with their heads? I don't think they know. I don't think they know. They don't understand it. Well, I mean, you can show how daft they are when they turned up at the BBC, hoping to invade the news studios, but they're people's flats now. People live at Television Centre. There's a private club there, which is very nice, and there's a studio. I think they do Lorraine in there. But the rest of it, they all stood there being like, because they didn't know. They didn't know that it moved 8 years ago. I mean, what hope? What hope? So they brought the West End to a standstill. They're going to do it again and do it again, but they just become extremely boring. But as I say, I don't mind people complaining about things. I think it's a good idea. I'm more worried about milkshakes at McDonald's are off the menu. And why can't we have them in the morning? Who wants a cup of coffee or an orange juice in McDonald's? If I'm going to have a double sausage McMuffin, I want a vanilla milkshake with it. I don't want it. Why can't you have a vanilla milkshake? Why do you have to wait till later? Can we have some fries? No, we've got hash browns. No, I want fries. And just remember, if you want fries that are the freshest ever, just say to them, no salt. They have to cook them specially for you, so you get proper hot fries. Those are the ones that have been sitting there looking rather limp and very, very disappointing. Steve, the Rich Cafe on Richmond Road, full English breakfast. Well, that could be the one there, actually. That could be the one there. It's got to be somewhere that's not too far away. We don't, because they're going to go to Kew Gardens and have a wander. Because I have been to Kew Gardens. I went there actually a short while ago with my friend Helena. And it was lovely because you can go in the greenhouses And so they're very hot. Very hot. And this weekend, just remember, you need to start sorting out. I think on Friday this week, I'll do a piece on the programme about what you can do for the bank holiday weekend. Because people always say to me, what do I do on a bank holiday weekend? I say, well, sometimes you could just get on a bus. Because if you're free on the buses, you can just sit on a bus and go wherever you want to go. I might go to Penge. I've never been to Penge, but I might sort of go there just to be sort of completely different about things. It's always one of those places I think, I must go to Penge. Or failing that, just go down to... I'll tell you what's really good. Get the bus in the Strand. It's one of the old London buses. And you can go all the way down to the Tower of London. Go and have something to eat in St Catherine's Dock. Have a look at where all those people got their heads chopped off. That's always very exciting. And if you remember, you can go inside the Tower of London if you join Historic Royal Palaces. You can pay individually, but it's worthwhile joining. I promise you, it's very good value. And go in there, go and have something to eat in their restaurant, which is very good value. And you can go in and out. You can see everything. See the jewels in the Jewel Tower. Loads of things you can do in London. In fact, just go and, I tell you what, just take a boat. Go down to Greenwich, have a pizza, come back again. That'll take up most of the day. Or failing that, you can just sort of go on a boat or just sit by the river. Just sit by the river, just sort of watching the world go by. It's the best you can do. Or failing that, take Jonathan Shallett's advice. Go on holiday to somewhere nice and warm and hot, if you like sitting on a beach. Because he's come back, apparently the colour of creosote, I am told.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
All those years later, Michael Parkinson, Parky, has told Meg Ryan, I'm very sorry for the angry interview. It's gone down in history as, I think, one of the most awkward celebrity interviews that we'd ever seen. He's 86 now, is Parky. Used to be on LBC, of course. And he said, in today's world, because it's ultra-sensitive, he'd be taken off air. He clashed with her when talking about her poorly reviewed film, In the Cut. Miss Ryan replied to his questions with one-word answers and ended up telling him to wrap it up. He's always claimed that she was rude and difficult, and he's now admitted he didn't react in the right way. He said, I wished I hadn't lost my temper. I wish I'd dealt with it in a more courteous manner. I was obviously angry with her. It's not my business to be angry towards the guests. I came across as a kind of pompous person. I could have done better. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I remember seeing it, and we've seen all those interviews, because you get them up on YouTube now. All of those sort of things, which sort of mean that we sit there and watch them and you go, oh no. It was like when we saw Gemma Collins falling down that trap on the stage because she hadn't seen it. Obviously, she didn't look where her legs were going, and she sort of fell down. We thought that was the funniest thing ever. But when you see people interviewing people, sometimes you go, oh, it's very cringeworthy. Because some people just aren't very good at interviewing. Or failing that, you catch somebody on a bad day. But nobody ever comes in for an interview unless they really want to do it. I mean, I remember I did have a guest in once. I won't tell you who it was, because they're very well known, but they swear. All the way through the interview, they swear. And I remember thinking, why have you agreed to do this interview? I didn't know that they swore so much. It sort of every other word came out was a rude word that we couldn't transmit it. And I'm thinking, as we're doing the interview, this is a pointless exercise. So I just cut it short. And then I had another very famous person coming in. And bearing in mind, when you book guests to come in for programmes, you tell them what the programme is, how long it is, and you're there to promote this, that, or the other, or book a film, a play. It doesn't really make any difference. But it's a case of somebody came in, and they're very well known, and I was a bit of a fan of them, but they were obviously having a bad day because they sat down and said, when will this be transmitted? So I said when it would be transmitted. Okay, how long is it? And I thought, well, your PR must have told you this. And I said, well, it's 30 minutes. Oh, I can't do 30 minutes, said this person. And I said, oh, well, that's how long it is. That's actually how long it is. And he went, oh, well, and I thought, we better actually start doing this. We better start doing this, because otherwise we're going to be having all sorts of shenanigans going on. I didn't really want any disasters, because I was quite looking forward to the interview. Steve, I just laugh out loud, that Gemma Collins said. Well, that was the funniest thing ever. That was the funniest thing ever, which was I thought it was amazing. Jack Thorne has got 5 BAFTAs, and he's made a statement. He says that TV has totally failed disabled people utterly, and totally, describing disability as the forgotten diversity. He was giving a lecture at the Edinburgh TV Festival, and he said the TV world is stacked against the telling of disabled stories. And he adapted his dark materials for TV, was disabled for about 15 years. He was diagnosed at the age of 20 with an illness that makes sufferers allergic to their own body heat. See, I've never heard of half of these things. Absolutely amazing. So perhaps he's right. I always like the lectures up in Edinburgh, because they're always very, very right. Love Island clones are a curse on our daughters. Fake breasts, fillers, blonde extensions, all to create a warped identikit ideal of feminine beauty. And it is. They're all bleach blonde, and they're all basically just prepared to get anything out, just to sort of go the fame thing. And so they've got a few people here you've never heard of. Hayley Hughes, Faye Winter is the foul-mouthed one who rents flats out. Megan Barton Hanson, Amy Hart, where did that career go? She could have had one flying in the skies. You know, she was a trolley dolly. Now she's nothing really. Laura Anderson, never heard of. Mary Bedford, never heard of. Chloe Burrows, I might have done, and Molly May Hague. But to be honest with you, it's like a little conveyor belt. They're trotting these people out. So most of them can barely string 2 words together, which is very, very embarrassing. There was another piece which I liked in the paper today, apart from doing Stephen Fry's birthday. Stephen Fry is 64. 64. And also, on this day, 1934, Kenny Baker was born. You know who he was? He died, sadly, in 2016. I couldn't believe it was so long ago. He was R2-D2. R2-D2. But his relationship with Anthony Daniels, who played C-3PO, was less warm. He Daniels hit back. He said R2-D2 doesn't even speak. He might as well be a bucket, which I thought was quite funny, actually. And the first Edinburgh International Festival opened on this day in 1947. 1947. And in 1970, Reginald Bosanquet, he was an ITN newscaster, and Sandy Gawler wearing makeup in front of the cameras for the first time. Some people had no idea about makeup on television. You had to give people makeup on television because the cameras and the lights made people look very shiny. So they used to have to sort of take all of that down. There was one piece in the paper today, and I think it appeared in the it's in the Mail. And it was very interesting because it was, I'm trying to find it actually, if I can find it in time. Yes, this is by Dr. Daj Hajj, who's the Imam of the Oxford Islamic Congregation. He said, as a Muslim, I'm horrified the BBC gave a platform to an apologist for the Taliban. And this is Kola Hassan of the Islamic Sharia Council. And she was celebrating the return to power of the Taliban and claiming that everybody thought the same as she did. Sadly, she was horribly misguided. Even, says Dr. Taj, as she was speaking, thousands of Afghans were trying to escape the country, people being trampled to death. And for Miss Hassan to proclaim that Muslims in the UK are united in welcoming this seizure of power, it's insulting, a travesty, and a sign of just how pitifully ignorant she is. Absolutely. In fact, if she'd been back in Kabul, I shouldn't imagine she'd be allowed to say a word. So she's very lucky to have the freedom of speech, because women are second-class citizens, even third class. You know, in Afghanistan. That's why people are trying to get out of there. They're not getting out because they want to go, you know, for the weather or something like that. They're going there because they don't want to be there at all. Steve, you're back. Yes, for a few weeks now. So, yes, it's all back. The ducking stool thing was from Mel in Leeds. Do you know, that was the odd thing about the ducking stool. If you sank and drowned, you were innocent. If you floated, you were guilty. Didn't make any sense. Didn't make any sense for the ducking stool, but people obviously crowded round it. I'm not sure if it was as popular as the stocks. Probably not. Have you been to the Yeoman's Bar at the Tower of London? I played in a band last weekend there, and sounds quite nice. I've heard of the Yeoman's Bar. I think I've seen a picture of it because they did it on the television, didn't they? I think they were sort of showing you they have their own private bar where they can retire at the end of the day, because there's a number of them who live there. And that would be the place that I would want to that I would want to go and visit. Right, just about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. I think what? I haven't finished yet. Wrap it up. Bit early, isn't it? I'm not wrapping it up. I'm wrapping it up to time. What do you mean? We keep waving your hands at me. I know what the out time is. I have done this before. So I'm telling you that I'm going to be back with you tomorrow morning. And we have a free little bit extra podcast today, which we have every day, which will be available for you very, very shortly, and the full programme as well. On the programme today, the rise of Alien Face, the cosmetic surgeon who says patients look distorted. People are paying good money for this kind of stuff, but it's not looking good. John Cleese, he's not a happy man, and the evacuation effort's still going on in Afghanistan. I don't know what that one is. I think that must be a new jingle. We certainly haven't got that. There is no In Conversation this morning, so it's me and you between now and 7 o'clock. The vets never find a poor vet, do you? Have you noticed? Never find a poor vet. That's why they always say if you get a dog or a cat or something like that, take out blooming insurance. It's the only way you'll ever be able to afford it. You can go broke. I mean, it's, and of course vets now appear on television and they do all sorts of little bits and pieces. Extinction Rebellion fanatics causing chaos, although to be honest with you, most of us here in London just go away. This time they've dragged out the pensioners who are doing what they do best, which is lying down on the ground. Snooker legend Jimmy White says he gambled away £3 million. I have no sympathy at all. And the classic children's book, The Tiger Who Came to Tea, could start sex attacks. It's been out for donkey's years. I love it when somebody crawls out of the woodwork and comes up with this sort of garbage. And the Yobs, who set fire to beehives. They killed 1 million bees. They just poured petrol over them. What sort of sick mind would ever do anything like that? Sooner they catch them, the happier I will be. Dawn Neeson's column today hits the nail on the head, so we'll come around to that very, very shortly. Also, there's a beach hut for sale for 355,000 quid. Can you imagine? Nearly 400,000. You can buy a house for that. £400,000 for a beach hut. I mean, what person in their right mind would ever want to spend that much money? It's ridiculous. We've got 48 hours to fly thousands of Afghans out of Kabul. The Taliban reject the deadline extension. Can't imagine why. Bunch of little nobodies, aren't they? But they're there on the roof of the places, with their machine guns and everything else. They're obviously frightened that they're going to be caught and strung up, which is possibly the best thing for them. I don't understand why they would reject the deadline extension. What difference does it make to them? They all hang around holding hands with each other and wandering up and down the street with their Kalashnikovs. Ridiculous. I did watch the Paralympians getting the royal seal of approval yesterday. They chucked it all in. It was blooming good. Music was good. The wheelchairs were great. People had them decorated. There were flags. They even put Afghanistan on there. Nobody was there to represent Afghanistan because basically nobody wants to live in that dump of a place. And the tributes, my God, they've gone overboard. And this is for Charlie Watts, who's died aged 80. And I think he'd been ill for a little while. I think he'd had a little bit of an illness, but 80 years old was a good innings. And also, I mean, the memories that he must have had throughout the latter years of his life, I mean, phenomenal. When you actually I was telling you the other day that I watched the Circus, which was Take That show at Wembley, which I think they then toured. And, I mean, to perform in front of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people must be absolutely amazing, absolutely phenomenal. And the Rolling Stones, still going. If he was 80, God knows how old the rest of them are. But Ringo Starr was among those paying tribute. Loads of people have paid tribute. He was obviously the nice guy in the group. Not that I think the Rolling Stones ever had anybody wrong. It was just that they had to sort of play sort of working class, whereas Mick Jagger was sort of very middle to upper class, but then sort of kind of, I don't know. It's something that's in them. It's like Elton John, isn't it? Elton John can't do anything else. He can only play the piano and tour because that's what his life is. So the idea that he's ever going to retire is almost laughable. How to make the perfect soft-boiled egg. Apparently 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Thank God I don't eat hard-boiled eggs or soft-boiled eggs. McDonald's has run out of milkshakes. They'll be without them all week because apparently really, perhaps we should take this time. What is it in there? What is it in their milkshakes? You'd think they'd have loads of stock of that kind of thing, wouldn't you? But obviously not. And we've got another shop opening on Twickenham High Street. I mean, we're just wiping the floor with Kingston and Richmond. We've just got another Tesco's opening up in the middle of our high street. Not a big one. It'll be a little one. And they'll be opening up. They put the shutters round, so they're obviously working. It's not a big place at all. It used to be a Halfords bicycle shop. And then it sort of closed down, and then we were all sort of thinking, I wonder what that's going to be. Well, now we know it's going to be another Tesco. Amazon's offering £1,000 bonuses to attract warehouse workers. They're paying you £11.50 an hour, I think, which is actually not bad when you think about it. And there's a new E4 show called The Dirty Dancing, hosted by Ashley Roberts, used to be a Pussycat doll. I mean, to be honest with you, obviously no work in America for her. And dreary old Keith Lemon, the most unfunny man on television. I mean, Keith Lemon is his character. Do you think it's possible that he could ever do a show as himself? I'm told he's a much nicer person than the boring old Keith Lemon who turns up, with the foul mouth and those ridiculous hats, making him look like one of Ken Dodd's Diddy men. Very embarrassing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And after the horrendous assault on Katie Price, who's not gone home yet, she's staying with friends, it turns out that she appears to have lost her ring, £50,000 worth. Goodness only knows where it's gone, whether it fell off, whether it's rolled under the settee. I've got no idea at all. But that's what they're saying. Hope to God it was insured. That'd be a dread. Can you imagine? You lose a £50,000 ring brought by her fiancé, Carl. And as I say, we're still waiting to find. I mean, apparently it was sort of designed especially for her. £50,000. Can't imagine spending £50,000 on a ring, but it's not there at the moment. And quite clearly, she wants it back, as indeed you would. The weed boss policeman caught at a cannabis farm. But they haven't named him for some peculiar reason. I thought, be nice to find out who these people are. Plus, 8 glasses of water lowers the risk of heart disease, which is good. You're supposed to drink loads of water. I do drink water, but I don't probably drink as much as I'm supposed to. And the families who were sitting on a beach down in Kent, I think, and a boat loaded with migrants landed on, and they all trooped up the beach. We're obviously fighting a losing battle. I think on Saturday, hundreds came in. Something like 600 to 800 people came in. And Jane Moore's column today. Everybody's column is out now, which is very good indeed. Judy Love. You won't know who she is. She's on Loose Women. She's the larger person. In fact, actually, there's quite a number of them on there who are sort of large people. Perhaps they should do a regular workout, but she's having to do a workout because she's doing Strictly. And then little Dan, you remember from the BBC's breakfast programme, the one who's about as boring as wallpaper, he's going to be doing Strictly, and he's taken time off to be with his family from the breakfast show. No, he's taken time off because he's going to have to get fit. Because if you're not fit, you won't be able to dance. I mean, Judy Love, is going to be sweating buckets on this one. There's no two ways about it. It's very, very strenuous dancing. People just think you sort of prance around. But no. Definitely not. The Love Island winner's clock is ticking. To be honest with you, there's some lovely comments in her Daily Star column today from Dawn Neeson, who hits the nail on the head about it. Basically, it's another load of D-listers who, by this time next week, you won't know who they are. So they'll have to do something. The girl will either have to throw a monster fit, or there have to be somebody who pretends to get married, or there's one of them today. He seems to think, he said, we're like Gavin and Stacey. No, you're not. Gavin and Stacey were A-list. You're Z-list. You're Z-list. You have no discernible talent. Apart from one of them, he's been offered his dream job. Yes, he's going to be a dream boy. He mentioned on the programme that he'd love to be a dream boy. And so the woman who runs it used to be a bloke, actually, called Barry. And he started up the Dream Boys. And they go around the country and they perform for a lot of women who aren't doing anything that evening. And this particular bloke from Love Island said, I'd love to be a dream boy. Well, of course, they're always willing to sort of swell the ranks so they can put down, from Love Island. The fact that he's got half a brain cell going on is neither here nor there. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, yes. Yeah. There's a story about a mum and her son. They go to the Ritz for dinner, and they were told it would be a bit quiet that night. In fact, it was so quiet, they were the only two people in the restaurant. I think it was a £250 a head meal. And they said the Ritz, normally the home of celebrities. I don't think so. Not the Ritz. The Ivy, Joe Allen's, a few places like that. The Chiltern Firehouse maybe. But certainly not the Ritz. Celebrities going to the Ritz. It's not known for that. It's not known for that. It's known for, I mean, the Queen goes there. What do you think they're going to get? Peter Andre? Of course they're not. They don't go to things like that at all. And a mother gave birth during a party. She thought she was just bloated. I mean, you'd think she'd kind of realise, but obviously not. It's almost a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? And Frank Sinatra was a serial prankster who played tricks on his friends. So there you go. Right. So send us your texts and your emails. Cold in Sydney today. A bit chilly actually here. But as we now go into winter, which we're not far off actually, we've got this heat wave coming in for this weekend because it's the bank holiday, which is okay. I don't have a problem with bank holidays. I can always find things to do. And I think it's going to be sort of clearing the pots. I think it really is. The hanging baskets have seen better days. So I did water them last night. And now I'm thinking to myself, maybe they might have to go, but they weigh a ton, these things. So we might have to sort of put them in bags and then drag bags downstairs, which is good. Paul and a load of you have got some very good ideas about the bee killers. Why would anybody? But I mean, I've seen thick people. I saw 2 people riding on one of those little scooters up and down Twickenham High Street earlier on. Not a police car in sight, not a policeman on the streets, nothing. In fact, we don't see policemen on the streets. And yet we've got a sodding great big police station. I mean, there must be people. What are they doing? Perhaps they all stay in there and have cups of tea and biscuits and only come out when something happens. Because every evening you can see these people, 2 of them on one scooter. Seriously, they didn't bother stopping for a traffic light. They didn't bother stopping for anything at all. An accident, as they say, waiting to happen. Waiting to happen. Logged into the Spike, says Waj, which is good. And somebody says, I don't know how much of Darren's show you caught. None. Because I'm too busy working. I mean, it's on in the background. But he says he was talking about giving up smoking. My doctor advised me to start by just having a cigarette after meals. Oh, the old jokes are the best. Now I'm down to 40 meals a day. Yes. The trouble is, if you want to give up smoking, you'll give up smoking. If you don't want to give up smoking, you won't. Even if the doctor says to you, you're going to be dead by Christmas. Seriously. I was in hospital having heart surgery. And years ago, when I had my stents put in. And there were people there who were smokers who had exactly the same problem. And they couldn't wait to get outside for a cigarette. And I thought, as I said yesterday, day before, you've had £11,000 worth of treatment and you still want to go out there and, and stick burning leaves in your mouth. I don't have a problem with people smoking. But don't give me this old baloney about, I really want to stop smoking. If you want to stop smoking, stop smoking. But if you like it, well, then smoke. I loved it since I was 13. Loved smoking. I was doing 60 a day. I mean, I was a good smoker. I used to buy all my cigarettes in boxes of 200. Never, the idea of just buying a packet of cigarettes didn't even enter my mind. But it's because I then got angina and had to have heart surgery. I thought this is kind of a little bit of a warning here. And so, I mean, I've got friends of mine who've smoked for years, never even think about it. I mean, Dale, I think he even went on an anti-smoking programme, and he just carried on smoking. When he was doing the lottery at the BBC Television Centre, he was about the only one who was allowed to smoke on set. Because all television studios, you can't smoke, but they had an ashtray, and he'd be in the makeup room, he'd be having a cigarette. He was addicted to his cigarettes. Stuyvesant. Always smoked Stuyvesant. And he loved it. Whether or not it contributed to his death in the end, I don't know. But, even if somebody said to you, oh, you shouldn't, I could never preach to anybody about smoking because I was a smoker. But it really doesn't make any difference, whether you smoke or whether you don't smoke. If you do smoke, you should be aware that there are risks. It doesn't matter even if they put, smoking can kill on the side of a packet. Who gives a toss about that? Nobody gives a toss about it. It's not gonna, I mean, they even brought out cigarettes called Death. And they used to sell quite well. I think people were sort of doing it as a challenge. But if you want to stop smoking, you will. But there's no hard and fast rule as to how it works and how you're supposed to do it. I did it with patches. And then I got addicted to the patches. Because I suddenly realised if I had a patch on and a cigarette, that was a double hit. That was brilliant. I remember going to work one time when we were in Hammersmith. And I had to send my producer out to go and buy me patches. He had to go all the way up to Hammersmith Broadway to buy me a box of these nicotine patches. I couldn't wait to get the blooming thing on there. I nearly had a mental breakdown over this thing. But no, if you smoke, you smoke. If you don't want to smoke, well, then just stop. I used to get drawings done by my godchildren. Uncle Steve stopped smoking. There'd be a big sort of cross over a picture of me.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I've just realised not only do McDonald's not have milkshakes, they haven't got any fizzy drinks either. I mean, it's very shoddy because I was in my local supermarket yesterday, which we have all the best ones, and they were chock-a-block with it. Why can't McDonald's get this stuff? I don't know. It's not going very well, is it, really? I was trying to find, there was a picture, actually, in the paper today. There's a picture in most of the papers, but I do like to sort of have a look at these things just to remind myself of just how bad sometimes the world can be. This kid's book, I know everybody was talking about it earlier on. I don't think I've ever read it, actually. This is by Judith Kerr, The Tiger Who Came to Tea, first published in 1968, and only now has somebody called Rachel of Zero Tolerance, a charity working to end men's violence against women, says it's old-fashioned in its portrayal of women. What's taken you this long, darling, to find out from 1968? Do you not get out much or go to the library? She says, we know that gender stereotypes are harmful and they reinforce gender inequality, and that's the cause of violence against women and girls. I don't think really the classic children's book, The Tiger Who Came to Tea, has got anything to do with that. Absolutely nothing at all. People are quite bemused by her. Miss Adamson questioned why the tiger was not female or gender neutral. Oh, for God's sake, honestly, grow up and get a life, love. A gender neutral tiger. It's a kid's book. You know, and also, she said she questioned the stereotypical ending in which the dad returns from work and saves the day by taking his family to a cafe. Is there something the matter with you? What is wrong with that? I don't quite get that. Tory MSP Megan Gallagher says while attitude changes over time, parents will be left bemused at some of these claims by Zero Tolerance. Nobody's ever heard of Zero Tolerance before. Never heard of it, love. But if that's what they're like, you know, I mean, you must have better things to do in your life, surely. Obviously not. What was the other thing? Where's the £50,000 ring taken in the Kate of Salt. It's a 7-carat diamond. Believed, they say, to be worth about 50,000. Depends what you put on the insurance form, doesn't it? I hope to God it's insured, because the trouble is, being a bankrupt, she might not have insurance. This could be the worrying thing, you know, which is a little bit worrying. But anyway, she's not at home at the moment. Not at home at the moment. We'll come around to Jane Moore's column a little bit later on. Some say it won't last, but the Love Island duo insist it's the real deal. Well, it has to be, darlings. It has to be, because otherwise you make nothing. Nothing at all. Liam says, I'm moving from Wales to Essex to be with Millie. We're sort of like Gavin and Stacey. Well, she's the one who can't dress herself. She apparently has something to do. I think she works in a shop selling clothes or something. But she's got no sense of fashion whatsoever. It's very sweet, darling, but they're both a little bit immature. In fact, they're very immature. I think he's 22. He's a Welsh builder, and she's 24. You know, come up with all this fake stuff, darling. Get it over and done with, because in 6 months' time we'll be going, wonder whatever happened to them. And then they turn up on a couple of little programmes, which is always very funny, actually. We like things like that. But it doesn't. Oh, here it is. It's a picture of Gemma Collins in another ghastly outfit. She's got, really, this outfit doesn't even fit. It's a multicoloured satin suit. Listen, even if you've got a pound overweight, satin ain't going to do you any favours. But here she is with her little Boise friend. He's called Rami. And she said she's struggling to bounce back after starting to exercise again. Yeah, it's difficult when you have to keep up the pretense, isn't it? That you're really on the diet. You know, there wasn't really any diet going on at all. But she's just been on holiday in Cornwall. There was a picture of her and a surfboard. The surfboard was on the right-hand side of the picture. She was on the other side. But this ghastly, multicoloured satin suit, try and find something that fits you, darling. But I don't know what you've done with the hair. I say the hair. I'm assuming it came in a jiffy bag. But she said here, she says, sharing footage of her workout before the big night out, she said, guys, it's awful, I'm sweating. Of course you are, dear. You're overweight. Of course you sweat. If you do anything like that, you sweat. She says to anyone getting their fitness going, just get up early and get it done. Listen, Sweet Pea, I don't think anybody in this entire universe is going to be taking any fitness advice from you. Thank you very much indeed. But she stepped out, but she is struggling. Yeah, well, no other work on the cards, I suppose, at the moment. It's all gone a bit quiet, hasn't it? Dawn Neeson. Now, I said this the other day, because I thought I was right, because somebody else had pointed it out to me. And she says, apparently, Love Island finished on Monday night with people calling Millie and Liam winning it. I think everyone was thrilled with the result, but it was hard to tell due to the Botox, the fillers, the fake tans, the fake teeth, the fake lashes, fake hair, and fake boobies. And that was just the boys. All par for the course. The real mystery was who the blonde girl in the jacket and plaits was, because for someone who's hosted 2 months telly, Laura Whitmore has had less of a presence than the contestants' IQs. Thick as a brick. I was a bit embarrassed. I was watching it thinking, you can't interview. You cannot interview. I mean, she was just awful. And I mean that in a complimentary way, because I'm a presenter. That's what I do for a living. You know, she's been doing it for 2 months, and she's about as much presence as a paper bag. Seriously, I mean, at one point she had to ask people a question which was written on a card. Ghastly, ghastly, ghastly. Also, I'm loving, this is Dawn Neeson, her column today in the Daily Star, loving Carol Vorderman's social media feed on her glorious Welsh sporting summer, putting the fit and sexy into 60. She talks about the tiger who came to tea, still Britain's best-loved picture book. And according to this campaign group, Zero Tolerance, who I say nobody's ever heard of, it's problematical for its old-fashioned portrayal of women. And she says, what are loads of patronising, virtue-signalling woke tosh? The story involves a talking tiger who visit a family and proceeds to eat them out of house and home. The problem is evident. It's the mum who makes the tea. These people must... How they walk down the high street, you'll never know, will you, really? Because they must be too stupid. Somebody must have to stand next to them and go, hey, put the right foot in front. OK, the right foot in front and then the left foot. Seriously, it's not going to encourage any man to rape, and no woman in their right mind feels triggered by this kind of thing. Nor do we get upset about Disney princesses waiting for the prince. Barbara Windsor's bra pinging off in Carry On films, or a bloke saying, good morning. This kind of condescending do-gooding just adds to the dialogue that women are pathetic victims who can't stand in their own high heels. Zero Tolerance's co-director claims that removing books that feature gender stereotypes from nurseries would be a small price to pay. Why don't you mind your own business? There you go. There's the advice that the entire country would be telling you. Mind your own. Keep your old beaky out of it. Keep your old beaky. She says, we really don't need anyone to tell us how to think or behave, especially another woman who should know better, but obviously not. Mind you, it's probably the only bit of publicity they're ever going to get, apart from all the people laughing, definitely. Must be some McDonald's outfit, Steve. I had a Coke Zero in one yesterday, says Reggie. Don't know. Somebody wrote to me, I think it was, and said, apparently they didn't have a banana milkshake. I didn't think banana milkshake was on the cards anyway. I thought they just did strawberry, chocolate and vanilla. Occasionally, I think they might do banana, but somebody apparently had a bit of a meltdown in a McDonald's. I went there the other day to get a bacon roll. You get 3 pieces of bacon in there. It's not as good as Greggs. Much cheaper in Greggs. And it was interesting because I was standing right by the till, because I don't want to use their touch screens. Dirty. Full of diseases. If you put a wipe across one of those touch screens, you'll discover that nobody washes their hands. You know, there's builders coming in there, you know, with their big fat fingers tapping on these sort of things. But anyway, I sort of had it, and I looked down because I was worrying the other day whether they still did their apple pies, because I've not had one for ages, and they do. I was going to go back in and go, can I have 2 apple pies, please? Because I quite like them. Trouble is, I have to put a notice on there for the terminally stupid filling hot, you know, because it's deep fried. But I just quite fancied the idea. Just quite fancied the idea of having. I might get that. Stella says, random question. Do you think Elizabeth Taylor was the most beautiful woman of her time? No, old soak. That's what she was, Elizabeth Taylor, and also extremely rude. Extremely rude. You know, I mean, it's that old joke. Was it Conrad Hilton who said, you know, Elizabeth Taylor's the most beautiful woman alive. Every man should have the opportunity of sleeping with her, and at the rate she's going, they will. Because what did she go through? I forget how many husbands. And she was just fat and bloated at the end. And she was lovely when she did National Velvet. And then she sort of... I mean, she didn't really... I mean, the only time she sort of came to life was when she was with Richard Burton. Apparently, both used to drink each other under the table, and she used to do better. And then they'd have these phenomenal arguments. But I mean, the trouble is, we used to sort of pander to these sort of people years ago. You sort of go, oh, it's Elizabeth Taylor, and people would sit there waiting for 2 hours while she deigned to turn up. I'm sorry, I'd have loved to see a whole room of people the moment she sort of walked in, go, oh God, not her again, and walk out. You know, to teach these people some manners. Naomi Campbell's the same. Rude beyond belief. Rude beyond belief. They don't. It's like Prince Andrew. He's just arrogant. You know, 3 cars, bit gas guzzling. Apparently, so the word is on the street, when the Queen finally goes and Prince Charles takes over, he's going to be seriously sorting out Prince Andrew. The Queen still wants him to be sort of one of their, you know, who wants somebody like that there? No, thank you. It's like his 2 daughters and the ex-wife, or as we prefer to call her, the clinging on one. Dreadful. Apparently, it's the Feast of St. Louis today, says Donny. I always miss these things, don't I? I always miss them. And I think Joan Collins is beautiful, says Stella. Well, the clever thing about Joan is, because of all her wigs and everything else, she's never changed. So she's a bit Dolly Parton. You know, she can get ready really quickly. I asked her about it. She can do her makeup in about 5 to 10 minutes. Literally, I mean, it's very, very quick. Very, very quick, because she's been doing it for such a long time. Mary says, I have to admit, I bought a Christmas decoration from Costco yesterday, as did many others. I bought this beautiful musical Christmas cuckoo clock, which sold out. Wow, she says they've got a musical Disney tree, a large, a tree statue with 2 gold reindeers, bows and ribbons, and it's lovely. Well, I shall be going to Costco today. I shall be having a look.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Actually, even I can't believe it that Costco have got some of their Christmas stuff out already. I mean, it is coming to the end of August, so I suppose September, October. See, the trouble is, by the time you get to November, most of it is sold out anyway, and they've always got a few items in. I've still got stuff I bought in Costco years ago, and I've not taken out of the box. Remember I told you about the man who's got this shop that sells these antique Christmas decorations up in Lisson Grove, and I was telling him about my balls, and I said they're about the size of footballs. I bought 2 of them. I wish I'd bought more because they're beautiful. I haven't even taken them out of the box. I've had them for about 10 years, and they're hand painted. They're absolutely beautiful. What I'm going to do with them, I've got no idea. There's a lovely row of houses down the road from me called Montpellier Row, built in the 1700s, and one of the houses down there's got hanging in the window at the front a Christmas bauble in gold. It's just hanging in the window. It's not decorated. It's just a bauble. And I thought my 2 would look even better if I sort of won the lottery. That'd be quite nice. I would buy a nice house where you could have things like that hanging in the windows. I think it's an old Victorian thing. I think Victorians used to hang stuff in the windows, and I thought I could do exactly the same thing. What else we got? Oh, I'm so infuriated about those yobs who poured petrol over beehives and just set fire to them. These people should be caught and seriously prosecuted, but knowing the way the court systems operate in this country, they'll probably get a free holiday or something, which is slightly disturbing. I mean, they were on a farm, so they went onto the farm and then poured. So they walked, obviously, up the road or wherever it was, and they poured petrol. They're carrying the petrol up there. And then they poured it over the beehives and just set fire. They reckon they lost about 1 million bees, which I think is very sad, because we like bees. We need them. We need them to pollinate plants and do all the rest of it, and they make lovely honey and stuff like that. And then some tow rag goes along. It'll be 1 or 2 people, probably high as a kite on drugs. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Any good places to visit in Richmond today, says Susan? I don't know. I'd take a boat to Hampton Court. That's what I'd do if I was in Richmond today. The trouble is Richmond hasn't really got anything now. Most of the shops are closed. There's loads of empty shops there. I went yesterday because I wanted to go and pick up some little bits and pieces in Robert Dias, And that end of the town seems to be doing okay. The main bit of it is sad beyond belief. Whereas I say in Twickenham, we're rapidly becoming I think the reason is that the rents that these people get charged is absolutely phenomenal. And also, I can never understand, somebody sets up a business, and we have a lot of independent businesses in Twickenham. We've just come through a pandemic. Thousands upon thousands of people lost their jobs, and yet these people can afford to can afford to open up a shop. I never understand it. But Will Guyett says the festive selection was small but growing. See? That's me to a T. Small but growing. He says, I liked seeing them this year. I love it when they get them in, but they seem to get them in a bit earlier each and every year. Which actually I don't have a problem with. I know that you get some people who get really angry about, you can't talk about Christmas. We can talk about whatever we want. Why don't you keep your beaky nose out of it? Okay? That was to any of the people who don't like Christmas. You must be really miserable. My friend Ian says, I went to see some friends today. They had some pumpkin spice coffee. Ugh. We started making plans for Thanksgiving and discussing going to the all-year Dallas Christmas store, which is the size of a Costco. Won't be long till the most wonderful time of the year. It's the most wonderful time of the year. A lot of people talking. Apparently, Katie Price came in for some right stick on Twitter. I don't know why. She was attacked in her own home, had to go to hospital, and it was so bad that the people who took her to hospital reported it to the police, who went back, and the person who perpetrated the crime, they think, was apparently making noises like a monkey. I tell you, that always reminds me, if you go to Regent's Park and you walk through Regent's Park, which we used to do on a Sunday, you can hear the howler monkeys all the way across Regent's Park, miles away from London Zoo. The howler monkeys go like that, and it's, I mean, for not you mind, you can hear the lions roaring as well. But what a funny thing. Very funny thing. Kim says, it only takes me 10 minutes to put my slap on, Steve. So I tend to look more like Phil Collins than the lovely Joan Collins these days. I used to quite like it when I did Channel 5 for a year. I used to like sitting in the makeup chair and having the makeup done. Because when you emerge, it takes away all the blemishes. You end up with a perfect skin. You know, they do your hair. Mind you, not that there was much hair of mine to do. But it was. I remember thinking, you look in the mirror and go, hey, not bad. I did look back. I told you the other day we found one. There was something on there, and my producer Joe said, "Oh, he said you weren't bad looking." I said, "And with hair, which is interesting." Shane says, "That's an idea. Whilst I'm in lockdown, I can go through my Christmas decorations, see if I need new ones." You know what you should always do? Every year, you should go out and buy a couple of Christmas decorations, and then you just add to them, because some get broken, you know, if there's sort of the blown glass and stuff like that. So it's always good to buy a couple of extra, because I don't think you can ever have enough decorations on a tree. I like to see a tree dripping in decorations. There was a guy on Richmond Green. His tree was in the window of his house, very old house, probably built in the 1700s. And his tree he must have called a company in, because it was so professionally done. And the tree was drenched from top to bottom. It had lights and decorations on every branch. You know, nothing worse than going to somebody's house. Not that I would. And they've got a scrubby tree in the corner with like 4 naff decorations on it. No. You can never have enough bling at Christmas. Really, you can't. It's like teddy bears and stuff like that, isn't it? I know people who buy the Selfridges bear every year and the Harrods bear, because it's got Harrods on its foot. Do you have teddy bears at home? Yeah, I thought you might have. And slightly disturbing. I have to check with people, you know, because you never know. Some of these people could have come straight out of a home or something. I don't know. I never see anything. Check. There was somebody the other day, they were on the X Factor auditions in America, and he turned round to Simon Cowell, because Simon went, listen, you can't sing. And he said, I'm going to check. He said, have you got a work permit for working in America? Simon Cowell went, bye-bye. He said, I'm going to check, and I'm going to come back. And I'm thinking, how do these people ever get on these television programmes? They put on that, I think her name was Chawner. It was a family of huge people. Not one of them, their language was foul. Really bad, and they stick the daughter on the X Factor, and Simon Cowell goes, listen, you can't sing. I mean, she couldn't, and apart from the fact she was the size of a whale, and she'd got this dress on, and I don't know what it was just awful. as if she'd made it herself from a piece of material, but a huge piece of material. And I remember thinking, you can go on diets, you can do these things. In fact, you don't even have to spend money on it. You don't have to go to a clinic or anything else. You go to the doctor, say, I want to lose weight, and they'll go, yes, you do. And then they give you a diet sheet, and you just follow it, and you do a bit of exercise and walking. But anyway, this one didn't. And Simon Cowell went, listen, you really can't sing. He said, but I blame your parents. He said, for giving you this false hope that you can sing. He said, because you can't. So anyway, she then goes off, and she tells her mum and dad, who are the same size that she is, and they then decide to go in and confront Simon Cowell. So they waddle in to the thing, and they say to Simon Cowell, she's a good singer. She's got awards and everything else for singing. He said, yes. He said, well, you can probably get something in the Donkey Derby. Doesn't mean to say you're going to win the National. Which I thought was quite a good line, actually. Never find donkeys in the Grand National. And he said, I blame you. He said, because you fed her this false hope that she can sing. He said, she can't hold a tune. And of course, and then they go into, some of them go into meltdown. They go to, and they stand there and they shout at Simon, like, who are you? What do you know about it? You stand up here and sing. And he said, but that's not how it works. He said, it's my programme. I sit here, you come on and sing, and I tell you whether you're any good or crap. It's as simple as that. It's not a complicated thing. But the amount of delusional people who they seem to find, I find unbelievable. I mean, you think to yourself, you're being filmed, you're going on television. Is that some ego trip? Because this very fat girl, she's been on quite a number of programmes. They seem to sort of shove her on there because she can't do anything else. Laughingly, I think she was a hairdresser. But that's about as far as it went. And I would really like to know, what does you have too many qualifications for this job mean? Well, you can be overqualified for a job. You could be overqualified. I mean, you don't need qualifications to be a radio presenter. Nobody's ever asked you whether you've got A-levels, O-levels, GCSEs, 11 plus, nothing like that. They never ask you anything like that. But they want to make sure that you can do the job. So we do road test people every so often. Sometimes you might hear a new voice on LBC, and that means that they've come into the studio, always secretly, and they've sat down and they've done basically half an hour's dummy programme to see how they handle calls and stuff like that. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for somebody who can string two words together and sounds fairly educated. And that's all it comes down to. If you can do... Oh, no, of course, I tell a lie. The other thing is, you've got to get an audience. It's no good. Hardest part, carrying the money home. Seriously, the hardest part is sometimes I have pockets and here and there, and I have to get a car to help me take it home, and I've got a wheelbarrow out the front door. I don't think there is a hard part. It's entirely up to you what you do. I have a freewheeling 3-hour programme every day, 5 days a week. I have worked 6 days a week, as everybody knows. But there is no hard part. The only hard part is if you lose your voice, which I was prone to doing for years, generally about Christmas time, and my throat would become a bit sore and stuff like that, so I used to drown myself in Manuka honey and turmeric and all sorts of things like that. But no, there is no hard part. The hard part is for people who can't do it and who struggle. And you can hear it in their voices. You go, oh, no, you're being wound up by somebody. And also, the other thing is, nowadays, because people have got the internet, years ago, if somebody didn't like you, they would send you a letter because there wasn't anything else. So, of course, we had one, and he got caught by the police. He was writing to somebody at LBC years and years ago. And do you know what he'd done? He'd made the biggest mistake of his life. He was so stupid. He was really dumb. He'd sellotaped the back of the envelope because obviously the glue had dried up because he didn't have any money. And what had he left on the sellotape? His fingerprints. So the police got him on his fingerprints, and he went to court. I think he went to prison for about a year because what he was doing, he was just sort of writing obscenities to a particular person. And but it was the sellotape on the back, because I remember thinking, oh, you don't think about it. If you pull sellotape off, it's going to have your thumb print and your first finger. And then you rip the other end off, so it's now got 2 sets of prints. Clever, isn't it? And they always used to write in funny coloured ink. If ever anything came in green ink, you go, Looney Tunes, Looney Tunes. But nowadays, people sort of hide behind numbers. Ponte Vecchio, 654321. And you think to yourself, you've really got a bit of an illness, haven't you, going on? But of course, it's so easy. All these celebrities who sort of complain about being trolled, just delete, block. It's so simple. So simple. We had somebody new doing the APing the other day, which is assistant producer, she'd learnt to block inside the programme. I hadn't even mentioned it. I said, oh, there was one. Oh, it's gone. And she'd blocked it. So it was very clever. Because, I don't know how to do things like that. I've got no idea. It's like somebody will sort of say, oh, you've done something on Twitter. Well, I don't operate my Twitter. I have a little team of people what to do it for me, which is nice. And see, praise the Lord, our mutual friend Fern McCann has a brand new series. Yeah, it's same old rubbish, I'm afraid, isn't it? Same old rubbish. Look, single woman, baby, it's grown up a little bit now, ran riot over the set. They were going, oh, wasn't her little baby cute? No, badly behaved child. And the father, of course, is in prison for throwing the acid at people in a nightclub. So class act, Fern McCann. To be honest with you, single parents on the television now. We've already seen the other ones, the Fahir sisters, and God knows they were about as boring as it ever got. Roger says Simon Cowell knows immediately if somebody can sing or not. It's what he does best. Well, exactly. That's what he does. He knows. And then somebody said, what do you know about this? I thought he could sit there and rattle off all the artists that he's had in the charts and how many records he's sold and everything else. But he doesn't do that. He just goes, yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good luck. They had a woman who was, her father, she was a foul-mouthed old bag. God, dear me, honestly. Just because they didn't like her and they thought she was doing a Pink tribute act, she went, no, I'm not. But yet she looked like Pink and she sang a Pink song. And then her father came on and luckily he didn't get a chance to say anything because mouthy daughter shouted off. She's disappeared completely, which is good, isn't it? Karen says, should you be talking about Christmas in August? I must tell you how to spell, dear. Nothing worse than being illiterate at this time of morning. Christmas is Chrisistmas. Okay, I'm just telling you that now to be helpful as opposed to Christmuss. That shows a distinct lack of education. So we're being helpful to you. I don't think there's any rule about it. I don't think it's written anywhere that says you can't talk about Christmas. I talk about it in January as well. And if it winds you up, I'm going to do it every single day between now and the end of September. So better brace yourself, girlie. 11 minutes to 5.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Shane in Sydney says, Merry Christmas. I love it. It's that phrase, isn't it? And Stephen in the Philippines says, greetings from the Philippines. So many people listen to your show here. Well, to be honest with you, I've got no idea what Filipino radio is. You must have, because everywhere around the world has got a speech radio station. But it's just that we are the most unique because we are broadcasting from the centre of London. We are in Leicester Square. I can look out of the window when it's a bit lighter, and I look into Leicester Square. And at the back, I look over the Garrick Theatre for those people who are in London, and it's lovely. I was thinking as I was coming in this morning, actually, I thought, I'm quite lucky. In fact, actually, I'm very lucky. I live and work in London, and have done for years and years. Excuse me. The only thing that's depressing is the house prices. Somebody was telling me the other day, they said, I'm living in this house now, but I'm having to rent it because it's too expensive to buy because you need to put down a substantial amount of money. Well, I'm in the fortunate position that my mortgage is finished, which is quite a relief, actually, quite a relief. Because all of a sudden you've got, a little bit of extra money at the end of each month. But then I thought to myself, I'll just save it. For that rainy day. Unfortunately, the way it's going at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to be raining for some time, does it? The stranded swimmer who was saved by dolphins. I quite like, actually. I like a story like that. I like to think that dolphins sort of like us, but I'm not totally convinced. And the beach hut, £355,000. It's a dump. Seriously, you look at it and you think, £355,000. In most parts of the country, that's a 4-bedroom house. Easy 4-bedroom house. And this is a beach hut. Have you seen the people who have beach huts? Very peculiar. Very peculiar. Because you're not allowed to sleep in them. You can only cook in them. They're not connected to any electricity or anything like that. It's just basically a sort of a crappy old garden shed stuck on a beach, painted a bright colour. And so you can't sleep in it. You're not allowed to. So you can use it for sort of changing. Well, the council. They're all licensed by the council. You can't just set up a beach hut on a beach and think, I'll have this. You can have a windbreak and something like that, but no, the council will insist on, and they do patrols to find people. Not that you'd want to sleep in. Why would you want to sleep in some wooden shed that you had in the garden Ghastly idea. I mean, I would like, a flush toilet. The idea is that you can go and get changed in there, but you can do exactly the same with a towel. They make a special towel now, which is like on a ring, and you put the ring over your head and it drapes around your entire body. So then you can, pull your trousers down and you take your pants off and put on your swimwear. That's how it works. That's how it used to work for us anyway. I love it. Steve, first time listening live after an anxiety spike is keeping me awake. An anxiety spike? What is that? I don't like the sound of that. Is that like a panic attack? I've sometimes woken up, and your heart's racing, and you think to yourself, why is my heart racing? And you think, was I dreaming about anything? And I do dream on a fairly regular basis. I have the oddest dreams, seriously. Sometimes it involves people at work. They don't know. I haven't told them. I'm too frightened because they might be dreaming about me, in which case, and because I'm never sure about that. I'm never sure whether or not it works. If I dream about somebody, doing this sort of telepathy kind of thing, does that mean that they're thinking about me at the same time? Perhaps we've met in the dream world. Yeah. Wow. That's cool, isn't it? Anyway, thank heavens for you and Mr. Moyles, says Joel, who is a power chair driver and a podcaster. What's a power chair driver? I don't like to ask, actually. It might be something quite... A power chair driver. But he's 25. So, my sort of person. A power chair driver. Interesting. But he says, especially at such a difficult time. Well, this is the best time, Joel. This is the best time of the morning. This is the time where if you're feeling a bit sort of... What were they doing on Loose Women the other day? Oh, that's right. Deaths of parents and how long you grieve. And I forget who was fronting the programme, but they asked, I think it was Judy Love, about, she lost her mother recently. Her father was about 11 years ago. And she said, I sometimes, because I don't think you grieve for your parents when they die, but you don't forget them. They're always in your thoughts. I mean, in my situation, I've got pictures of my parents and my mother and my dad and things, and they died donkey's years ago. So I do think about them. I don't get teary about it. I just sort of think, well, I'm glad the funerals went well, because that's all you can hope, isn't it? That it all goes well. People turned up, and it was quite nice. And also, but my mother, I told you, was sort of, when she was diagnosed secondary cancer, she started making arrangements because they'd said it's terminal. And so she started making arrangements. Her jewellery she gave to her godchildren. She made her will. She did everything, and she said, will you look smart for the funeral? I said, you won't know about it. But if you want to pop out and have a quick word, yes, of course we look smart. And you do that. But it's the way that people grieve. I mean, it's not a case of you grieve for the rest of your life. You always think about them. You just don't necessarily burst into tears every time you think about them. You just think about, oh, I wish they were here for this, or failing that. In my case, I was thinking, I wish they weren't here for this. That would be the thing. Because somebody asked me the other day, they said, did your dad listen to the programme? And I can't remember. Because he actually came up to London because he was running let's just call it a secret club in London, which dealt with Britain's spies and agents and things like that. And he looked after that for a short while till he became ill. And my mother hated London. She hated London. She couldn't cope with the amount of traffic. She couldn't cope with the noises. And it's one of those things. If you come from out of town and you've lived in the countryside, then, it's different. There'll be people listening here, well, we know there are, who live up in Scotland and it's windswept and they look out, but it's beautiful in the summer. In the winter, it's a bit dour and not so exciting, but there's always whiskey to help you get through. But in London, we've got permanent traffic. There's permanent noise. There's permanent people on the streets. It's busy. You don't get that out in the countryside. I mean, you do in certain places, but generally speaking, in the countryside, it's sort of fairly quiet. By the time you get to sort of 6 o'clock, everybody's closed up the shops and gone home. In London, they're just coming to life. There's people in clubs around here and bars till 3, 4 in the morning. And you think to yourself, honestly, the alcohol rate must go through the roof with these people. I mean, luckily, I hardly drink, as you know. And they spend a fortune on it. Somebody wrote to me earlier this morning and said, I'm going to so-and-so. Can you recommend a pub? I'll be the last person you ask about a pub. I haven't been in a pub for ages. I don't enjoy drinking in pubs. I used to go when some friends of mine owned the Barmy Arms in Twickenham. I used to go down there because they used to give me, I'll have a bottle of wine, Steve. And I always tend to find that the wine in pubs is a bit naff, actually. It's a bit like sort of, it's, I don't know, it's not the best quality wine. It's sort of cheap and cheerful, but the profit's good. And so I would drink a bottle of Prosecco. And many's the night I had to be carried home from the pub until I suddenly started thinking, this is really no good. This is really not good for me at all. So I kind of sort of stopped going to pubs. I know that loads of people did. You know, when people had to book spaces in pubs? God, that was amazing. That was amazing. I had a producer who couldn't wait, and he lived next door to one, but he booked a table from, I think, 6 till 11 o'clock at night. Goodness sake, honestly. More of your texts and emails coming up the other side of the news. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And beavers are back. Whoopee! Very excited by that, eh? Oh, the little boys' faces next door lit up. We may see them return across Britain. The return of the beaver. How exciting is that?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Roger says, I had the oddest dream recently. Because we were talking about dreams earlier on. He says Prince Harry and Meghan started a speech radio station in LA and were spreading woke news. I'm still waiting for them to go on the after dinner circuit, you know, because frankly neither of them can do public speaking, which is great. 17 weeks this weekend till Christmas, says Kim. Yes. It's only because, I mean, I did get a Christmas dinner last year. One of our neighbours gave Lynn and me Christmas dinner. We were very pleased with it, actually. It was very nice. Freezing cold. We sat on the patio and froze to death. But we had a bottle of Prosecco and Christmas lunch. And it was very nice. Stephen, I know what you mean about London, says Kevin the Milkman. You're very active at the moment, aren't you? He says, my round covers all of central London. I see the sights every night and get paid for it. Oh, and I deliver a few pints of milk as well. Best city in the world. It is, isn't it? It really is. It's the, you know, I drive through it and I think, you know, people come here on holiday. And I think, I work here. I work in London and get paid. He doesn't agree. Of course he doesn't agree. He's Irish. He's going to be recommending one of his own places back home. He's going to go, oh, not New York. No, New York is exactly like it is on the films, which is you go through Times Square and the steam coming out of the vents and everybody hoots. Beep, 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 beep. Everybody hoots. And they've got the delis on every corner and they're all fat and bloated and ooh, like that. But, you know, and they've got, I mean, I've been to Times Square, I've been to New York, I've been to Florida and places like that. That's why the majority of New Yorkers, or the majority of Americans, don't have passports. They don't need a passport. They never leave the country. You can go skiing in the morning. You can go sunbathing, you know, in the afternoon. It's everything's available to you there. And they do seem to do service industries better than we do, whereas our lot look miserable as sin. You know, over there, the waitress comes over. Hi, how are you? I'm Becky. I'm going to be your waitress. And you go, yeah, lovely, okay. And our specials today are ribs in honey, you know, and you think that's why you're fat. And no, I mean, I just thought, and every portion is enormous. You go to a Chinese restaurant in New York, which we did, and ordered what I would order here, and she looked at me like I was a bit stupid. And I thought, you know, she said, are you sure? And I went, yeah. I had sweet and sour pork, special fried rice, chicken chow mein, and I think ribs. Well, each one of those dishes is a meal. It's huge. And I looked at it, and we had to have 2 trays to put it on. And that's why you get homeless people sitting outside all these places, because when you've finished your food, they'll box it up for you, and you go and give it to the homeless person. The homeless people are as enormous as houses. Not another Chinese takeaway. I think I'm going to sit outside McDonald's. You know, all their portions are big. They don't know small portions, which is very just. Mind you, as I said, some people get fat just by looking at food like that. Some people can eat as much as they want and they don't put on any weight. And those people I hate. I don't hang around with people like that. I feel far too depressed. It's bad. I mean, I used to look at, sometimes I've gone a bit berserk, and in Marks and Spencer's, they have cream horns. And I love a cream horn. I like biting a bit off the bottom and then sucking the cream out. I'm quite a past master at it. And then I bought, what did I buy a few weeks ago? As a treat, but I always feel guilty. They do an apple turnover with apple and cream inside it. And it dribbles down your chin, and it's, oh, I tell you, you can get really messy with it. I have to sometimes take my shirt off because I know damn well I'm going to be ruining another shirt. It's amazing. My beach hut in Hayling, Steve, so much more than a little shed. It's a cosy sanctuary of snuggliness. Drink wine and gin and coffee and soup and watch the weather, says Bev. Oh, well, there you go. This one here is in Muddyford. They think it'll go for 400,000. It's got no electricity, no water, nothing at all. So it's, and to be honest with you, you're right next door to somebody else's grotty place. If you're spending £400,000, the agents think it will go over 400,000. It's on sale for 355. You'd have to have more money than I would expect the whole beach to myself if I'd spent £400,000. I don't want to be right next to somebody else's grotty little chalet kind of thing. Dear me. Jane Moore in her column today, All the Girls Out, says the Queen has reportedly let it be known that she wishes her scandal-hit son Prince Andrew remains as Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. A senior military source said it's a very difficult situation. You can't have a colonel who can't do public duties. Yes. If true, it bolsters the theory that Randy Andy is her favourite child. I personally think he's ghastly. I think he's done a great disservice to a lot of people. Not so good. Tracy Emin says she nearly didn't sell her unmade bed art piece to collector Charles Saatchi because he put Thatcher in power with that ad about Labour isn't working. But obviously the cheque for 150 grand sort of changed her mind. Lovely. And what was the other one? Nicole Kidman talking about being 40, which we did on the programme. And he may be a Hollywood A-lister, but Tom Cruise shows no airs and graces. I think he's basically down to earth, Tom Cruise. I liked him with James Corden, where they both went up in an aircraft, and James Corden was doing his first skydive, but he was strapped to the bloke who had the parachute thing. Can you imagine? You pull it, nothing happens, it comes away in your hand, go, frighten the life out of me. And he sort of came out and went, "Ow!" as he sort of fell out of the sky. And Tom Cruise did it as well. And I thought he was brilliant. Very down to earth, very nice. Some say it won't last, but Love Island duo insist it's the real deal. He's 22. He's not intelligent enough to know. He's just having a little relationship. You have a little fling, darling. He doesn't do anything. But, that's it. Not all viewers were pleased. I don't really care, actually, whether they were pleased or not. It's a pile of old rubbish. Liam's moving from Wales to Essex. All his mates be going, "Oh, right, she's just dumping us." "Oh, don't worry, lads. It's only temporary." And he wants to be with Millie. We're sort of like Gavin and Stacey. No, you're not. You're really not, dear. You're that delusional. Well, she's certainly delusional. She thinks she's in fashion things. He obviously shaves his body. Most of the boys on the Love Island shave their bodies, don't they? I notice there are hardly any hairy men anymore. Gone are the days of sort of hairy sort of men on hairy men. But they shave everything now, they must stand there with their little razors in the shower, their Gillette lady shaves. In fact, you can even buy special manscaping shavers now, and it's specifically for shaving body hair. Dave Beckham has been shaving his for donkey's years, because he used to, be sort of manly. Now he's a bit girly, but it's all the tattoos. But if you had hair on your body, you're not going to see the tattoos, are you? What else we got here? Oh, the swimming star, Ellie Simmons, led a parade of proud British athletes at the Paralympics. I loved R1. I loved R1 when we hosted, and I thought that was great. But the Japanese did very well indeed, very well. Also, Simon Cowell appears to be finding keeping fit a bit of a drag. He was off on his electric bike in Malibu. This is a very expensive electric bike. I keep meaning to buy an electric bike, and I think, no, it's a bit lazy. And then I think, no, somebody will nick it. People thieve things. I know. Seems hard to believe, doesn't it, really? Apparently, former X Factor contestant Katie Waisel is following in Kim Kardashian's footsteps by enrolling in law school. Obviously, it's not working, is it? A bit like Fleur East. Singing career, dead in the water. I'll be a presenter. Not a very good presenter, but she is noticeable because of her hair. But watching, the Love Island girl attempting to sort of, present, pitifully awful. And that's not just my opinion, that's loads of people's opinion. How do you know how to spot a liar? Well, in the MP's case, it's because their lips are moving. But in most other people's cases, a new study says here, erratic breathing, apparently. That means that you're telling a fib. Also, a poker face. You get one of two extremes, the poker face or the body, where they don't move much. Changing the subject. MPs are very good at doing that. You know, they sort of say, why didn't you do so-and-so? In the last government check, we had, no, answer the question. They cover their mouths. Touching their nose. Apparently touching your nose is a bit of a giveaway that you're telling a porky pie. And long pauses. Having a wide grin. Having a wide grin. Oh, well, there you go. Blinking wildly. Because I always think on television, I can watch people reading the auto cue. And the reason I say that is because you watch them, and they're all on auto cue. There's nobody who free falls it. Apart from on Loose Women, where they free fall it, but not in a particularly brilliant way. You can watch their eyeballs moving. You can see their eyeballs moving left to right as they're reading the script. And apparently fidgeting, hands twiddling or feet tapping are signs they're under pressure. I tap my feet all the time. And I'm never under pressure. Never. Well, I don't think so, anyway. Perhaps I might be, actually. What have we got here? McDonald's running out of milkshakes amid supply issues. I don't know. Perhaps it isn't milk. Perhaps it's something else that we're not aware of, and they sort of add flavouring to it. I don't know. A swimmer on holiday was taken to hospital. He was bitten by a fish, which has apparently been blamed for a number of previous attacks on tourists. It was a Benidorm beach. So, got to be careful. It's a 4-foot fish. I couldn't bear to be swimming in the sea and something touch me. That would freak me out completely. You know, because you never know what it is. Is it a shark? Is it a... You don't know, do you? Got no idea with these things, because the great whites come out of nowhere. They're in the depths, and all of a sudden they hurtle upwards, and they see you, and they bite them. You know, that's what they do, because they see somebody on a surfboard, they think it looks like a seal. And they've got very poor eyesight, so they have to bite it to find out what it is. Which is awful, isn't it? There was some bloke the other day, he was out. Where was he? He was a forester or a miner or something like that. Anyway, he gets up in the middle of the night, he's in this forest, there's a load of them, and he goes to the toilet in the forest. He gets eaten by a... And I'm thinking, wouldn't catch me there. And last week you said Elvis's jumpsuit was up for auction. Do you know what it went for? I don't, actually. I don't know what it went for, but I should imagine it must have been a huge amount of money.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Roger says, I blame the American restaurants, all-you-can-eat buffets, for giving me my paunch. I don't know any of those American restaurants. I used to like the Chinese buffets, which had everything, but it was a very poor. We used to have one down here, all you can eat for £4.50, but it was sort of chicken and things like it was a bit dreary, actually, a bit dreary. We used to have one in Twickenham, which was very good, the Chinese restaurant, and it was an all you can eat for 16 quid. But you could literally go through the menu and they would give you crispy duck or whatever you happen to want. But they'd only bring you sort of a portion of it. Then you had to order it again. They used to do it in the Pizza Express, I think, where it was an all-you-can-eat. And so people were ordering the pizzas. Students who seemed to have a huge capacity for alcohol and food. And they would order these pizzas, which they would then get through and then take them home afterwards. And so the restaurant changed the policy. They would then serve you your first one, but then they would bring round the pizza and give you a slice of it. So they were sort of saving a bit, because students can eat. They've got huge appetites. Huge appetites. Not surprised. They never sleep, do they, really? Steve, Terry Wogan on his chat show, he always preferred big cue cards and to freefall it. Not many of them left. Yes, I mean, but you have to have it for most of the news programmes. You've got to have an auto cue. That's how it works, because you've got to have, somebody hands to somebody, and there'll be Loose Women would probably have an auto cue fixed on one of the cameras, so the person who leads the programme goes, well, listen, we're going to take a short break, then we're back with another naff celebrity. Oh, hilarious yesterday. Hilarious. They showed a clip of the some naff cooking programme, which has got all sorts of dreary people on it. And Joe Swash, well, I couldn't take my eyes off his hair. I could not take apart from the fact it's dyed a most peculiar colour, it looks like really bad candy floss. And because he's got this sort of fake, he just looks odd. I don't know how old he is. He could be 70 or 80. It's a bit difficult to tell, really. And he's got this fake smile. He's got lines all over his face, but it's this hair. And the camera seemed to dwell on it so that everybody could get the full benefit. Grace in Taipei says, Mr. UK in London always swell with pride when driving past all the tourists on London Bridge. Yes. Oh, I think that, you know, people come here on holiday and they go, oh, we've done Buckingham Palace and the Tower of London and we've done the boat trip and everything else. And I always think there's loads of places you can go to in London. I mean, we are steeped in history. We've got history coming out of our orifices. We are absolutely chock-a-block with it. I like history. I take people around and show them. I say, have you been in this pub here? This is a traditional Victorian pub just over the road from here. Just over the road, called the Salisbury. And it's all mirrored inside. The whole pub is mirrored and everything else, as indeed it would have been. And over the road from there is a little Regency Street with the original shop windows, the bowed glass and all the rest of it, and little stone steps. And then there's a very old pub at the end. I can't remember its name. But no, you can go through. Oh, God, there's so much stuff. If you're going through London, look up. That's where you see all the old buildings. It's only the downstairs bits. Holborn Station was very good. There was a website. I can't remember what it's called. And the Holborn Empire was a very famous theatre. Very famous theatre. And it's up by Holborn Station. Well, it's not because it was knocked down years and years ago. But they've still got little bits of the original theatre there, which is sort of above the shops. You can see, oh, the Holborn Empire. And I've got photographs of what it looked like when it was there and now what it looks like now it's gone. And this website has got all these photographs of London from 100 years ago. So when you go through London, you can say, oh, you should go there because that's good. It's like at the bottom of Fleet Street, there's the City Golf Club. They don't play golf there. It's just a drinking place. And I said to the taxi driver, there used to be a railway bridge that went over Ludgate Circus. He said, did there? I said, yeah, absolutely. I said, I love all these sort of things. I could drive around London for ages. What have we got here? More than 1,200 storyboard paintings created by Gareth Floyd for the stories told on children's BBC Jackanory fetched more than 30 grand the other day. Is Jackanory still on? I don't know. I used to like it. Jackanory. After Grealish's own goal in these ridiculous trousers, and he apparently has got he's got his own clothing range. I've never seen anybody so badly dressed. But there again, here they all are. You know, starting off with Paul Gascoigne, Tom Davis, known for his OTT looks, and he plays for Everton. I've never seen anybody so badly dressed. Gareth Bale, not a clue how to put clothes on. Wayne Rooney, I mean, you want to see some of the stuff that he wears. Really ghastly. Hector Bellerin, he plays for Arsenal. He's their Spanish defender. Paul Pogba was worth around 90 million, but when you see him in some of his outfits, you feel a bit sorry for him. Ashley Cole turned up in another ghastly outfit. Mind you, the worst one is Lewis Hamilton. He doesn't appear to be able to dress himself. He's obviously got some friends who sort of go, let's see if we can make him look really stupid. Joe Swash is nudging 40. It's the hair. You've got to look at the hair. Do you think she runs her hands through it in bed, or he just takes it off or washes it out or something? Because it just looks an old man of his age with that colour hair. Please, do me a favour. Steve, what do we think of The Rock and the Rose? Got no idea what it is. The Rock and Rose. Could be anything, couldn't it, really? So the American... Oh, Simon in Chichester says that apparently there are beach huts. Wait a minute. Beach huts on West Wittering Beach, 70,000. So that's quite cheap, isn't it? I mean, our one's 400k. 400k. So how long are we giving for Liam and Millie? You know, I'm giving it less than 6 months. You know, because, as I say, he's only a child. He's only 22. He wasn't the brightest penny in the box. He's a builder. What do you do, love? I'm a builder. Oh, are you really? How exciting. Got to be really intelligent for that one with the new Gavin and Stacey. No, you're not. Well, you need to get her dressed properly. Unless she's going to do that, I think I'll get my boobies out. Will they give me money? Of course they will, dear. They give it to anybody nowadays. Papers full of Charlie, the reluctant stone, loyal to one woman. I can't believe them. Half of them are still alive anyway. I didn't know he was 80, so it doesn't really affect me. The perfect formula for boiled eggs and soldiers. Somebody asked me earlier on, I think it was Donnie, do I like duck eggs? I don't eat eggs. I did have one the other day, and that was the first egg I'd had because it came with sausages, bacon and chips. for breakfast, which was very nice, and that was the first time I'd had one. I don't really go for eggs. It's odd, isn't it, really? Some people absolutely love them. I've got to have them cooked on both sides. I don't want to see anything that runs. Nothing when you cut into it and then it sort of erupts like a little Mount Vesuvius. No, thank you very much indeed. Oh, no. So anyway, so you've got loads of pictures of the Rolling Stones. They've got Charlie meeting Princess Diana at a gig back in 1983. And they did an online COVID fundraising concert last year. You know, nice man, very nice man. Holiday horror, a girl died in a caravan blaze. That's the trouble with these caravans. They're so lightly made. They go up like a tinderbox. Terrible, really. And Sarah Vine, in her column today, says, I was unable to watch the whole of Monday night's final of Love Island as I was hit with a sudden desire to stick pins in my eyes. In the end, the prize went to Liam and me, adding to the ranks of identikit D-list celebrities this show seems to produce. Will we remember them next week? I doubt it. I know. But, of course, they have to try and pretend that they really want to do something. But, to be honest with you, they're all a bit dull and boring. Very dull and boring. Yes, our troops are doing their best, says Ian Birrell. But Kabul shows how impotent we are without America. I just love the way that we're sort of kowtowing to the Taliban. Yeah, you know, will they give us enough time to get people out? No, they won't. No, they won't. I can see them starting shooting at these people queuing up at the airport because these people at the airport don't like the Taliban and they want to get out of the country. And the Taliban have been left with nobody to intimidate. Who will they have? Goodness sake, perhaps they can start intimidating themselves. Perhaps they get some of their dancing boys back in again because they like the old dancing boys over there in Afghanistan. 8 glasses of water lowers heart risk. 8 glasses. I mean, how much water do we drink a day? That's about 1.6 to 2.1 litres for women and 3 litres for men. I don't think I could drink 3 litres of water a day. Could you drink 3 litres? I couldn't. I mean, 3 litres? You think you could do 8? Do you? Producer carries a bottle. He's like that. He's very rich. He's got a whole bottle and he fills it up from the tap here. Because we have a cold tap here. It's a tap that dispenses ice cold water or boiling hot water so you can make your tea. Sorry? Oh, right. Glacial water. From a place called Frankenmarkt. So, which is, and then it's sold over here. It says, good planets are hard to find. Please recycle this can. Natural spring water from the Austrian Alps, canned at source. How lovely. I quite like that. I never believe it, because I always think it sounds a bit exotic, but it's sometimes I've had fizzy water, and that's quite nice as well. Quite like things like that. So 8 glasses of water, good for you. You know, they analysed 15,000 middle-aged adults and measured sodium in the blood, an indication of hydration, higher levels associated with heart problems, 25 years later. And birthdays today, Frederick Forsyth. You know Frederick Forsyth? Day of the Jackal and the Odessa File. 83, he sold 70 million books, and he said he'd never written a word of fiction in his life before penning Day of the Jackal. He said, as a money-making exercise, I was skint, in debt, no flat, no car, no nothing, and I came up with probably the zaniest solution, write a novel. Who was born on this day in 1930? I should do my best impression. Chicken not stirred. Yes. It was Sir Sean Connery, who celebrates his birthday. Well, he would have done, but he died last year. And he was a model, I think. He worked as a nude model and a coffin polisher. Just the kind of thing, isn't it, really? John Barden died in 2014. The actor from Middlesex made his name in his 60s as Dot Cotton's husband, Jim Branning. In almost 900 episodes of EastEnders, he courted her in a graveyard and proposed on the London Eye. Neighbours in Turkey, where he had a holiday home, told him they learnt English by watching the soap. He appeared with the Lady Rattlings one time, and he was there. Lovely man, not with us anymore, sadly, which is a shame. Also, Claudia Schiffer's birthday today. She's only 51. I thought she would have been older than that. But good. She's the German supermodel, lives in Oxfordshire with her husband, Matthew Vaughn, who's the English film director. The late fashion designer Karl Lagerfeld said when Claudia first appeared on the fashion scene, it was like sunrise, and the sun is still shining. I think the people who are models, if you ask somebody who's a model, do you think you're really good looking? Most of them will say no, because they see all the, their sort of imperfections. Where I always tell people, yes, I am stunningly gorgeous and good looking, and talented, and just got everything. Always love saying that because it always winds somebody up, always makes my day.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Cindy Crawford would always, Steve, be the ultimate supermodel. She is. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't actually know enough about her. Interestingly enough, I write this, says Professor Jonathan Shallett, as founder of the UK's most successful independent talent agency. I think you'll be surprised. Millie Court will be a massive star in the UK, earning over £10 million. She's bright, having mid university, and is hugely reliable. She will be the most successful winner. See, no mention of the so-called boyfriend. He says Mark Wright's earnings total over £10 million since he left Towie. He's got a daily evening show on Heart and presented a big TV show in Hollywood. Mylene Klass, her Baby K clothing brand, sold in 38 countries. Luckily, I don't have any children to spend that sort of money on. They had somebody the other day, they got stopped on one of those police interceptor programmes, and, they asked him the same questions. Are you known to the police? No. It turned out he was very well known because he didn't have a driving licence or any insurance, and he was driving whilst disqualified. And what did he do? He was a shoplifter. They opened up the boot of the car, and he's got baby clothes in there, and he's got a baby monitor. And they're obviously quite easy to pinch, these things, because he didn't look like the brightest penny in the box. If you'd seen him walk into a shop, you'd have had him followed. Definitely. Steve, I've seen the young American bloke you spoke about who speaks Chinese. He does Indian. He's very good, says Shane. Yeah, this is I can't remember his name now. But I'll tell you the best one is 2 little lads who speak fluent Korean. They're American. And they sit down there. They must be a bit older. I think one was about 13 before, but they've been on there for ages and ages, so he must be 17, 18. And they'll sit down with some Korean people, and they're speaking, and the Korean people are speaking, in their little known English. How long have you been in Korea? Did you like it? And all the rest of it. And they go, yes. And then they throw in a little phrase in Korean. And the person's reaction is, you speak Korean? They went, fluent. Both of them. I think the brother is like 9 or 10, and the older one could be about 12 or 13, and they speak fluent Korean. They don't even have to think about it. And he said, and they're so shocked that somebody speaks it. It's like this bloke who speaks fluent Chinese. He'll go into a restaurant, start ordering in English, and you can see them sort of talking about themselves. Oh, what's he doing? And all this. And then he goes into Cantonese, and they go, oh my God, you speak Chinese, as if, people didn't learn Chinese now. I remember there was a guy who was showing us around, on DVD, The Forbidden City, and he would lapse into Chinese. They had to keep putting up the translation underneath it. It was really good, actually. I love listening to Chinese. I wish I could speak Chinese. Make it a lot easier in Chinese restaurants, wouldn't it? You go in there and they say, oh, I don't like this person at this table, and then you can speak perfect Chinese back to them again, and go, listen, I've been coming here for, and they go, oh, you speak Chinese? I love it. I always wanted to do that, actually, but it never features in any of my dreams. I don't know why. It's very odd, actually. I'll try to think, if I didn't do this job, what would I do? And I thought I'd probably have a tea shop somewhere. Probably on the coast, or a fish and chip shop. A lot of money in that, but you can't get rid of the smell. Now, the trouble is, because the oil permeates your skin, you literally ooze the smell of fish and chips, much as I adore fish and chips, but I haven't had it for ages and ages. Steve, for the second time tonight, a UFO flying backwards and forwards over Heathrow Airport. chased by army helicopter. It's not a UFO. It'll be a drone. It'll be a drone. That's we don't have UFOs. Steve, I was salivating, says Kim, at the thought of an M&S cream horn. I've never tried. Oh, they're delicious. Seriously, it is the biting off the bottom of the horn and then just sort of slurping your way through the cream and a little bit of jam, which is very nice. I tell you what I tried the other day, a Boston cream donut from Tim Hortons. Exquisite. I don't even know what Tim Hortons is, but I know what a cream donut... Is it a long cream donut with the squirty cream in the middle and a little bit of jam? Oh, Tim Hortons is the Canadian version of Starbucks. Oh, it's a big operation, and they do a cream donut. Do they really? See, that doesn't sound very healthy. Much as though I don't really practice what I preach, as you can well imagine. But I quite fancy the idea of. I mean, I could eat that. I had a yum yum once. There's a bit too much sugar on it. But I like the ones that they do, which is the split donut with the cream squirted down the middle, and you get it in your mouth, yeah, like that. That's really nice. That's nice. Or failing that, I like Krispy Kreme donuts. They're really nice. Sometimes I'm going down to my brother's. I've never eaten some of them. I haven't had one for years. And I'll buy him a box of 12 or something like that, which is quite exciting. And I keep thinking, I'm not surprised he's ill. I'm probably contributing to his illnesses by buying him Krispy Kreme donuts. I like it. Steve, cornflakes or Weetabix, says Sunil. Probably cornflakes. Weetabix is a bit sort of, we used to mash it up. We used to have it with hot milk. Then I tried it with cold milk, and then I tried it with butter on. Have you ever had Weetabix with butter on? It's very difficult to do because you've got to make sure your butter's a bit soft. If it's hard, it doesn't work the same way. But butter on a Weetabix is actually quite nice. But it is like eating a coconut mat. It's not salty, no. Salty? No. Well, you can get unsalted butter. And sometimes, if you're really feeling decadent, you can put peanut butter on top of it. So it is really like eating a coconut mat. I quite fancy the idea. Did you bring the chocolates in for the boys, says James? I have. I've got the chocolates here. The chocolates here. They are here. I had to have a few this morning. I have to, just to make sure they were okay. I didn't want to sort of, risk it in case they weren't very nice. So on the next break, they will get them. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they only arrived the other day. Very nice they were too. Very nice. So here they are, Extinction Rebellion. To be honest with you, we really couldn't care less about you anymore. You can have your little demonstrations. Doesn't affect me in the slightest. And nobody else is particular. You can lie under lorries and hold hands and do all the sort of silly things that you do. Two men have locked themselves together in the road. To be honest with you, you can't imagine what these people ever did for a living or do for a living. But they're moving one on now. He's an old man in a pair of shorts. They marched on Whitehall at around 11 a.m. Elderly eco-warriors, many from the group's Welsh chapter. Welsh chapter, I ask you, what is it? It gets more bizarre by the day. Lay across the road locking arms while others attached themselves to steel drums stored in a nearby hire van. Police said they'd arrested 40 by 5:30 yesterday. What were they doing the other day? They put scaffolding around their pink table. I don't know if the police did that or a scaffolding company have come in so that they can't get onto it. I think. To be honest with you, they're just a bit of an irritant, but only in the same way that you might sort of get, dry skin or something like that. But protesters carried a mannequin of Boris Johnson's head, dressed as Barclays Bank UK CEO Matt Hammerstein being served money on a silver tray. Oh, they really are. Mind you, of course, here is the hypocrisy. A co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, Dr. Gail Bradbrook, drives a diesel car. You old hypocrite, dear. She helped set it up in 2018, said she drives the vehicle because she can't afford an electric model. Well, I shouldn't have one at all then, should you, dear, if you were true to your values. But even worse, she has to take her children to rugby and football matches when there are no buses. Oh, always a good excuse, isn't it, love? Very good. But she's previously been criticised for flying 11,000 miles to Costa Rica for a holiday. You really are a hypocrite, aren't you? Not a case of do what I do what I say, which is not very good at all. Strictly's host Tess Daly is so worried about her daughter going to the Reading Festival that she's sending Vernon Kay as a chaperone. Phoebe's 16 and her first festival will be Reading. Tess Daly explained, and she says, "You can't follow me around. You've got to leave me alone." I said, "Don't worry, I'll park myself somewhere in front of the stage, but if you need me, I'm there." Well, who's going to be keeping an eye on Vernon Kay? You can't trust him out there, can you? All the papers are going to be full of who's the mystery girl with him. It's his daughter. Because Eamon and Ruth are finishing doing this morning, and next week, for only 3 days, you've got Vernon Kay and Rochelle. He's going to wipe the floor with her, I promise you. And I'm sure he's actually going to try for it. It's worth it. Worth doing. Prince Charles wrote a dramatic and deeply personal article for the Mail on Saturday, calling on big business to join his crusade for action in the fight against climate change. But old Prince Andrew, he's anything less than a prince you'd be hard-pushed to find, doesn't appear to have got the message. I can disclose the Queen's second son took not one, not two, but 3 SUV vehicles to Scotland for his holiday at Balmoral. His holiday doesn't do a work, doesn't do anything, does he? The 3 Chelsea tractors travelled in convoy. A friend of the Duke of York says it's not clear why he needed 3 cars. Well, because he's arrogant and he just thinks he's cleverer than everybody else. But unfortunately, he's not. He's not. So here they are, herded like animals. The desperate Afghans squeezed between a wall and a shipping container as they queue for salvation. And when you look from above, you can see just how many people are queuing there. And then the armed militia keeping a watch on the crowd. You've just got this horrible feeling this is going to end in a disaster. You know, it's a case of, no, you can't leave the country. You've now got to stay here. Why? Why would you want to stay with that bunch of peculiars? Thank you very much indeed. Have you ever been inside the Granada Tooting? Of course. Of course. And, Steve, I tried Tim Hortons for the first time last week. Had a mango and passion fruit cooler. I got brain freeze, says Josie. Yes, I know. I've had that before. They do a mango one in Costco. And I'm not really supposed to have mango, and I get brain freeze on that. That's where it's like the top of make it go away. It's horrible. So brain freeze from mango and passion fruit. Sounds good. I remember going to motels in America, Steve. Pools and aircon, free salad bowl and coffee refill. Much better service than here. Texas and New Mexico are awesome, says David. And apparently the South Bank open-air market, the Sicilian store, and teriyaki chicken. Teriyaki chicken, says Sue-Ann. I think it's the sauce, isn't it? The teriyaki sauce. I think that's what it is. I like cold chicken in a peanut sauce. Marks and Spencer's do this peanut and sauce. It's very nice for dipping. Very, very nice for dipping. But the Granada Tooting, you should have a look at pictures online because it really is very, very good. Very, very good. It's been all sorts of things. And a bingo hall, I think it's been a religious thing. And you'd never know from the outside what was awaiting you inside. The Granada in Tooting in London. It's worth doing. We found a teenager who daubed vile abuse to somebody who lost their life in America. I never understand these people. I'm assuming they've got 1 or 2 brain cells missing. And then the snooker legend Jimmy White says he gambled away. He reckons about £3 million. More fool him. More fool him. There's a gambler in the paper today. He's been bouncing cheques on a London casino, so they've now applied to the court to get all his assets stopped. He's Chinese. And they're going for 10 million.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Danny says, Steve, the protesters in London are hypocrites using spray cans to damage buildings. Don't aerosols damage the ozone? And then I see the can left on the floor. Oh, they've got no idea how to tidy up after themselves. They really haven't. I mean, of course, now you've got the pensioners down there as well. Somebody said, no, what did I come up with? No, somebody told me. I can't remember if I read it. Oh, perhaps somebody sent it in a thing. That a lot of the protesters are wearing nappies, so they don't have to leave to go and find a toilet, so they can carry on protesting, which I thought sounded hilarious. I mean, I can't believe it, but you can say anything about Extinction Rebellion, you know, when they want to superglue themselves. But I mean, how else? Because I mean, I wouldn't know in central London where you would find a toilet, unless it was in a restaurant or something like that, because we just don't seem to have toilets anymore. You expect it sort of to go, but I mean, I'm assuming it's quite a good idea, isn't it, really, when you think about it? Mind you, you obviously can't be drinking anything because you'd be worried about going, oh my God, I need to go to the toilet, especially with all the pensioners there from the Welsh chapter. Hilarious. I mean, they'll be going to the toilet every 5 minutes. There's not enough of them. When they did they had Harry Potter in Trafalgar Square some years ago, and the fans were here 2 days in advance, and they were all corralled into an area surrounded by fencing, and they were allowed out to go to the toilets in little groups of 3 or 4, and then they had to come straight back afterwards. It was because there are some toilets in Trafalgar Square, but quite rare. Have you found the bit about the nappies? They said that there is. They bring their own toilet system. You can actually get bags. Oh, I say. You can actually get bags now for men. I mean, I don't know whether they do them for women, but for men they do. They said they've got sun cream, umbrellas and food. And they say, if we think it's going to go up, there you go. The 5 protesters are also wearing nappies and using a homemade toilet system. Oh, how sweet of them, honestly. It's so funny, isn't it? At least we can point the finger and laugh. Sam says Joe Swash has had a hair transplant. You're joking, of course. Seriously. I think he just went to the fun fair, said, we'll have some of that candy floss, and stuck it on his head. I've never seen anything look so, and the colour of it is even more bizarre. Definitely. What do we do? America say they're going to get people out of Kabul by the 31st of this month, and the Taliban have said, we're not extending it. So what are they... I mean, are the Americans going to fly a plane in and there's going to be a fight? Or are they just going to not fly a plane in and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people won't be able to come out of the country? But they will now be targets for the Taliban. So, in fact, the last RAF evacuation flight could be as soon as tomorrow or possibly Friday to give the Western troops enough time to withdraw before Tuesday's hard deadline. The Taliban have said they will now stop Afghans trying to reach the airport. For that, read, they'll kill them. And there's going to be a lot of other people who are going to be killed when they can't get people out. So people will be going to the airport in Kabul, no planes. What are they then going to do? What are they then... God knows. I really don't know. But Mr. Biden last night appeared to shut the door on any hope of an extension. And yet he's only just said that they think they can get people out by the 31st of this month. And then you look at all the Taliban, you know, all these people are wading here. There's pictures in the paper today, wading in sewage. And still babies are being handed out. What are they supposed to do with these babies? The soldiers don't know what to do with these babies. It really is a terrible situation. There's one man here, he's called Aziz. And he's at risk. Why? Because he's worked with British forces, and the Taliban have said if they find people who work with British forces, because they really are a bunch of thickos, then they're going to be rounded up. He was trapped with his young family at Kabul. He's a former translator, caught in the mayhem with his wife and 4 children. He feared his son and 3 daughters, aged between 7 and 1, would be killed. He said, even after reaching the front of the queue and waiting for entry to the area controlled by the British, he claimed the numbers were overwhelming and he took the heartbreaking decision to turn back. He says, the number of people at the airport is intimidating. Everyone fights to reach the front, but we'll have to try again because we know that time is running out and the airport may close with no chance of escape. They don't want to be there. They don't want to be in their own country. He said, my baby was screaming. There was nothing to eat or drink. He says, I thought the risk to my children of staying there was too great. But now there's a picture of him. The Taliban will be hunting him out because he's worked for the British. They really are a really ghastly, revolting bunch of nobodies. And that's about the politest thing I can say about them. I want to use much stronger language, but I've been told I can't. Steve, if the story about Extinction Rebellion wearing nappies is true, they're one of the worst products to decompose. 500 years, apparently, all go into landfill. Oh, you don't think they know things like that, do you? They're Extinction Rebellion. They're using tubes of glue to superglue themselves to door handles and to the floor and to do all the other things. I mean, they reckon about 150 years, I think, to break down a disposable nappy. But you can't tell Extinction Rebellion that. They wouldn't understand that. They really wouldn't. You'd be talking to a brick wall. They've got no idea. Duh. They don't know anything. They just know that, you know, they want to sort of fight the police and do all the rest of it. They don't care about anything else. It's like the woman who set the blooming thing up in the first place. She's a hypocrite. She's driving a diesel car. Why? She's got to take the children to rugby, so it's just a bit part-time, love, is it? You know, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And another one here, which says, somebody else talking about the spray painting in London. I haven't seen too much spray painting, but I'm assuming they will do it. The last time they were in town, and to be honest with you, they're just a bit of an... It's like they are the sort of thing you find on the bottom of your shoe, and you go, oh, goodness sake, honestly. Although, actually, I think people are getting a lot better at actually picking up doggy poo now. They never used to be. It was all over the place. You had to go, oh my God, try and sort of tiptoe your way through it. But people are getting a little bit better. The only people who don't do it are the people who've got the electric, not wheelchairs, little sort of scooter things that they go around on if they're disabled. I've said there's a guy around our way. Well, if his dog goes to the toilet, he can't get out the blooming scooter thing. So definitely can't do anything there. Bit of a shame. Somebody else saying, do you really think that Joe Swash has had a hair transplant? Well, seriously, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It doesn't. It looks like it's just been stuck on. I like Kirsty Allsop on the television. I think she's very good. I think the two of them work really well. And I love those programs in the morning where it takes three presenters to tell you about people who've been to the auctions. They bought a house and you go into it and you think, oh, God, it's awful. Then the next time they go back at the end of the programme, it's all done. It's all beautiful and wonderful. And I remember thinking, wow, you want these people to come round your own place, don't you, really? I can't quite fancy that idea. Brilliant idea. And they had a whole family the other day doing it. Love Island winners, Millie Corton and Leanne Reardon, have declared themselves realised Gavin and Stacey and could get married. I think what they'll end up doing, if Jonathan Shalit says that she could make £10 million, she'll need to get rid of that millstone around her neck. Unless, of course, you need to have a boyfriend to sort of get you the big money nowadays. I don't know why. So Katie Price's ring has now gone missing. It's a 7-carat ring, specially made, believed to be worth about £50,000. And she previously told of her love for the bling. How's she going out with a ring worth 50,000 quid on your finger? Never tell people that. Tell them it's fake. Much easier. But anyway, she's not gone home at all, but she's too upset to return home. She sent pals to her home to collect her things and has made plans to stay elsewhere for the time being. So I don't know whether or not that means they could still go ahead with the Mucky Mansion programme, or whether or not the marriage is going ahead, or whether it's not going ahead. I've got no idea. No idea. We shall probably find out over the next few days. 600,000 people have taken up smoking. Isn't that funny? I thought people were cutting back on smoking and cigarettes. And a Brit has been arrested after more than £2 million worth of drugs were found in tins of olives. They come up with everything. But my favourites, all the drugs hidden in the cars coming over the Mexican border. I mean, they really are. People who are so desperately short of money, or they've been threatened by the cartels over there, and they risk their lives. People who fly in from Trinidad, Jamaica, any place like that, and they've swallowed. Some people have swallowed like 100 condoms. Only one needs to burst, instant death. But they're so desperate for the money, they will do it. And they sort of sit there sweating profusely, just desperately trying to get out of the airport. And they go, are you sure you're all right? And they go, listen, we haven't seen anything, but we put you on the X-ray. Because they've now got X-ray machines at the airport, and they can see if somebody's swallowed all these little, wraps and things like that. I can't think of anything worse. They must have sat on the whole flight going, oh, my Godfather, that's terrible. What else we got here? Tom Cruise. He's getting loads of good coverage, Tom Cruise, which is very nice. We like a lot. Faye Tozer of Steps. Oh, they've got a new single out, 5 p.m. today. Honestly, I can't cope with all the new singles. Jessie Nelson's got a new single out. That'll disappear without trace. And Matt Goss. I think people have forgotten about him already. And now Steps. 5, 6, 7, 8. We like Steps a little bit. I mean, I don't know who their audience are. They're either very young children or gay people. Gay people seem to love Steps. If you go to any of their concerts, and I've seen, I bought a DVD of one of their shows, and there's so many men in the audience. Really.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, halfway through the week, and practically at the end of the month. I think it's cold. I think it's cold. I still can't believe they've said we're going to have a heat wave over the weekend. It just, I mean, normally you build up to these sort of things, but at the moment we're not doing it. Yes, it's been a terrible summer, hasn't it? I mean, it really has. It's been good for strawberries, though. Good for strawberries. Apparently, this is the ideal weather for strawberries. So we've had a glut of strawberries, which is great, but there's a limit to how many strawberries you're going to eat, isn't it, really? Steve, I don't agree with spray painting, but why has Banksy never been arrested? Well, because his is art. Unfortunately, what these people do, they don't actually draw anything. They just sort of scribble something. It's like, people who write graffiti on walls anyway, or they stick... It used to be posters for a new record out or something like that, you'd see those all over London, and then the council started prosecuting, so they sort of disappeared a little bit. Is there only one airport in Afghanistan, says Jill? Well, I mean, there can't be. There must be others. Boris has said we'll use leverage to get thousands more out of Kabul. Do you? You think that's how it's going to work? Afghanistan has 4 international airports. Well, why are we not using the other airports? Why are we just using this particular one airport? They've got 4. They've got domestic airports, regional domestic airports. In fact, they've got loads of blooming airports. Why can't we just sort of, they've got small local airports. Why can't they just sort of go to some of these ones? Why does it have to be Kabul? I mean, I shouldn't imagine that the Taliban are that organised that they can sort of get themselves to all these different airports. So there's 60 regional domestic airports. Oh, the Taliban own everywhere else, yeah. But the trouble is they'll all have to get on a bus, won't they, and hold hands and skip along to the next airport. But then, I mean, because if they're going to stop people leaving, one of the columnists in the paper today says, we'll leave many fearing for their lives, whatever date we pull out, because the Taliban will go round and they will indiscriminately shoot people. And they will kill people. Where it says in their version of the Quran that that's what you have to do, I've got no idea. Somebody wants to leave the country because they don't like the way you're operating it, and for this they have to be killed. Doesn't make any sense, actually. When you look at the thousands of people, they're all corralled into areas. They've obviously sent a drone up, and they've also got loads of people, rebel fighters training in Panjshir yesterday, and then political prisoners freed by the Taliban in Kandahar. And then you look at the people who are arriving at RAF Brize Norton here, and it's a completely different world. It isn't like there's a load of it. It's not like going to a proper international airport and there's loads of planes all over the place. There's not. There is just one aircraft here, and I don't know how many people that would take. 600 people onto an aircraft, because they've taken all the seats out, so they're not sitting in seats. They're literally sitting on the floor. It's as basic as that. Also, Jonathan Pryce takes over the reins as Prince Philip in The Crown. Looks every inch the royal patriarch in a sneak peek. They've also got somebody playing Prince Andrew, which I haven't seen The Crown yet. I've really got to watch it. I seriously got to watch it because it looks so good. And Jonathan Pryce, we love to pieces. First saw him in Miss Saigon all those years ago. Then he went over to America and cracked it over there. And still Geronimo's alive. I mean, how much longer is this dragging on? We need to somebody needs to sort of go down to DEFRA, knock on the doors, drag somebody out and go, what are you doing? Because they're dragging their heels on this one. I think perhaps they're thinking it's all going to go away. I mean, all they want is a TB test on this. Why can't they just say yes? What is the problem with it? Perhaps DEFRA is a bit, perhaps they're a bit lacking in the brain department. Roger says the regional airports in Afghanistan can't handle the big Air Force jets. Well, send in smaller ones. We've got smaller planes we can send over there. Like, when we rescued people from Dunkirk, we sent over all the little ships. Why don't we send little planes in and get people out? Because, frankly, those who don't make it onto the planes are then going to have to trudge back from the airport back to where they came from, by which time I think the Taliban will be waiting for them. It looks fairly sort of bad at the moment, I'm afraid. Climate change rebels ramping up the road protests. We don't care. You can stand there and sing and dance and chain yourself to something. We just carry on with our lives, and in 2 weeks you'd have disappeared again. They were blocking traffic in Whitehall. They're just a bit sad. As I say, I don't mind people protesting, but, why are you protesting to us? Why are you preventing us from doing our daily business, like going to work, earning a living, not sitting on the ground on your fat bums, doing nothing at all? Climate activists sit in the middle of the road, so the buses can't go down there. You can't get anything down there at all. Why do we have to suffer from it? Who is your gripe with? Go and talk to them. Sit in the road like a bunch of girls' blouses. 40 people have been arrested. I mean, nothing will happen there. There was also a woman wearing a Liverpool FC shirt being carried onto the pavement. And she's a fairly elderly person. And then we had the traffic around Trafalgar Square halted on Monday, and then the pink table. Activists spent the night chained to it before it was removed yesterday. I mean, last time, 2019, It costs £50 million to police it. 50 million quid. Well, let's make them pay for it, You want to sort of come to their, little meetings. I love the idea that they had a Welsh chapter that came down. And there's a man with a loudspeaker and a guitar, so God help us, he's going to sing. And loads of people with their phones out, filming the police. And someone was saying, I can't get through to go. No, you're not going. Once you've walked out of a group of people, you're staying out. It's as simple as that. Comedian Paddy McGuinness has revealed he's been on just one holiday with his family. Good Lord. Mind you, I think if you're in his business, every day's like a holiday. He's only got to do Take Me Out and other bits and pieces. And he wants parents and carers for autistic children to be made more aware that some people don't... he's had loads of abuse. He says because all three of their children are autistic, and so they get a blue badge. He said when you park, people say, "So what's the issue?" And he has to explain to them. He said he doesn't sometimes want to explain it to them, but he feels it's duty bound to actually explain what autism is. He said, you get people saying they don't look disabled, and of course they don't. Don't have to look disabled to be autistic, for goodness sake. It affects around 700,000 people in the country. The woman off the Chase, Anne Hegarty, she's autistic. But he said it's a postcode lottery. The fact they're in Cheshire, he said there's very good support. Chris Packham is also autistic. I'm going to sneeze. I'm so sorry. I'm so cold. I might have to start wearing a scarf or something like that. Don't want to catch pneumonia, do I, before Christmas? Well, no, I sneezed the other day in the car. Yeah, to be honest with you, I do sneeze, and it's on a daily basis. Perhaps it means something. Probably means I'm cold. And also, the animals left behind, says Tracy. Yes, there's loads, aren't there? There's a man who looks after loads of dogs and everything else. And Steve, they need to get our troops and British civilians out of there now, because there'll be a mass stampede the nearer the 31st. They're not going to go to the 31st of August. The Taliban have said they're not extending the date. So, in fact, the last plane could be either tomorrow or the day after. They don't know. They really have no idea. It's that imagine you're standing there in that heat with children and babies. There's no food. There's no nothing. The Taliban are basically watching them, deciding who they're going to pick off first, I should imagine. Awful. Steve. This is why I can't take Extinction Rebellion seriously. They spray paint buildings, thus emitting particles into the atmosphere. Then a vehicle is used to drive to the building, which has been spray painted, and they use chemicals to remove said paint. If XR used an environmentally friendly paint and removed the paint using ecological products, it would encourage more people to buy them. They really don't think it through, says Mary. No, they don't. Of course they don't. Nobody ever said they were. You only have to look at them to realise they're not bright. They are as bad as the anti-vaxxers. The anti-vaxxers who turn up, they just look like a bunch of thugs. We don't need people like that. Thank you very much indeed. What's this? House sales slumped 2/3 last month, and yet everywhere I look, there's estate agents. Estate agents everywhere. This is the end of the full £500,000 stamp duty holiday. Apparently HM Revenue... Oh, it's still... Talking of HM Revenue, I tried to get through to the pension hotline the other day. Now, they just cut you off. You push the number 2 for, I want to claim my pension, and it goes, we're experiencing a lot of that, and then it goes, beep, and it clicks off. And you think, how frustrating. I've been waiting for ages and ages on the telephone. It drives me mad. I think it's actually one of those... I think it's a fake line. I think it's just there designed to annoy you, because it's certainly worked. A trucker shortage could ruin Christmas. Retail's most senior figure has urged the government to solve the lorry driver shortage, which has left stores with empty shelves. Not round our way. I don't know where they've been to. But oh no, so they had a picture the other day of somewhere in Chelmsford, I think, or something, and the shelves were empty. And I thought, well, perhaps it was over a weekend and they were cleaning them or something, because we haven't got any shortages at all. Why would we have? We're getting loads of people driving lorries. They say it could affect pigs in blankets. Well, I shouldn't think so, because most of them are frozen anyway. You can always go to Iceland, because they're bound to have things. Oh look, Alex Jones. That's the one who's, again, not a very good presenter on the One Show, and she's announced her third child. And so just to really share things with you, because that's what people do now. Little Mix, they're not married. At least she's married. And they have babies. And then basically it just becomes a photo call. Here is mother and father clutching baby bump, and then there's a picture of baby's feet, baby's hands, and that's about it.
If
this
you've
one
enjoyed
here,
this
they're showing
podcast, you
Alex
can listen
breastfeeding
live
her
to Steve
child.
Allen, Monday to Friday
Riveting.
from 4 a.m.
Riveting,
on
because we don't
FM
want
in
to
London,
see.
across the UK on DAB Digital Radio,
Jimmy White
and on Global
gambling
Player.
spree. See, that can't be fruit machines, can it? That would be serious gambling. That would be horses and stuff like that, like going to Las Vegas. I mean, I'm not saying I sort of disagree with gambling, because Vegas is great, but you just got to limit yourself. You've got to do it responsibly, and all the signs on all the betting shops now say exactly the same thing. If you're not enjoying gambling, stop it. It's as simple as that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Steve, yep, lorry driver shortage, but that's not the end of it. You watch. Well, I mean, they're offering incentives. Amazon were offering £1,000 to people to go and work in their warehouses. One of the supermarkets was offering a bonus as well for people who wanted to go and drive lorries for them. But you've got to have an HGV license. You can't just let somebody start driving a lorry. Can you imagine the chaos? Tony says, thought of writing the pension people a letter? No. That's why we've got telephones. I don't do writing letters. I've tried writing letters before. I've tried sending stuff off. We're still waiting for the speeding thing to come back. That still hasn't gone anywhere. Absolutely ridiculous. So the perfect way is found to make egg and soldiers. I can't imagine why anybody would ever want to waste time doing this. The optimum dippy egg and toasted fingers. Toasted finger? I've ever heard. I mean, we used to have eggy soldiers when we were little, but I mean, not recently, obviously. And it's 4 minutes 25 seconds, then plunged into cold water for a further 57 seconds. White bread should be toasted for just under 3 minutes and cut into 0.8-inch soldiers and buttered before serving the egg with salt. Buttered? I've never heard of buttered as well. I mean, I thought you just... Well, I tell a lie. I have heard of being buttered. But surely, you just sort of butter the bread and cut it. It doesn't have to be a particular size. Just got to fit in the top of the egg thing. 62% insist the crust should be cut off the toast before being buttered. I don't remember it ever being toast. I just thought it was bread. Mind you, we didn't have a toaster. We used to have a grill. You put it under the grill, then you'd have to keep looking at it to make sure it wasn't burning, which it did. Because certain things you can cook really, really quickly in a toaster, and other things like crumpets take forever and a day. You need to put them in about 3 times, because bread cooks really quickly, but crumpets, and I do like a hard crumpet. I can't go. It's got to be hard, because then the butter soaks through it. And that's the whole trick to it. And there's sometimes, I'm feeling decadent, I either put a piece of cheese on the top of it or some peanut butter. I don't like Nutella. I'm not a chocolate person, really. It's funny, actually. A load of people go, oh, I'm a chocolate person. They had Eamon Holmes on the television yesterday, not because he was doing this programme, and the woman made a milkshake, because they did a feature on McDonald's don't have any milkshakes. And so she said, I've made you a milkshake. And he went, is that chocolate? And she went, yeah. I mean, you could tell it was the colour. And a bit of a giveaway. And he said, I don't like chocolate. He doesn't like chocolate milkshakes. So she'd already made one, and then there was another one that was made. And so Amy said, well, I'm just going to try, but I don't. He's obviously not a chocolate milkshake fan, whereas I always love chocolate milkshakes. Ice cold is very nice. I also like vanilla milkshakes. I'm not wild about the strawberry. It always tastes a bit of sort of chemically and things like that. But the woman showed you just how to make a chocolate milkshake, and it basically involved ice cream with milk. So, I mean, what did she use? I think she might have used chocolate ice cream and then some milk into it, and then just whizzed it up in a blender. That's it. I used to like a banana milkshake. Take your banana, peel it, and then sort of cut it into pieces, pop it in your blender with some ice cream and some milk, and that's quite nice as well. I'm doing myself no favours this morning at all. I still think they should serve banana milkshakes over in McDonald's, even at this time of the morning. Right. Older owners missing out on sizable sums. This is millions of older homeowners missing out on a potential £150,000 windfall from downsizing, because many find the process of moving home too daunting. Well, it's apparently, I think, top of the things that stress you out: death, at the top, and then I think it's moving house, or failing that, selling your house and finding another one to move to without getting caught in a chain which collapses halfway through. I've always, sort of bought places where I've been lucky. There hasn't been any chain, apart from once. And but some people, it could be like 30 people in a chain, and you've got to hope that it all goes through at the same time for everybody. So, I'll be selling my place and buying this place, and the person who is selling this place to me, they haven't, their one's fallen through the other, and so it goes on. Before you know where you are, you've got this chain reaction. But still very, very stressful for anybody. And then I think when I moved on one day, I always vowed I wouldn't do it. I moved myself with the help of friends, and we had a van, big box Luton. Well, you suddenly realise that you've got far more stuff than you ever imagined, because it then started raining, and it was a case of it rained, and we went back to the house, and the people were waiting there to move in. Of course, we hadn't finished moving the garden furniture, so in the end I just left the garden furniture for them, and I think I left a couple of wardrobes, because there was no way we were going to get stuff out. No way. Shane says Judge Judy's on the television at the moment. You're right about her hair. Yes, she's had a new hairstyle, and I don't think it looks right. I don't think it looks right. Which was a bit of a shame. And another one here. I was caught twice in the same week near Richmond after having had a clear licence for over 20 years, says Eddie. Oh, I was on the motorway, just went onto the motorway. Early hours at 5:30 in the morning, but I filled in the form, sent it off to them, saying, yes, I was the driver, this is my licence number. Heard nothing. Then they wrote to me, say, oh, you haven't replied back. Well, I have. How do you prove it? I put a stamp on it, and I sent it off. We'll just have to wait and see. Because I've got this horrible feeling they're then going to sort of go, well, now we're fining you this much money because you didn't respond to it. And how do I prove that I literally filled this thing in and put a stamp on it and put it in a postbox? Hardly likely, as I've done it on the programme every day for about the past 2 or 3 weeks. The dangers in the papers today of the weight loss supplements. Used to see them in the papers all the time until they got clamped down on. People selling basically a load of old hooey. Because people want that miracle. Like poor old Gemma Collins. She was having those skinny jabs. Highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. They were basically appetite suppressants. Made for diabetics, type 2 diabetics, if the medication didn't work. And you would inject this, exactly the same as if you were injecting your insulin, because I've got some in my fridge at the moment. And it works as an appetite suppressant. So in other words, I remember the first time I tried it, because they'll try anything to sort of try and get the weight down, because that's what type 2 is, your weight controlled. I didn't eat for the whole day. And they said, why not? I said, I didn't feel at all hungry. I didn't want anything. And they were appetite suppressants. Years ago, it was tablets. It was things like Tenuate Dospan and Ionomin, which were sold in so-called diet clinics. And they'd be handed out. They had to have a GP prescribing it, but they prescribe it to basically anybody who had the money to pay for them. But then they brought out these injections, and they're supposed to be, as I say, for diabetics. And then Gemma Collins tried it, and then tried to pretend that she wasn't promoting it. I'd love to know how much she paid for it. I'd love to see her tax return. That'd be quite a good one, wouldn't it? But she's still big. So, because she only lost 3 stone, but I suspect it's all being put back on again at the moment. I've lost my other story. I had a great story about a policeman caught at a cannabis farm. And they've kept his name quiet. I don't know why, because he's a policeman, but I think he's one of these plastic policemen. The ones who sort of want to be policemen, but they're not quite up to it. They're all shapes and sizes. You see them on rugby days in Twickenham. Always totally entertaining. Sue says, totally agree with you on the hard crumpet and banana milkshake. Sue's back to flying. She worked for BA. Yep. A lot of people who listen to this programme worked for BA, which was good. But yeah, you're right. It's got to be a hard crumpet. There is no point in having something you take out the toaster and it's still soft. It's not good. Tony says letters are a good way of communicating with big business and government. You have a record and they can't avoid it. Well, you haven't got a record. Why have you got a record? I don't have a record of everything I put in the post box. So you don't know. No, it's got to be a telephone. Got to be telephone. We used to toast bread, Steve, on a large two-pronged fork over a coal fireplace. And Mam prayed to God when gas fires came in. Says Conrad, but that gets me trolled by Extinction Rebellion. Well, we used to have that. You know you can buy bags of marshmallows? We used to toast those when I was in the Cubs. I didn't make it to the Scouts. And first Hong Kong troop. And my woggle, you know. And we used to toast, for some reason, marshmallows. And now you get them in a cup of hot chocolate. They do little miniature marshmallows. And apparently they empty them in, so it goes all sort of gooey and everything else. It's all sort of wet and hot, and it's quite nice, actually. Quite nice. I prefer just whipped cream. I like to make the cream suffer. And, you know, and it's always squirty cream. So if you don't sort of drink it quickly and get a little moustache around your mouth, you know, it evaporates. And that's all they're using. And they charge a fortune for these things. They really do. It's very expensive.
Tired of walking the same streets you have done a million times? Or eating at the same old restaurants? Scrolling through the same streaming services in the same living room? It's time to leave behind what you know and move beyond the norm. Enjoy gourmet dinner, award-winning entertainment, and exclusive lounges as you soar through the sky to Hong Kong. Cathay. Move beyond. Book your next adventure at cathaypacific.com.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
You finished with her now, have you? You decided we didn't want to hear that anymore. Where that came from, God alone knows. Anyway, Steve, I watched Judge Judy, new hairstyle. They stopped making them over 10 years ago. She was worth she's the richest presenter in America. I'm assuming when they say richest in America, she must be richer than Oprah Winfrey. She's sort of gone off the boil a little bit. And Tom the Gardener says, I thought the rugby was in Whitton. Well, it's nearly in Whitton. I mean, it isn't in Twickenham. Twickenham, you turn left off the roundabout to go into Twickenham. You have to turn right to go to the rugby ground. But they always call it Twickenham, don't they? Because Whitton doesn't have a big station that can cope with things like that. So there you go. Steve, I listen to you religiously every morning, says Catherine. I've got you on my phone in my dressing gown. My husband just said, you walking around with Steve Allen in your pocket. That must be even more bizarre, mustn't it, really? The guy who just messaged in to say it's good to send a letter, as this means there's a record. Did he listen 2 minutes earlier regarding the speeding letter that you've sent back? I think that's the perfect definition of irony, says Mary. I know. What can you do about it? Not a lot, really. Not a lot. Steve, is metformin bad for your liver? Because I take them for my diabetes. Oh, millions of people take metformin. I take metformin 4 times a day. And my insulin once a day now. And we seem to have got it under control. I think so, actually. Also, somebody saying here, on this day, 1537, the Honourable Artillery Company is formed, the oldest surviving regiment in the British Army. And the second most senior is formed. The HAC can trace its history back as far as 1087, but it got a charter in 1537 from none other than Henry VIII. He'd have been an interesting guest, wouldn't he, really? You know, God knows what you'd have asked him, but it would be wonderful. Tony says you send it recorded delivery. You just put this thing in the post with a stamp on it. That's what I'm relying on the post office to do. You know, that's the way it works. And Paul said, oh, so the traffic is not live. God, you're a bright one, aren't you? Are you a member of Mensa? You must be. The tiger labelled as sexist. This is from some charity called the Zero Tolerance. So the Daily Star today sum it up. Everybody said, many of you may have read The Tiger Who Came to Tea. You've heard about this. It's a lovely little tale for children about a ravenous big cat who invites himself for dinner and eats a mum and daughter out of house and home. You know, the sort of innocent fodder that sends kids to sleep. But, and we can't really believe we're writing this, some daft snowflake has now decided that reading it to youngsters could lead to harassment and rape. Apparently, the fact it's a male tiger reinforces gender stereotypes that would naturally lead to blokes committing barbaric acts. Do us a favour, says the Daily Star. It's an innocent story about a cartoon tiger, for the love of God. And why is nobody pointing the finger at Goldilocks for doing, if anything, much worse? Who's been sleeping in my bed? Who's been eating my porridge and all that kind of thing? Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this zero tolerance charity, I think, kind of sum it all up, don't they? There is rank stupidity, and it's out there even today. I'm taking baby turkeys from Kent to Wales for Christmas, says Michael. Oh, I don't like to think about things like that. I don't like to think about things like that. I don't like to think about anybody. Don't they have big turkey farms in this country, and they fatten them up in a matter of days, and then you get the Norfolk bronze turkeys, which are the black turkeys, which are, about the best you can get, and they work out. I know because Stuart, who owns Sandy's, the fish shop in Twickenham, a very not just up and coming area. We've eclipsed Kingston and Richmond put together at the moment, and he sells them, and I think they work out at just over £100 each. But they are supposed to be the best turkeys, because the other ones that come in, and some of them that are frozen, have come in from abroad, and they tend to be turkeys. I think, what do they say? Is it from being born to your table? It's something like 35 days or something. They literally fatten them up as quickly as possible, and so the quality of the meat is not as good. Not as good. Another one here, which says, Veronica says, you get a certificate of posting free of charge at the post office. I'm not walking around the post office. I'm walking to the post box and putting the thing in there. And I've done it twice now. But I haven't heard anything back from them, which is all very odd. I do the same, Steve. I'm up early, 4 a.m. spike, Alexa every room in the morning, so I don't miss anything. And then in the car, going to work, says Debbie. I like that idea. And so we've dealt with the tiger. I wonder if Michael Parkinson's got a book out. His programmes ran from 71 to 82, and then the BBC dropped him, and then he moved to ITV, and of course he sort of started the programme, and then they go to an ad break because they had to pay for it. And he wants to apologise to Meg Ryan because he's of an age now whereby he just wants to kind of make amends to all the people. He had in fact, he liked Billy Connolly on there. Billy Connolly, I think, it turned him into an overnight star because he was really good. I think also John Lennon and Yoko Ono, Ali G. I never got Ali G at all. I really didn't. I must be the only person. I think he's as bad. You like him, do you? Oh, God, honestly, how awful. And Borat. Oh, God, no. Also, I saw the other day Victoria Beckham. She appeared on Parkinson in 2001. She let slip her nickname for Bex was Golden Balls. And he then sort of, the footballer covered his eyes and bowed his head before Victoria Beckham admitted it's one of the things I shouldn't have said. Actually, that was the famous interview where David Beckham barely said a word. She sort of speaks for him. It's a lot easier that way, isn't it, really? Rod Hallenemu was the worst thing. Worst thing for old Parky. And I know that because Parky worked for us. He used to do the morning show on LBC, 10 o'clock through. And he said, I've interviewed everybody, from prime ministers to major stars. And all I'm remembered for is that bloody emu, which wrestled him to the ground. And that was back in 1976. I mean, I think he was taken aback. I think he asked Emu a question. And you could always tell when Emu was going to attack you, because he scrunched up his nose, and and then he literally he went for Parky, and Parky fell on the ground. They rolled around in it. He hated it. I mean, he really, because it sort of took him out of his comfort zone. Everybody else was sort of laughing and all the rest of it, and he did it once, and then he sort of sat back and he sort of composed it, and then the blooming bird did it again, twice. It was almost too much to bear. Bless him. But as I say, he's remembered for that. If you ask people, what do you remember, interesting. Steve, I'm walking thanks to a person lying on the track at Hanger Lane, says Paul. Really? Oh. And Steve, the people who would open your letter are probably all working from home with COVID, which is why you haven't heard anything. No, it goes direct to this company who deal with people who speed. It's I can't remember what they're called actually now. But it's government thing. It's not sort of something we've made up, and they want to know who was driving the car because you've been caught on the speed cameras. Michael reckons it takes 20 weeks to grow turkeys. Can we find out if that's true or not? How long from barn to table for turkeys? You think 20 weeks, Michael? We shall find out. We shall know these things. That's the good... You know, years ago, you'd have to go to the library and sort of take everything out of the library and find the book that had, the bit on turkeys. Now, with Google, you just go on and type on, how long a turkey's kept before they're slaughtered. I don't like to talk about it too much in case there's some listening, probably getting excited, looking forward to Christmas and all that kind of thing, being with their friends, and it turns out they're not. Because Gordon Ramsay bred 2 one year, didn't he? And then they called round the mobile abattoir. I didn't even know such a thing existed. And they were electrocuted. And they were sort of eaten. I do like turkey, but you can have it all the time. It's not that it's just available at Christmas. It's available all year round. There's no shortage of turkeys. But they're trying to make a big deal about, because of the lorries and all the rest of it, there might be a shortage of pigs in blankets. Well, substitute it for something else. Just get some little sausages, stick them in your freezer now. In fact, you can go and buy all that. You can buy pigs in blankets already. But because some people just happen to like little sausages with a bit of bacon wrapped around it. So there you go. The idea is that if it goes to court, you're establishing evidence, says Tony. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, because I've done it every day on the programme, because I'm just like that, actually. There you go. Stuart at Sandy's in Twickenham. It says here. So wait a minute. He says Coper's turkey is about 24 to 26 weeks, but 16 to 22 weeks, they should weigh around 12 to 14 pounds. A heritage breed turkey will mature at 25 to 30 weeks. So you've determined that they reach the appropriate weight. You then pull the turkeys out and butcher them. How you choose to butcher them, they say, is totally up to you. Can't think of anything worse. But Stuart does these Coper's turkeys. So he's right. Absolutely right. 24 to 26 weeks. That's not a long time, is it, really? A few months, they're all sort of wandering around. I like the free range idea. Provided it is free range, they can actually go outside.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Steve, I rang Vodafone, says Shane. I thought their offices were here in Australia, but they were overseas. Yes, most of the places now, the call centres, they're all over the place. When I spoke to my insurance company, they were in Nova Scotia, in Canada. Because I remember saying to her, I said, you have a little chat while you're sort of talking to people. And I said, whereabouts are you? She said, we're in Nova Scotia. I said, I didn't know there was anybody in Nova Scotia, but apparently there were. I didn't think it would take too long for this one to resurface. Well, it hasn't resurfaced. It's always been around, but I didn't think they would say anything about it because they've been very quiet. You know the story of Geronimo, the alpaca, who might or not be put to SLEEP, or might be used as a test thing, or I don't know how they do it. Anyway, animal rights activists have jumped on the bandwagon on this one now. Wait for this. They've blasted the owner of Geronimo for breeding the animals and selling their wool. Apparently, veterinary nurse Helen McDonald advertises exclusive luxury woven alpaca products from her herd, which are sheared like sheep. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, which is PETA, say they should not be bred for trivial human interests. The director, Elisa Allen, no relation, said Geronimo's plight pulls at the heartstrings because people see him for who he is, an individual with thoughts, feelings and the will to live. We may not be able to save every animal, but we can make a difference in the lives of many by simply refusing to wear their skin, fur or fleece. Well, there's a new one. 8-year-old Geronimo was sentenced to death by DEFRA after twice testing positive. Helen, who lives in Gloucestershire, disputes the accuracy and insists it's cruel to put him down. Top vets say they have grave reservations about the test results. Helen's been approached for comment. Just do it. Just do another blooming test. You know, it can all be dealt with very, very quickly. I just don't understand why it's taken them such a long time to drag their blooming heels. Goodness sake, honestly. Apparently a few glasses of red wine a week and a nice cup of tea can boost heart health. I like a nice cup of tea. I only drink it oh no, I tell you, I did drink it at home. Sorry, I used to drink coffee. I used to drink coffee every morning, and then somebody said to me, "You shouldn't really drink coffee because it's not particularly good for you." And so I've stopped drinking coffee, and I'm just drinking tea at home, Earl Grey tea. And I like that, or Lady Grey, or breakfast tea, anything like that. I like the idea of a few glasses of red wine a week, because I don't like red wine. Apparently, researchers at Belfast Queen's University and Kiel University in Germany both found both reduced blood pressure due to their high flavonoid content, with apples helping as well. So there you go. They know these things, these people. They love all that sort of stuff. They really do. And you can put your Christmas tree orders in now, because at the Gardening Club at Enfield, it's half price on all plants. I don't need any plants at the moment. I'm debating whether to put anything out for Christmas. And to be honest with you, I don't think I will. And, oh Lord, I've now got to ring, because, well, I can't tell you. But you're right, we have been paid this morning. It's just that I can't access my money, because it wouldn't accept the details. And we've now been locked out. So we've now got to reset it. Doesn't help, does it really? Oh, goodness, honestly. I love these sort of things in the morning. It's good. I shall do that a little bit later on today, which is all good news. Steve, apparently Officer Bird on Judge Judy is only worth $1 million, says Robbie. Well, he doesn't do a lot apart from saying the next case is. I mean, so to have $1 million is very good. Daylight robbery, isn't it? Absolutely. I do like Judge Judy. I do like Judge Judy. I mean, I think she's very good, and I think the programme's good. But she loses her temper with these people really quickly. She really does. She gets very cross with them, and I like that when people come up with the daftest things. But in fact, they have actually signed a document. They've signed a waiver. It's like the people who argue on programmes. They're all being filmed specifically for a programme. They've all got microphones on and stuff like that. There was one bloke. He turned up to this great porn shop, and what was it? Oh, he was doing something about car parking. He was offering security in the car parking, and it was a case of really they didn't need anything like that. He said, well, what happens if somebody parks in here overnight? And so they said, well, it doesn't happen because it locks up, and we don't need to worry about it. And so he then lost his temper. He lost it. He said, you need me, and they went, no, we don't. Thank you very much indeed. And he's got a microphone on, so he took it out and threw it on the floor. You know what people are like. They do it on the X Factor as well, which is good. Nick Ferrari this morning is going to be talking about the Prime Minister saying a roadmap for engagement, apparently, with the Taliban has been agreed. Dominic Raab will be joining Nick Ferrari live this morning. So a roadmap for engagement with the Taliban. Can't believe we're actually talking to them, but it's quite something, isn't it? Really, quite something. So it's the race against time, say the Sun, and Britain in a 48-hour battle to get people out. The reason that they can't use all their other airports is because they don't have the facilities. They don't have the capability of refueling planes and stuff like that. Roger says Geronimo's done wonders for those who had no idea what an alpaca is. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I mean, I knew what they were, alpacas, and they look very nice. But of course now PETA have jumped on the wagon. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I wonder why it's taken them this long to work out that she sells products made from alpaca wool. There's loads of people who sort of use wool, because wool fetches, from sheep. It fetches nothing. All these farmers have to get there, because they did it on one of the farming programs. They shear the sheep, and you looked at all these lovely fleeces. And I thought, they'll be made into rugs and different. They said they're worth nothing. They're worth nothing. These things. Seriously, they said it was something stupid like 20 pence a fleece. And I remember thinking it must cost more than that to shear the blooming sheep. So she's only doing something. And sort of hoping that it works out and people want to buy alpaca stuff. I don't know what their wool's like. I've seen they look quite nice. But then we don't make anything out of dogs when people clip dogs' hair, do we? Or perhaps we do, actually. Perhaps we do. Almost every UK shop worker, has suffered abuse from customers. 14% had been assaulted, Usdaw found. 70% had been threatened. I never understand why people start arguing with people who work in shops. They're not paid enough to worry about stuff like that. I've got to go. Morning, everybody. It's Thursday, 26th of August. I trust we find you well. I was confused by television yesterday. I'll tell you why in a moment. There was also a bit of they were sort of throwing forward to, and don't forget, on Lorraine's programme tomorrow, hosted by, never remember her name, they've got Joe O'Meara on there, the former S Club 7 singer. This was the one you remember, because I then sort of checked out, I couldn't remember actually, but the names of half the people. Together with Jade Goody and Danielle Lloyd, they were the racist people who offended Shilpa Shetty in just about the entire country. I've never heard anything like it. You can find it on YouTube. I mean, 2007 it was. I suppose you could say by now, you know, she says, oh, I'm a different person. Yeah, I don't know. Do leopards change their spots? I'm not too sure, actually. It's a case of the vile racist abuse that Shilpa Shetty suffered on Big Brother was almost unbelievable. So much so that it destroyed Joe O'Meara's career and Danielle Lloyd as well. It's just that people tend to forget Danielle Lloyd, but I'm always keen to remind everybody exactly how vile she was. They thought it was hilarious that Jade Goody, a foul-mouthed racist, was able to abuse Shilpa Shetty on the television. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. You know, there's Jade Goody, the foul-mouthed one, shouting obscenities at her, Shilpa Poppadom and all this kind of stuff. In fact, she had to go to India to apologise. And so when she came out, there was no audience there to sort of, you know, boo her, which they undoubtedly would have done. But I know it was 2007, but, you know, the foul face on Jade Goody, it was just dreadful. I loved it when Shilpa Shetty turned around to Jade Goody and went, this, pointing at her, this is your life here. She said, this is what you do, because Jade Goody had no talent whatsoever. She was just somebody who pretended to be a little bit thick on the television. Yesterday, the reason I had an issue, because I was watching the end of This Morning. I always watch the bit where Eamon's sort of eating as much food as he can get in because it's free. I'm surprised he doesn't have a doggy bag. But anyway, they then throw forward to Loose Women and they go, oh, and here's Colleen. So little Colleen Nolan was there with the badly dyed hair and looking a little bit older. But that's cigarettes for you. Anyway, and she said, oh, coming up on the show today, we've got this, and this. And we're going to be talking to Peter Andre. I thought, oh, not Peter Andre again. Please, God, no. He's one of those boring threepenny guests where you sort of get him up there and Pete sort of tries to turn his sort of little career into something mega. A little bit like Matt Goss, only at least Matt Goss played Vegas. And he said, and so he was plugging Grease, where he plays the teen angel and a DJ. Both very minor roles. But that's the best that Pete can get at the moment before he goes on tour next year. And so they sort of, it was about 1 o'clock, I think, they decided to go to him. And of course, the new system is on television, which works very well, is you have all the presenters socially distanced, and then the guest is on a television screen. So they've just, you know, got a bit of equipment at home. Lots of people have got it. And it seems to work quite well. Loads of people will tell you that it's much easier than having to send a car for somebody and then bring them in and the car to take them home again, because Pete lives out in the wilds of nowhere, you know, sort of Brighton way, I think. And so he was there and he said, oh, before I start, and I thought, oh, I know what he's going to say. And then he went on to, you know, oh, I was doing this thing. And I'm like, oh, he hasn't mentioned it. And I went through the interview, and I think at one point I did have to go outside and do something, and he was still chatting. Now, whether or not he mentioned this, I don't know. But when I was watching, he didn't. I was expecting him, in my sad little world, to say something like, I'd like to send my best wishes to Katie Price, who is his ex-wife, for what she's had to endure. No mention of it. In fact, there's old Pete doing his old laugh a minute. You know, I've had one hit single. Mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious, so bloody long ago. And I was waiting for him to say something about Katie. I mean, he does have 2 children with her. I thought he would have said something. Now, if I missed it, I apologise. But I don't remember on all the bits I was watching, and I think I only nipped out once to get a cup of tea. And I was waiting for the panel to bring it up and say, you know, have you got a message to send to Katie Price? I thought that Pete, being the caring person, not the brightest, admittedly, would have said something like, I send my best wishes to her and hope everything's okay. But I didn't hear it. And that kind of disappointed me, actually. I sort of, he went down even further in my estimation. But anyway, I'm sure somebody will tell me that, oh yes, he did actually sort of send good wishes. But he didn't do it at the beginning of his interview, which is where you would have done it. You would highlight something like that. And then there was the other story of Nirvana. Now, I don't know enough about Nirvana to comment on anything, but I do remember the album cover to Nevermind, which came out in 91. And it was a baby swimming underwater, picking up, was it a dollar bill, which was being dangled on a fishing line. And it's become, one of those album covers. It's, there was nothing, I didn't think there was anything the matter with it. It was a baby with no clothes on, swimming in I was more impressed by the fact the baby was swimming in the water than anything else. Never even crossed my mind. Anyway, the baby has grown up. Wants $2 million compensation for child pornography. Because his parents, he claimed, didn't sign a release form. What, it's taking you this long, sweet cheeks, to get round to it? This was 91. We're in the year 2021. I couldn't believe why it had taken so long. And he said it was child pornography. And he was never asked permission. Oh, my godfathers. Honestly, it's very worrying, isn't it? Mind you, I still am old enough to remember the Two Virgins album, brought out by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, where they had to start selling it in a brown paper bag envelope because they were both stark naked on the front. Stark naked. And it was just a black and white picture. There was nothing offensive about it. Not that I remember anything being offensive on it. But eventually people went, I think you better sell it in like a paper bag kind of thing. So that's what they did. But the album of Nirvana's, I mean, from 91, I wonder why it's taken such a long time to get round to complaining about it and saying it was child pornography. Loads of people, if you go to a beach, there will be loads of little children of this age. And I think this little boy, I forget how many months old he was, but anyway, loads of kids run around with nothing on the beach. Admittedly, you can't go to a swimming pool and take photographs of people. That would be considered perverted. But, this was something. I mean, the parents must have realised it was an album and their baby was going to fish. I thought they'd been thrilled to pieces. It's an iconic album. It's gone down in the annals of history. Never ever thought it was child pornography. But, people see different things now, don't they? People look into all sorts of things. Like you're talking about animals last night. I was listening to some right weirdos speaking to Tom Swarbrick. I mean, a couple of them. You can always tell if they're, so-called animal lovers because they've all got funny little voices. And they talk like that. And the moment one person came on, I thought, I know what you're going to say. You're an animal lover. But unfortunately, we're not animal lovers. Ask Battersea Cat and Dogs Home. Are we animal lovers in this country? Why do you think they're sitting there absolutely full up to the rafters with abandoned pets? Staffies, when I went down there a couple of years back. I went down and all the dogs they had in, most of them were Staffies. People had them because you don't get bad dogs, you get bad owners. People who don't train them. And this all hinged on whether they're bringing animals back from Afghanistan. What we're going to do with them, I've got no idea. Presumably, they'll have to go into quarantine. But, I mean, people get quite irate. People say, I love animals. I love, animals are at the top of my list and people are sort of well down on the list. I really didn't get it. We can all like animals. And I think old Swars has got animals and he's got a dog and a couple of cats and things like that. But to listen to some of these people whose voices seem to be raised in anger. There was one woman, I mean, she was off her trolley. Off her trolley completely. And then it carried on. I mean, a gift for radio presenters, I suppose, when people want to talk about animals. But don't ever spin me this line that people are animal lovers. Speak to Nathan Morley in Cyprus. We used to speak to him on a regular basis. And he said that he used to go round there because he's an animal lover. And people would go on holiday to Cyprus, or they lived there for a little while. They'd have a dog. Then they'd leave and come back to this country or wherever else they were going, and they would abandon their animals. He would go round and rescue these animals and put them into different shelters. Go to Spain, there's animal shelters, abandoned animals wandering the roads. It's as simple as that. We're not a nation or a universe of animal lovers. We're really not. They serve a purpose. I've seen people sitting on the buses with them, when they've got their little dog sitting in a carrier bag or something. And I've just thought, you're not an animal lover at all. It's awful. Roger says it might be that Emily, or Ems as he called her, doesn't like it when Peter talks about his former wife. But he's got 2 children with her. You would have thought if somebody had been attacked in their home that Pete would say, listen, I couldn't give a stuff about what Emily wants. Somebody's been attacked. She, as a doctor, should know all about violence against women. I was just expecting Pete to say something, being the so-called caring person. He's very keen to exploit his children at every opportunity, which is something he told her off about years ago. Then he puts them on loose women. You know, he's a little bit hypocritical, is old Peter Andre, but I thought he could have said something. You know, it is your ex-wife, dear. You know, like, get better soon, thinking of you. You know, both Emily and I send our best wishes to you, but he never. Not as far as I heard it, which I found very difficult. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently, somebody says that Pete put on social media yesterday it was a pre-recorded interview filmed a few weeks ago. Was it? Well, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it, then? I don't think they should cheat with us and put things on. I said, you know, if he said that, but he didn't say anything on it, but of course he couldn't have done if it was pre-recorded. How odd. Martin says Harry is going to let out a lot of secrets about the royalty in his new book. Who gives a stuff? Who gives a forex what Harry does? Waste of space. Total waste of space in the royal family. That was Harry the Playboy drunk. That was Harry who sort of, you know, basically couldn't dress himself and then marries somebody who's been around the block a few times and average actress, and who then proceeds to sort of insult the royal family. Well, that's not how we work in this country. Some people don't like the royal family, I understand that, but you can't have an American telling us, you know, about our royal family and they're this and they're that and they're everything else, you know. And so Harry in his little book, do your worst, love, do your worst. Ghastly. Steve, did you see Dale last night on the TV panel show Would I Lie to You? And I didn't, actually. I think I have seen it. I think I've seen that one because occasionally stuff pops up on the television and it's got Dale on it. And I remember thinking, I don't remember that being filmed. But anyway, and he was looking fit as a fiddle. Well, he was. I mean, considering how many he smoked, I was always quite surprised that he never went down with any more illnesses. Me, I mean, I did. I went down with angina. But he didn't seem to do anything like that. I mean, you wouldn't have found... The only time he went into hospital was when he went to Switzerland and had cosmetic surgery. You know, he only went in for a nose job, came back with a full facelift. Full facelift. And he then showed me the pictures. I mean, seriously, it looked like he'd been run over by a steamroller. It really was the worst thing. I've often looked at people who have cosmetic surgery and I thought, why do it? But he wanted to have it done. He was persuaded by the medics over there, listen, while you're here, we can tighten this up and do that and make you look 10 years younger. I mean, it took him ages and ages to sort of get over it. He couldn't go out because he was so bruised. Because when they started cutting into your skin and then tucking it behind your ears. And then, of course, the worst thing was he had to shave behind his ears because they'd stretched the skin where it grows his beard. And so that was tucked behind. So he started growing hair behind his ears, which is not... I mean, I've seen some horrendous cosmetic surgery. Everybody's thought about it. We've all thought, oh, if I did this and that. He would stand in front of the mirror pulling his skin back and just seeing what it looked like. And he'd sort of say, oh, do you think I need this doing? And I say, no, you look fine. You look fine. You know, just be yourself. But he wanted it done. He had the money to do it. So he went and got it done. What it cost, I've got no idea. But either way, there'll be people going in for cosmetic surgery today. They really will be. And I'll be I watched a programme on Dick Emery the other day. And he wanted to be known as an actor as opposed to a comedian. And he died, I think, in the Cromwell Hospital. And I go past that every morning. Interesting. Michael Parkinson, he has aged, but he's still Parky. He's 86. And Katie Price has said she can't face going to court. So presumably, whatever happens with this alleged assault and the missing ring and all the rest of it, it might end up in court. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. The police are apparently putting things together at the moment. Where it goes, I've got no idea. And then we'll know a little bit more. And I've got a story about, what else have I got? ABBA making a sensational comeback. And beware, the people who promise you can be a top model. Rip-off merchants, shysters. We'll tell you all about them because they feature in the Mirror today. And that's all happening on Steve Allen's Early Breakfast.
Imagine how it'd feel to win £10,000. Like you'd smashed it. With Set for Life, you could win £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life from the National Lottery. Play on the app. Prize may be capped. Account terms, rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Hey, good news. If you eat Greek food, you're better in bed. Better get some Greek food in, I think. Not sure. I don't know how they know that. I mean, didn't they just say to somebody, how was your bedroom department today? And they went, pretty good. Did your husband eat Greek food? Ah, well, that'll be it. I don't know how they work that out, actually. I can't think of any logical reason why. I mean, people always say that, though, don't they? People always say, I'm really good in bed, or I'm saying, and you think, no, you're not. No, you're not. I mean, I used to say that to people, but it was just an excuse. I'm afraid. I always thought I was rubbish. I'd rather have a cup of cocoa and a croissant. I'm really not remotely interested about sort of all this sort of. And you get to a certain age, and to be honest with you, who can be bothered with it? Who can be bothered with anything like that? Ghastly. I got the other day. My neighbour Lindy said, "Oh, I put a parcel downstairs for you." I said, "Did you?" Because I was waiting on one parcel, and it's one of these water candles. And what it is, it looks like a fake, big, thick candle. But in fact, you fill it with water. This one, they normally work on battery. This one's rechargeable. It's got a light inside, and the top of it turns into a little bubbling fountain. And it's really nice. And it was that. So today I'm going to be charging it up, trying desperately to get in touch with the pension people. I tell you, it's like ripping your teeth out, this one is. Now, you go through to the right department, you think and it sort of rings about 3 times, and then it cuts you off. Seriously, it's the most annoying thing, and still waiting to hear back about the speeding ticket, which appears not to be. Seriously, why it takes? There must be loads of people who are being done by this thing. Senior royals in the papers today. We don't know who they are. They just call them senior royals. Relieved when Meghan failed to attend the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. I wouldn't want her back in this country if we had to pay for it. Seriously, I really wouldn't. I'm not remotely interested. And with her and Harry, they can stay in the States for the rest of their lives, as far as I'm concerned. A black scarecrow, have you heard of such a thing? Me neither. Has been removed from an allotment after being labelled as racist. The council are reviewing their scarecrow policy. I wasn't even aware that there was such a thing as a scarecrow policy, but I can well imagine that seeing something that is black material with red lips and things like that would look offensive. But, and there is only a but on it, say the person who owns the allotment was black. Why would they want to put a white scarecrow up? I didn't understand, but they didn't tell you. They just say that the council are reviewing this scarecrow policy. You don't really see scarecrows very much now. What they have in most fields that farmers have are these guns that go off every so often. It's like loaded, and you just go bang, and then all the birds take off, and then they'll come back down again. The scarecrow, that can't have put anybody off, can it? I've seen scarecrows in fields, which are quite nice. I've found you a nice house. Who could we send to this nice house? Oh, there's one woman here who texted it, not to me actually, to somebody else, and she was saying, "I despise men. Animals go to the top of the list." And I think we know what sort of person you are, not in the real world. But anyway, I've got just the place for her and people like her. It's the most remote house in England. There's no road to it. They've got no mains electric. There's no phone signal, no internet, and it's on sale for £1.5 million. I don't know. I suppose because it obviously comes with a bit of land, but no road, no mains electric. How do they build the thing then if it's got no road, no mains electric? I couldn't cope with that. So that means you can't have a fridge unless you've got a little generator. There's no phone signal. Who are you going to talk to? You need electric because you've got to have a television and a radio and stuff like that. And there's no internet either. doesn't really help, does it? But some people like the solitude that you can get from some place. People like to buy islands in the stream, and they like to buy them, and then they go and live there, or they use it as a holiday home because it's remote, and they want to get away from it all. It doesn't interest me. I wouldn't want to do that. I couldn't cope if I didn't have people around me. That's why I told you yesterday, my mother hated London. She knew it was too busy, too noisy, and whereas me, I love the noise. I don't like the yobbos that we get on the streets nowadays. The people who sort of, and I always look at them and think to myself, I bet you've not got a job, have you? I bet you haven't got a job. Mind you, hilarious picture of the day. This one appears in the Mail Online, and it's poor old Gemma Collins who turned up to Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cinderella. I'm assuming that Gemma Collins turned up as sort of something from Ghostbusters. She's wearing the most hideous, ridiculous outfit, which is, I'm assuming it's covering the weight. I can't think of any other reason. The hair looks dreadful, and she's only lost 3 stone. Whereas there's a guy in the paper today, he went to one of these slimming places, he's lost 9 stone. So perhaps Gemma could learn a lesson or two, because this outfit is the most laughable thing you've ever seen. I mean, the woman is a joke. She's 40, behaving like a 3-year-old. Seriously, it's the sort of thing that you put a sheet on over your head and it covers. It's so down to the floor. How they got her into a seat, I'll never know. Poor soul, honestly. For those people missing the McDonald's milkshakes, I've got the perfect Mackie D milkshake, and so hang on to that one. And what was the other one that I quite like? Police use of tasers doubles in just 4 years, and Kerry Coke Toner's having her boobs enlarged so she can get people to pay more money. Sad woman. Very sad, tragic woman, honestly. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, really? It's as somebody wrote to me the other day. In fact, there's a piece in one of the papers which is very interesting. It's about Jordan, ironically. And somebody said, I just feel sorry for the children. Because everything she does is documented. Every single thing. I don't think there is anything. And the person who wrote one of the articles, in fact, met her some years ago and said she can turn anything into a story. And apparently since the day before yesterday, she's been trolled by just about everybody. And somebody said, but wait a minute, she's been beaten up at home. Somebody punched her in the face. So hopefully the police will be going for prosecution, and then we shall find out, because the ring's gone missing. And, I'm not even sure whether or not she knows what insurance is. I mean, I'm hoping if you've got a £50,000 ring, it comes with insurance, because you don't want to lose something like that. Also, you'd be frightened to wear it out. Definitely. Here's a picture of the Nirvana baby. His name is Spencer Eldon. He's 30. He says it's sexual exploitation and constitutes child pornography. The shot of him grasping for a dollar bill shows him like a sex worker, he says. They're quite mad in America. It's just a picture of a baby swimming in water. And he was 4 months old. It was taken in 1990 at an aquatic centre. His artistic dad, Rick, shared a studio with snapper Kirk Weddle, who took the picture. And there are court papers which says Nirvana failed to get Eldon's parents to sign a consent form or cover his genitals as promised. I mean, to be honest with you. And then what he's done is Eldon has recreated the snap. So, I mean, either you're offended by it or you're not, dear. But apparently he's suffered permanent distress. Permanent distress. So representatives from Nirvana have yet to respond. I mean, it's 30 years on. He's an artist who recreated the cover as a teenager and adult, says his identity and name are forever tied to exploitation. I'm sorry, sweet cheeks, but I wouldn't even have known your name if I hadn't read it in the newspaper. I had no idea who you were. Perhaps you should sue your parents for putting you in for it for the first place. I don't get it. People complain about everything nowadays, don't they? Oh, look, Emily Atack. I don't know what she does now, actually. But the former I'm a Celebrity contestant. And that's about it. That was it. Plus, Bank Holiday Britain looks like being hotter than Crete. And they've got a picture here of Weymouth. Weymouth looks quite pretty, actually. They've got a sort of little fun fair at the back of the beach. And that's what I remember when I was a youngster. You go to the beach and then you could see in the background there'd be the amusement arcades and the helter-skelter and stuff like that. And that's what I liked it. And people had windbreaks and families went down there. It's become a bit naff, to go to the seaside now. Not many people go to seaside anymore, which is a great shame. You should go, but this weekend it's going to be chock-a-block, isn't it? Chock-a-block. And nobody will be socially distancing. Nobody will be remotely interested in doing anything like that at all. I always find very disappointing. Plus, medics have demanded urgent COVID booster jabs amid fears that immunity amongst half the elderly could plunge. Not so good. And the chimes of an ice cream van and Christmas season magic are among the most missed memories of our childhoods. I told you, every day on this programme we talk Christmas. You know why? Costco have got some of their Christmas decorations up for sale already. But the things that sort of are among your best memories are using your imagination freely. Yep, that's always very good. I'm always a big fan of things like that. Getting money from the tooth fairy after losing a tooth. No, the worst thing was finding out how much you got paid for it. And then asking your friends at school, how much you get for a tooth? And they go, I got £1. You go, did you? Having holidays paid for, having no fear, making dens. Seems such an innocent thing, doesn't it? Making dens. The excitement of hearing the chimes of the ice cream van, yeah. Because, you just didn't go into a corner shop and get an ice cream. It was a bit more difficult to get. The thrill of getting a new toy, sleeping soundly, the excitement of going to the beach, getting loads of Christmas presents, being excited by birthdays, believing in Father Christmas, note to kids, he's real, Family holidays, not paying any bills, not having to work, not having so many bodily aches and pains. The magical feeling of Christmas is at number 3. Having long school holidays, number 2. We used to have school holidays that went on forever and a day. And number 1, not worrying about money. But that runs through your entire life, doesn't it? Runs through your entire life. You know, what is the one thing you want? You want to have enough money that you don't need to worry about, you know, getting old and stuff like that. And some people seem to be surviving on very little. And other people sort of need an awful lot of money. I can't work out, actually, whether or not I need a lot of money or whether I don't need a lot of money. I don't know. It's not something I'm worried about. Eva Simpson is the one talking about Katie Price, and I'll read it in its entirety, because you have to hear it in its entirety to realise exactly where Eva Simpson's coming from. Kanye West wants to change his name. He's going to change it to Ye, which is Y-E. He's not the full ticket, is he? Bless his heart. He's obviously 3 shillings short. Roger says, Emily A. Tack does a stand-up comedy routine on TV using a lot of foul language. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. We don't like it people use bad. It shows not only an insecurity, but lack of education, I think.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, the naked Nirvana baby, who's now named, I didn't know, called Spencer Eldon, was so traumatised by the image, he reprised his role on the 10th, the 17th, the 20th and the 25th anniversary of the album's release. So there you go. But he wants £2 million because apparently he's like really traumatised by the whole thing. He's a baby. What would you? I mean, what would you remember from that? You know, you could look at a picture of somebody as a baby. You don't recognise them as an adult. As I say, I wouldn't have recognised him. So here's Eva Simpson's take on Katie Price. And she says, forget us, Katie, and find your true happiness. Because the one thing that Katie Price is not is happy. You know, she's always going on about this and that and everything else, and it was always a bit traumatic. But anyway, as Eva writes, she's lived her life in the spotlight and found herself in the headlines for all manner of reasons. For the most part, it was light-hearted stuff. But this week, Katie Price was back on the front pages, one of her most disturbing chapters so far. She was hospitalised following an alleged assault, treated for injuries that included a split eye. Shocking photographs showed her with bruising to her face and a swollen lip. Now, despite what you may think of Katie, and most people have an opinion of her one way or the other, nobody deserves what she seems to have gone through in the early hours of Monday. But astonishingly, far from sympathy, most comments online were mean and totally devoid of any compassions. Many were mocking her claims, calling it all an elaborate publicity stunt for the benefit of a money-spinning appearance in a glossy magazine. There is no denying, says Eva Simpson, writing in the Mirror, there is no denying Katie's life has been somewhat of a car crash since she found fame as glamour model Jordan back in the 90s. But it comes to something when we can't show kindness to a mother who appears to be the victim of violence. She received an amazing outpouring of goodwill after the television documentary chronicling the life of Harvey, but all that was quickly forgotten by the trolls who this week are relishing this latest tragic chapter. Eva says, I met Katie when I was a showbiz columnist. She has and still has an incredible knack for self-publicity. No one seems to have been able to squeeze more out of their personal brand than she's done. But all the fame and fortune, all frittered away, doesn't seem to be bringing her any closer to lasting peace and happiness, because she's made her whole life a commodity, where everything is for sale. She's trapped in a never-ending cycle of needing everything that happens, the endless plastic surgery, the doomed relationships to be available for public consumption. She's still looking for that fairy tale ending, which seems to grow further from her reach as the years pass. I hope after the shocking events of this week, Katie takes time to reflect on her past and think about her future instead of focusing on keeping her name in the spotlight and sharing her life with people who mock her. She should figure out how she can be truly happy, because fame seems to bring nothing but misery. It's time to reclaim a little bit of her soul. Yes, I mean, she gives us the old baloney about, I'm really happy and I'm this and that, and this is the person I've been looking for, we're going to get married and it's all wonderful. Well, I mean, I don't know what's happened with the marriage, but she hasn't mentioned the marriage recently. I suppose she needs the ring back. She's got to get the ring back from whoever has taken it, because it was her property, specially made, worth £50,000. I mean, if it does actually not materialise, presumably it'll be claimed for on the insurance. But then hopefully we can get back to some sort of reality, and she's going to turn up to some gay awards, they've said. So it's I don't know why. I don't know why they picked Katie Price. Perhaps she's a personal favourite of gay people. I don't know. Never actually crossed my mind. Do you still wear a mask while shopping? Of course. What are you, stupid or something? Always wear a mask when shopping. You quite clearly one of those thick people who doesn't. You go out there. I don't need to wear a mask. You know, COVID's gone. We don't have it anymore. I was watching this morning. I was getting quite excited, actually, on YouTube. I always find something, and it's Nasty Karens I put in. And there they are in America, screaming obscenities at people in shops. I'm not wearing a mask. Well, you're not shopping in here then, are you? You old baggage. People shouting. There was one woman, she thought she owned the road in her neighbourhood. And the neighbours parked their extra car outside, you know, on the road. It was on the road, then you got the pavement, all the rest of it. So this woman goes and blocks their car in. And she's a big, fat, bloated thing, and she shouts obscenities. I mean, her language is then her mother comes out of the house, and her language was even worse. Shout, don't you effing park your effing car. And it was worse than some old biddy off Love Island swearing so many times. Ashley says, any excitement for this year's Christmas sandwich range? Shouldn't think so. They've been very dreary, the Christmas sandwiches. What did I have to eat yesterday? It was quite nice, whatever it was. Oh, I know what it was. It was fisherman's pie. I don't believe fishermen ever have this pie, but it's sort of like in a sauce, like a creamy sauce with salmon, cod, prawns, and haddock, I think, and then topped off with mashed potato and a cheese. It's very nice, actually. So I had that, and then I watered the baskets because I thought it's a bit hot out there, and I didn't fancy doing it when I woke up last night. I thought standing there with my hose in one hand up here, you know, because it's quite big, and sort of done all this sort of, and then I thought, I'll do it when I get home today. I'll try and phone the pension people again. And Steve, I must have had a very poor tooth fairy. I got 20 cents, says Shane. My friends would get $1, so I don't know how much 20 cents is. I've got no idea. But it doesn't seem a lot, does it, for a tooth coming out? Did you ever do the thing with a piece of cotton? You know, if you had a loose tooth when you were a child and you couldn't wait really for it to, you know, to fall out, but sometimes you had to help it. So you put a piece of cotton round it and tie it to the door handle in your bedroom and shut the door quickly. Did you ever do that? I did that. I have to be honest, actually, it always bled. But there you go. Steve, I've now got, says Kim, Peter Andre's Mysterious Girl in my head. Been walking around singing it while waiting for tea to brew. The neighbours have been cracking up. And it was one of the most ghastly songs. Dreadful songs. But he exploited his son. He put his son on there, little Junior, who's 16 now. And he told, I mean, to be honest with you, having told Katie Price off some years ago for, you know, putting the children in all her shows, he's doing exactly the same. In fact, in a film he's made, Junior's got a little role in there. He's very odd, is Peter Andre. Very, very odd indeed. And so, mysterious girl. But somebody else saying Harry's going to let out a lot of secrets when his book comes out. I couldn't give who gives a stuff, honestly. What a turncoat he is. You know, had this been Henry VIII's time, he'd have been in the Tower. He'd have been waiting for his execution on this. You can't go round dissing the royal family. Anybody who dissed old Henry VIII, they didn't last very long, did they? They throw him in the Tower and then they decide, you know, at that particular moment, I'll get rid of them. You know, it was quite normal. They do a big public execution outside. And Karen says, it's not fisherman's pie, it's called ocean pie. No, it's called fisherman's pie. It's called fisherman's pie. Don't tell me what I bought. I know what I bought. It says fisherman's pie on it. I bought it. It's made by Waitrose. Fisherman's pie. It's not ocean pie at all. Perhaps the one that you get, Karen, might be, but my one was fisherman's pie. Okay? Always believe the Alan. He's never wrong. They've got a fully working Apple One computer. It's just been sold. I mean, I don't know anything about Apple One computers. I'm assuming it's an early model. How much do you think this one went for? It didn't go for the top price. The top price was a lot more than this one. £273,000. The top price for an Apple computer working was about £530,000. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it, really? I wonder who buys something like that. I don't know. Also, the policeman who investigated sex offences but then spied on a woman in the shower, trying to pretend that he wasn't, has quit the force, presumably waiting for the shame when he'd be kicked out of the force. How can you have somebody who investigates sex offences and then does something like that? He was holding a camera over the top of the shower to photograph this. What's the matter with people? Honestly. But I've got some warning for you. You know, we said yesterday, a lot of people were talking about, oh, dogs, you know, I give my dog chocolate. Don't give your dog chocolate. It's poison. And in your garden, there are no end of plants which are poisonous to pets and can make them very, very ill. And it's all the normal sort of stuff. It's all the normal sort of stuff that you would think, oh, that's a pretty, but you don't even think about it. You know, dogs will put anything in their mouth. You know, they will if they find a shell or a piece of wood or something like that. They don't know what it is. They've got no idea. No idea at all. So the race to get booster jabs. Also, the GMB unions calling for an end to the exploitation of 200,000 drivers on ride-hailing apps. I don't know anything about ride-hailing apps, but it sounds good. And Uber. That's what it is. Oh, okay. There was a thing in the paper the other day. There must have been somebody in America, Uber in America, and this bloke ordered a fridge. Not a very big fridge, actually, just like a small little fridge. And the Uber driver refused to put it in the back of his van. He said, I've just booked you as an Uber driver. The Uber driver gave him the finger. And you think to yourself, asking for trouble there. Asking for trouble. Emma Corrin doesn't remember anything about Princess Diana before playing her in The Crown. But then Emma was only 1 when Diana died. And what else we got here? Faye Winter and Teddy Soames are planning to share a London love nest. Go away, boring old baggage. Foul-mouthed old bag. Go away. She said, Faye from Exeter, 26, so fairly ancient for Love Island, says, we'll likely get a place together. Well, you got to, dear, otherwise no money, is there? There's no money. Nobody's interested. I mean, your fame is very short-lived. Very short-lived. So she said, we'll probably get a place together, but I'll probably still spend 2 or 3 nights a week in Devon, and then Teddy will still have his own space. Told you it's on the rocks already. It's on the rocks already. You can just tell. He can have his own space. I thought you were in love, darling. We all know it's fake. We all know it's fake. Not so good, is it? So Kanye West changing his name to... No, it's I don't know how you pronounce it. Y-E. Is that Ye? Or Ye? Or something? I don't know. Whatever it is. Ye. Oh, that's what I thought. I thought Ye, actually. But he's a bit of a simpleton. It's not his fault. He can't help it, can he? He was going out with somebody famous. Now he's not going out with anybody at all. There's a detective showing off his smart, slimline look. He's lost 9 stone. As I say, we need to recommend this one to old Gemma Collins. If you saw the picture of her, which you can find in the Mail Online, she looks ridiculous. I mean, seriously, the trouble is she's got no sense of fashion. Not a clue. When you're that size, and believe you me, she looks like I mean, look. There you go. I mean, are you silly? It is just absolutely ridiculous. She looks like she's wearing the sheet over her head, but it's an enormous sheet because she's an enormous person. All this rubbish. Pork scratchings, apparently, pulled as 12 are sick in a salmonella scare. We talked about pork scratchings the other day because I couldn't work out if they were genuine or if they were a manufactured item. Have you had pork scratchings? Yeah, of course you would have done, wouldn't you? Have anything like that, honestly. You're at the bar. I'll have a pint and 2 packets of the scratchings. Should have nuts. It's supposed to be better for you. But they're very fattening, peanuts. Peanuts are very, very fattening. I just like a packet of plain crisps. I'm not bothered. Or hula hoops. I like hula hoops. They're quite nice. You're not too bothered, are you, really? Couldn't care less. Don't really care at all. An autistic ballerina has mirrored Billy Elliot raising 100,000 quid so she can attend one of the UK's top dance schools. This is Constance Bailey. She started dancing at the age of 2. Do you know, if you are a ballet dancer, I knew quite a lot of ballet dancers in my early days. And it's tough. Believe you me, it's very, very tough indeed. She started dancing. She was offered a place at the Hammond School in January. Single mum, Sir Laura Bailey, couldn't afford the fees, but 3,500 strangers donated 105,000 so she can study. Good God in heaven. I like the film Billy Elliot, actually. We like the film Billy Elliot. And celebrities including Alison Hammond, Victoria Derbyshire. I can't stand Victoria Derbyshire. I hate that programme she's got. I thought we were getting rid of her. She's sort of got old lady hair. Very old lady hair. But anyway, and Shirley Ballas were urging people to sign up to host a coffee morning to raise funds for Macmillan. And so they've got Larry Lamb. We like Larry Lamb. Alison Hammond we can cope with. Shirley Ballas. And then they've got Christine... What's her face? Christine... Can't remember her name now. Christine McGuinness. Laughingly calls herself a model. For what, dear? A model for what? Do tell. I know it's lovely, the world you live in. Modelling can be glamorous and highly paid if you make it to the top, so little wonder it's a dream job for so many. Lots of shysters in this business ready to exploit inexperienced hopefuls. And the Penman Investigates in the Mirror today reveals one of the most common tricks used to get people to part with their money. Okay, tell you about it after this.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Years and years ago, there was a con taking place in London, and it took place around here in Leicester Square. And what it was, in fact, there have been so many cons. This one in particular was involving people who wanted to get into the world of modelling. And people would turn up and they would sort of look at you and go, yeah, you can be. They've never turned anybody away. Quite surprising. You would see the line of hopefuls all queuing up because they thought that they could be models. And what somebody would do is they would say, right, we're going to take pictures of you. You need a portfolio, which of course is the first lie, because you don't, because any modelling agency will take pictures of you and won't charge you. These people who are exploiting people who want to be models will charge anything from £1,300 to £3,000 for a couple of photographs. And they want paying there and then. And they will sue if you don't pay, because they're saying, no, we've actually had time, and they would do makeup and all the rest of it. And it's a case of any model agency worth its salt in London, in Manchester, in Liverpool, anywhere you like, would never charge anybody to have photographs taken. You can write to any modelling agency, send in a picture of yourself, like a little picture you do in a photo booth, and say, do you think I stand a chance of modelling? And they will tell you honestly. Don't ever go to charlatans, the like of which are exposed today in Penman Investigates. Photo shoots carried out. There was one here, a 14-year-old girl desperate to become a model, as indeed they all are. But of course, bearing in mind, these people just want the money. They're not remotely interested in anybody modelling. She parted, well, her parents did, nearly £2,000 for a portfolio after being told the pictures would be deleted if she didn't buy them that day. The studio sued her when she tried to cancel, but nobody from the company turned up in court, so it was thrown out. And you've got to watch these people. If anybody charges you for photographs, if saying, I can get you modelling work, they're crooks. It's as simple as that. And unfortunately, it's easy to get. There was one here. This is somebody, the reporter, who went along to one thing and sent in a little picture. And they wrote back. They just wanted to see just how bent they were. So this lot rang back saying they loved the photos and she'd be wonderful for the industry. And they invited her to a studio to have pictures taken. After the shoot, the reporter, they didn't know she was a reporter, was told to take coffee and come back after 40 minutes because the assessor needed to make a decision on whether I was good enough. Well, of course, everybody's good enough because these people are crooks. She called me into the office, talked about the potential earnings, the different sectors they work in, high-end fashion, commercial and TV. And the portfolio, she said, I must take was £1,850, as that was the one that would make her more marketing and marketable. I asked her if I could think about it for a day or so. She then told me I had to make a decision there and then, otherwise the photos would be deleted. This is how bent these people are. So what they do, they say they'll give me 4 jobs a month, high street fashion shoots paying £1,300 to about £3,000, and the commercial £600 to £1,200. Nothing, absolutely nothing at all. You know, it was she caved in, this reporter, paying £850 and signed a deal to pay the balance. I mean, these people are bent, as the proverbial 9-bob notes. The lady tried to cancel the contract and get a refund, but was refused, though she now has recovered the £850. And, how do these people live with themselves? They're bent. They don't mind ripping people off. They used to, years ago, there was another very clever one, and it would say you'd won a free photo shoot in a top London studio, and people had won a competition. And so all these girls turned up. And again, it was the big classic rip-off. You'd see them queuing outside. There was a place in Soho that I used to go past, and you'd see these. I remember thinking, I wonder what they're doing there. Then I realised they were there. They'd been told, you've won a free photo shoot worth whatever it is. And so come in, and they would make you up. Okay. And and then they'd take photographs of you. But the makeup was specifically for this picture. You couldn't wear it out on the street because it looked ridiculous. They would do your hair, but they would sort of blow dry it in such a way that it made you either look, huge hair and all the rest of it. And then they would say, right, and this is what you look like in a photograph. And of course, people looked a bit dreamy and quite good. I mean, they can even make ugly people look vaguely interesting, which is quite some trick, I'll tell you. I nearly got it booked in for here. But anyway, it's another story. And they would then say, right, and that's £500. And they go, I haven't got £500. Well, can I take it home and show my mother? No. Again, you had to sign there and then to pay the money. That's how bent they were. And you don't see them anymore, thank goodness. But there are lots of other... There was other people going, do you want to get into the voiceover market? You know, call this premium rate number. So they were making a fortune on a premium rate number, you know, for you to, you know, become a voiceover. Well, I'm telling you now that all of the top voiceover agencies, they employ actors. They don't just employ any old Tom, Dick and Harry off the streets, thank you very much indeed. They employ people who are actors because they can do different voices. And any of the top modelling agencies, they certainly wouldn't be taking anybody from places like the ones exposed in the Mirror today. What they're looking at, they have spotters. They will go out, they'll see somebody walking down the street and they'll give them a card. They'll go, listen, you know, I work for whatever modelling agency it happens to be, and there's a number of them in this country, as you can well imagine, and they invite them in for a chat, then they have some test pictures taken. They don't charge you for this because they're going to invest their time and money, and they're hoping that you will make them money. In the case of these charlatans exposed in the Mirror today, they're only interested in taking that. They couldn't care less whether you work again or throw yourself off the top of the tallest building. They don't care. Mind you, talking of that, I watched something on was it on the news or on YouTube? And it was a bloke who went up some tall television tower. Could have been in Dubai or something like that. Anyway, he goes to the top of this tower. There's loads of them, and they're doing free falling, where they throw themselves off it, and then halfway down they pull the parachute and they sort of glide off. People did it here at the Hilton Hotel. Somebody died because their parachute didn't open. But this particular one, this tall tower, I mean, I felt ill looking at it. They get to the top, they throw. This bloke didn't throw himself far enough out, and as he went down, he got halfway down, and then his parachute snagged on the side of this tower, which I think was a TV tower kind of thing, and he's left dangling there. And you think, oh my God. Luckily, people came down the tower and some people came up again, and between them, they managed to lift him off the parachute and get him back onto terra firma. Frightened the life out of me. You imagine if all of a sudden the parachute would have ripped. They were only silk, and it ripped, and then you look down and you think, oh God. I'd never do anything like that. But loads of people do this free falling. It's like the free climbing up buildings. They do it up the outside of buildings with no safety net or anything else. I can't do things like that. So dreadful. So still to come, the West forced to leave allies to violent Taliban. There are fears that ISIS will launch suicide attacks in Kabul. Yes, I mean, I have no doubt. I wouldn't trust anything that comes out of there at all. It's but there's going to be a lot of people very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. And Kim says, mind your teeth on those pork scratchings. I chipped a filling on one of them. I lost a bridge years ago in here on smoked salmon. On smoked salmon. You know, really. It was absolutely ridiculous. Poor little John, honestly. And he says, I can't stand most of the so-called celebs you slag off. No, I don't want to slag them. I'm telling you facts, John. You must get I mean, really, you're obviously not the brightest penny in the thing, but not in the same position at all. Not in the same position at all. Just really quoting. I mean, if you don't understand that, then we can't do anything about you. So 0450, we're going to put you out your misery because I think you're possibly a danger to yourself. A danger to yourself. You have to be very careful. So 0450, we're now going to delete you. And now, as I stay in the business, and Henry, my friend, always says the same thing, now you've got no friends. Coming up, the news at 5 o'clock this morning. And after that, Mamma Mia, here they go again. ABBA are back. ABBA are back. And it's very good. We're still trying to work out how they work out that men who eat Greek food are better in bed. This has come from an Athens university. Apparently, local delicacies such as grilled fish, salads, olive oil and feta cheese are very good for you. But they said Brits who pile on their Play-Doh with fatty dishes, such as fish and chips, risk coming Acropolis in the bedroom. See all the little gags thrown in there? They're very funny, the Greeks. Very funny. But apparently, if you do have a diet that involves lots of Greek food, you are good in bed. What a load of old toffee. Can you believe it? Definitely not. Yes, as Henry says, no friends. It's my favourite thing, actually. It's my favourite expression on no friends. You know, if somebody's really thick and stupid, and John is unfortunately a bit thick and stupid this morning, you have to pay the ultimate price. Ofcom have pulled out of Stonewall's diversity programme, And how to make the perfect Mackie D milkshake. Yes. And this one is very nice, actually. It's a strawberry milkshake, just in case you're missing it. Somebody had an argument, didn't they, the other day in a McDonald's, because they didn't have any milkshakes. And I mean, really, if your life revolves around trying to get a McDonald's milkshake and then you throw a tantrum if you don't get it, there's something the matter with you. Hard left Sharon to run Unite, the union. And the cost of a UK holiday, it's more expensive to holiday in the UK than it is to go to places like Lake Garda and Greece. It's outrageous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Thursday, 26th of August. I trust we find you well. Bit chilly this morning. Little bit chilly this morning, but apparently if it's going to be anything like they say, it's going to be a heat wave this weekend. 26 degrees. I didn't even realise that the Reading Festival still takes place, but it's taking place this weekend. There's pictures of the revellers arriving. And as I say, normally on the festivals, when it's sort of loads of young people going there, you can see them all at the stations. They'll all be at Waterloo Station. This morning, I guarantee I will see loads of... They'll all have backpacks on, their little shorts, Wellington boots in case it rains, and a tent. And they all make their way down there. The trains get filthy, absolutely filthy. But there is a vaccine tent also at Leeds Festival. So it's a brilliant idea. COVID jabs will be offered. They should take them. If they don't, they're fools. Absolute fools. Can't bear all these people. Bananas in hot pita bread and butter is delicious. Oh, no. I do like... I tell you what I do like. I like banana fritters. They're very nice. Banana fritters that you get in the Chinese restaurants. Whoever came up with something like that? Do you think if you go to China you could get banana fritters? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Gavin and Stacey, comedy stars Ruth Jones and Rob Brydon, are going to reunite for a one-off drama on the BBC. It's Gaynor and Ray will follow two 50-something newlyweds on honeymoon in Scotland. He's very good, Rob Brydon. Lives down the road from me, actually. Lives down the road from me, which is very good. ABBA are going to make this sensational comeback. It's fantastic. New music and a magical hologram show. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen people who have, I mean, not that ABBA have departed this mortal coil, but they've done it with Sinatra, they've done it with Elvis, they've done it with quite a number, Buddy Holly, I believe, where they have a band, a live band, but then a hologram of the person that appears. It's very clever, and so they've got exactly the same. So the show is called ABBA Voyage, and it is their younger selves beamed onto stage performing their classic hits. I mean, it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? I mean, I'm looking at sort of an image of how they might look as holograms, but they've made a fortune out of it. They've made a fortune. And even the show Mamma Mia is still doing fantastic business. People, you know, and it's women who love it. Women who love it. And if you see the films, they're very much geared towards women. You know, Mark in Shoreham says, how dare listeners question your public announcements on the charlatan celebrities? You should be paid by the government for your services. I think so too. Absolutely. But no, we only ever tell the truth, because if we didn't tell the truth, we'd be sued. And nobody wants to be sued in this day and age, do they? Although I believe Katie Price has been sued, and successfully. She had to pay to one of her exes because she put online a porno film, which seems very unwise. I mean, but, you know, not the brightest penny. But read the thing that we read earlier on from Eva Simpson. Very good. Very good. So, there's one here. I don't know if you've... there is a waterfall called Hamanta Ray. Oh, no, sorry, it's a person called Hamanta Ray, do beg your pardon, who was pulled under a waterfall at a beauty spot used in the Batman film. This is in the Brecon Beacons. He visited the falls used as Batman's cave in Dark Knight Rises. What is it about people who go to places and then they seem to get dragged under the water? I've never worked it out. In our hot day, you will find a gravel pit and kids will be jumping into it, and then they say somebody was under the water and they had to go under the water to retrieve their body. And I think, is there something under the water that grabs people? Do they get caught up in weeds or something like that? Yeah, but if this isn't moving water, if it's static water, I mean, I've seen some of these sand pits, it's static water, and yet people drown in them, and I can't work out, there must be something underneath the water that they get caught in, and they can't do anything about it. I've seen people jumping off bridges before now, and that doesn't look very pleasant either. I've often worried about that. I've often worried that people would jump into something and somebody would have pushed a shopping trolley in there and you'll go straight into it. That worries me. Or, there is sort of rocks or things like that. It's like people tombstoning. The other day there were some people down on a beach tombstoning. Tombstoning is where you climb up high, and then you just jump into the sea. And they do it on all sorts of little rock outcrops and stuff like that. Highly dangerous. People have died doing it, but still the dim-witted ones get up there and say, oh, look at me, look, I'm going to do tombstoning. And I think if you don't jump out far enough, there's a chance you're going to be bouncing off rocks and you ain't going to be coming back anytime soon. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. Not very good at all. Traditional pub snacks are at risk of becoming extinct. Thank God for that. You don't want to touch anything that's on sale in a pub, do you? Not that's sitting on the counter. Apparently, out go the jars of pickled eggs. In a pub? Who's ever been into a pub and seen pickled eggs on sale? Fish and chip shops, yes. But now, they say, in come halloumi fries and olives. Oh, dear, how pretentious. How pretentious. Wasn't there a cafe once, which I thought was quite a good idea, and all they sold was cereal. You could go in there and get breakfast cereal, and all the locals were going, because, we don't want stuff like that, because it's like, they're just trying to up the area, trying to make it a bit more upmarket, and he just sold cereal. I thought it sounded like a good idea. But I'm definitely not sure about pickled eggs. I've never had one. I wouldn't want one. I've had a hard-boiled egg before now, but I'm not the biggest fan of eggs at all. A student bagged a boyfriend by wolf whistling as he played rugby. Oh, no, tard. I mean, you don't go wolf whistling at people. Wolf whistles at people. Francesca Burrin does. She lobbed paper planes with love notes at this bloke before sticking her Snapchat username to a window. And so they started getting... Oh, really? I mean, honestly, how disgraceful. That's like that awful programme with Paddy McGuinness on called Take Me Out, where a bunch of old mingers turn up on the television because they can't find a boyfriend. And having seen them on there, you can realise why. It's the most awful programme. I watched it. I mean, I watched it a few times, mainly with my jaw on the floor, because I can't quite get to grips with the fact that these people, some of which, I mean, are seriously unattractive, have sort of put on what they think is a really, really attractive dress. But they look a bit like Gemma Collins, who's wandered out of a bad fancy dress. The sort of person who goes, ooh, in a haunted mansion in Disneyland. But, yeah, really bad. There's a lone ice cream seller here. Now, I like ice cream sellers, obviously, because, in odd periods throughout the day. We must be the only country that doesn't have ice cream on sale all year round. We seem to think it's seasonal. Whereas, in fact, if you go to Italy or you go to East European countries, they sell ice cream all the time. They've got ice cream shops. Over here, we go, oh, no, it's got to be sunny for us to have an ice cream. I nearly had one the other day. Because we've got in Richmond, one of the very few shops left surviving, we've got 3 ice cream shops, one owned by a friend of mine, which is very nice, and they've got a machine. They make it upstairs. Whatever he puts into his machine comes out as ice cream. He just puts the cream in, and if you want Christmas pudding ice cream, that goes in, and it's a gelato machine, and it's a big industrial one, and he makes his own ice cream, and it's really lovely, really lovely. And then we've got 2 other ones where one of them they do it. I just asked for an ice cream, and they do it like flowers. It looked like little petals of ice cream. It's terribly clever, but terribly expensive. And they didn't take cash. They only took credit cards or charge cards. I didn't know why, because everybody now takes cash. There's no sort of worried about it. Anyway, this particular ice cream seller has got a frosty reception in a genteel seaside town. You know where this is? Frinton. Now, Frinton are very funny about things. They're a little bit snobby. They don't want things like this down there. The trader's bike with a freezer and brolly has been spotted on the front, but locals have complained, and the deputy mayor has called for a ban. He said, our town is not a seaside resort. People come here for the mystique of Frinton. Tendring Council said the trader had not breached strict bylaws. The old-fashioned town got its first fish and chip shop only in the past 20 years. They don't have things like that. They're a bit snobby. And yet it's just Frinton. It's just Frinton, And to have a man with an umbrella selling ice cream, it's obviously like a bicycle thing. They should be blooming grateful. Very grateful. Otherwise known as Frinton's going to be known as the Elephant's Graveyard. See Frinton and die. It's going to be disastrous. You've got to bring it up modern times. But I don't think they wanted a Chinese takeaway. I don't think they wanted a Chinese takeaway. I think they fought that one for ages and ages. Chris and Steve know all about that sort of thing. Definitely. Another one which says, why are you still waffling on about Katie Price from yesterday? Says John. John's about to have no friends, I'm afraid, because it's on the front page of the papers, John, sweet pea. You know, if it's on the front page of the papers, it features on this programme. We can do stuff from Bunty magazine for you, if you like. And I think that'll probably suit you, actually. Somebody says, Steve, pickled egg in a bag of cheese and onion crisps is lovely. Yes. But and somebody else recommended bananas in hot pita bread. Not too sure about that. 3 teens. You always get them, the stupid ones, a bit like John this morning. Risked death by climbing onto a railway signal gantry inches away from a 25,000-volt power lines. They wouldn't have even had to touch the wires, as the voltage is so strong the electricity can jump to anybody who gets too close to it. But they don't worry about this. Apparently, the trio, spotted at a rural station, have been told the hidden dangers on the railway are real. So you don't need to touch these lines. It will jump to you very quickly and instant death. 25,000 volts. You don't mess around with that. So still to come, how to fake a Mackie D shake. The papers have hit on this brilliant idea because McDonald's apparently can't get milkshakes or anything else like that at all. It's all very difficult. But you can still go to Marks and Spencer's and buy their chocolate milkshake in a bottle, and you can get it all over the place. But there might be a shortage of certain food because for some reason, we seem to be running out of lorry drivers. I would have thought, actually, we'd have loads and loads of lorry drivers. But apparently we're about 100,000 short. So they're being offered all sorts of incentives, anything from £1,000, which is good news. So it should all be all right. They should have sorted out Christmas by the time we get there. They go, ooh, might be a little bit difficult this year. Might not get your sort of sausages with bacon wrapped round them. And people go, oh, goodness, we better start stockpiling. I saw a bloke the other day pushing his bicycle. And he had 6 toilet rolls on there, 6 packs of toilet rolls. And I thought, it's buffoons like you that ruin it for everybody else. There's no panic at all. All our shelves are completely full. There's nothing that needs to be, you need to sort of run out of at the moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 17 minutes past 5 is the time, and it's a Thursday morning. Coronation Street in Emmerdale likely to be made available for binge watching online. But I thought we already got binge watching. We got load of binge watching because you get the new EastEnders, the old EastEnders, and then you get the new Emmerdale and the old Emmerdale as well. 511, 0511. Are you hearing me? I don't think you're hearing me next door, are you? Are you hearing me? Can you delete it? I've asked 5 times now. 5 times. Can we delete 0511? Thank you. A hospital has been criticised after an elderly patient fell from her bed and died. This lady had a bit of a history, actually, of falls. She was checked overnight, but only when somebody passed the room. I mean, because I thought that they do come in and ask loads of times, if you're sort of if she's got a history of falling, these beds now, I don't know how you can fall out of a bed, because my recollection of hospital beds is that they've got bars up at the side which they can take down, and then they can sort of do all their little bits and pieces. But then most of the time, the bars, especially at night time, especially if somebody is 84, but she has a history. She was checked overnight just once and was found only when somebody passed the room. So that's not particularly good. I mean, she died as a result because, I mean, the bed seemed quite high. It certainly seemed high to me at the time. But it's one of those things, isn't it, that the nurses who are on about 12.5-hour shifts, which is amazing. Somebody says, what about the old public safety films? Maybe they should broadcast some about mask wearing. It's getting quite lax out there now. We don't get those anymore, actually. You don't get the public safety films. They used to come from a company called COI, which was the Central Office of Information, because I used to make stuff for them as well. That was the thing. If you came to London and you were looking for journalistic little bits and pieces, then the COI, they used to pay you for making a 3-minute little thing, which they would then distribute to radio stations. They would send out thousands of these things. So you'd go out there. I did one on fireworks. I did one on road safety and stuff like that. And they were very good. Very good. It only had to be 3 minutes. You scripted it, presented it to them. They then duplicated it. And And then you got paid. It was only 20 quid, but this is way back in 1974. So 20 quid was quite good. Plus, I think they used to pay you expenses. I seem to remember expenses, but not big expensive. But it was very lucrative little income. Some people were very good at them and could whiz through them. And they had studios in London. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Simon used to read Bunty magazine, but he said, now I'm a little bit older. He said, now I'm addicted to your show. I know, everybody is, thank goodness, actually. Did you ever pop over to Bratislava during your time at Blue Dan? It wouldn't have been possible. Would have been possible. I was working every single morning. The only thing I ever did was go out into the countryside, into the Tyrol, when it snowed. That was the only time. That was the only time. But 60 kilometres away from Vienna, no, we never did. I've had no interest in going to Bratislava. I was quite happy with being in Vienna and going outside. I mean, about the furthest I went on a daily basis would be as far as Schönbrunn. And that was good. Steve, 4 of us in Whitby eating fish and chips until somebody started to eat a pickled egg. Oh, no, Reggie. No. We don't eat pickled eggs. They're not really very sort of social things, are they? But I've never seen them in pubs. I'd only ever seen them in fish and chip shops, and I remember thinking, does anybody ever buy them? And how long do they last? It's like having a pickled onion with a portion of chips. What's the point? What is a pickled onion with a portion of chips? Go and buy a jar of pickled onions. You can get big ones, little tiny ones, little silver onions, all sorts. Go into Waitrose. There are so many varieties of pickled onions. I mean, it's like buying condoms. I mean, you can get, well, it's not really. I mean, it's not the same, obviously. It's completely different. You can't really sort of wear an onion, well, you probably could. And people go out there and they would buy these giant pickled onions and they take them out of these jars in the fish and chip shops in this sort of murky water, which turned out to be vinegar, and then they sort of plop it on there. But I mean, I used to love a portion of chips. But my favourite on a cold winter's evening when I used to work in Reading, down in Berkshire, was we used to walk past the Wimpy Bar to go back to the car park, and my friend Dave Maskell and me used to go in there and we'd have a cheeseburger. And in those days, a Wimpy cheeseburger, because this was way before any of the American invasion stuff came over here. So a Wimpy was the only place you could get these things from. And they would cook it for you fresh. They would toast the bun. It was a proper bun. And there'd be a slice of cheese and some onions. And it was the best thing in the entire wide world. Best thing. And as a treat at Christmas, we buy 2 each. 2 each and eat them walking back to the car park. I mean, now, of course, you've got the invasion of KFC and you've got the invasion of McDonald's and Burger King. And which one have we got coming back? We got the one that came back at Wendy's. I always thought Wendy's were the best burgers. Always the best burgers because they were square. And I always thought they were really good, and they would make it fresh while you waited. I don't like these things that, I mean, luckily in McDonald's, they used to have all the burgers there, and they would turn around. Now they do it, and it's made while you wait. So you sometimes think, how long is it going to take them to make this thing? But they do make them. You can see them making them out the back, which is always very good. Always very good. What else we got here? A new chapter of a book says, failure to deal with Sussex claims of racism could force people to talk so the healing can begin. This is from the Oprah fallout to the Philip funeral, yet more truth bombs. I wish actually Harry and his dreary wife would just disappear. But, just wave a magic wand and they go. Somebody says, payday today? No, yesterday. Yesterday, payday. Although actually, yes, I'm telling you what, they were very good. Because I've recently opened up an account with another bank. So I've got a few accounts, but this is another bank. And a friend of mine who looks after the account, for some reason, we got locked out of the account. So the money went in, but we couldn't access it. So I had to phone up this particular bank. This is 7 o'clock yesterday morning. I'm on the train. Well, actually, about 20 past 7. And I phoned them up, and I don't know where their call centre was. Most of them appear to be in India. And I said, listen, we've locked ourselves out. This is the account number, this is the sort code, and this is the code that we use to access. And I got locked out. So anyway, he asked me a few simple questions like, who are you? And when did you try and access it? So I told him that. What's the name of the company you've got, and all these sort of things. And it took about 5 minutes, and he went, it's unlocked. And I went, is it? Thinking, it can't be that simple. I can't get through to the pensions people in this country, and yet here I am talking to somebody in Mumbai who can sort out the problem remotely, which I always thought was terribly clever. Terribly clever. So he did it, and we were able to access it, so we could get our hands on the money. Give us some money. Steve, my second jab this week, says Nathan on the roads. I'm a little nervous. Can you tell me everything's going to be okay? No, it won't be. No, it's screaming in agony you'll be with this one. The pain. Actually, funny thing is, on most people on their second jabs, I didn't have any problem. They seem to get ill on it. My former producer, Corey, he actually became quite ill on it for 2 or 3 days on his second injection. And I said, I didn't have anything at all. Once you got over the 2 or 3 days, he said he had a stiff arm, and he said he didn't feel at all well. But now he's absolutely, well, he must be. He's on holiday. Bless his heart. He's one of the original Groovy Gang. Steve, Reading Festival. I went there one year, but I couldn't understand why I was the only one there with a bunch of books, says Sheila Fine. Sorry, Sheila, I can't even say your name now. Sheila Fine Silver. I was trying to work out the other day, actually, Sheila, how old you are now. I thought it was too rude to even ask. So I'm going to guess 60. Leave it at that. Let's not bother about the rest of it. Steve, 20 quid for 3 minutes in 1974. I started work then. 12 quid a week for 40 hours. That's footballers' pay, says Robin. Yeah, 20 quid for 3 minutes. Yeah, but bearing in mind, 20 quid for 3 minutes, I had to go to the place, do it, then go back again. Admittedly, in those days, everybody got on and off buses. But I had to go to the place. But they would give you all the information. You're going to talk to this man, and then you had to script it. You know, so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. Fireworks are very dangerous. I went to speak to somebody from the Firework Code. Here's Bronwyn Maddox. And I first asked her, are fireworks still as popular? And then you just cut to the first answer. I mean, it was an easy thing to do. Nowadays, you know, reporters do that kind of thing all the time. But I was doing it a long time ago. But 20 quid for 3 minutes. It sounds a lot, doesn't it? You know, if I'd gone off from that one to another one to another one to another one. But sometimes it was only 1 or 2 a week. Better than nothing. Steve, I love you. No, you don't. Don't be silly. You really don't, Jules. You think you do, but you don't. Okay, it's as simple as that. I just have to say that for legal reasons. Who's on day 13 of total abstinence after a 5-year relapse. You kept me going in the early hours. On a roll tonight, so very funny. Yes, I think so. Do you know, I think we're on a roll most mornings. Most mornings I'm on a roll. Sometimes, you know, I get sort of bogged down with sort of, oh, that story's come back again. But if it's on the front of the papers, like Little John, who doesn't have any friends now, and discovered we do a story if it features in the papers. We don't just do a story for the sheer fun of it. We do it because it features and it's front page. And if it's in the case of poor old Katie Price, she's front page of the paper, so she gets prominence. If it's a case of Gemma Collins wearing what can only be described as some outfit that an old witch would wear, well, then you do that. You know, you feel ill after the jab, apparently. Oh, I know you feel it. Actually, some jabs affect different people. I think I didn't get affected because I inject every day. So injections are no big deal for me whatsoever. I got nothing. I didn't get a stiff arm. I didn't feel ill. I didn't feel anything. People kept saying to me, sure. And I went, listen, believe you me, if I'm ill, I tell people. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. The English Lakes, head for Lake Garda. Much better value. They've got here we go. This is 7 nights accommodation at Lake Garda in Italy. £631. Okay, now that's admittedly, it always rains. It's the biggest. Listen, the Italians like it. I don't want to be rude, but I sent the parents of my godchildren there on honeymoon, and they had the worst weather they'd ever have. And remember that the Italian system of rating hotels is different from us. So when we say a 4-star hotel, you book a 4-star hotel over in Italy, and I'm telling you, it'll be more like a 2-star. You have to check, because they had cigarette ends in the toilet and everything. They're on Lake Garda. But anyway, so Lake Garda, 7 nights accommodation, £631. The travel to get there, £171, making a total of £802 for 7 nights. Okay, in Lake Garda. Lake Windermere, 7 nights accommodation, £2,381. Travel, 43 quid. Total, £2,424. I mean, it's just taking the Watson, isn't it? How about Estepona in Spain? I mean, here you can, you book in 7 nights accommodation, the travel, and it's about 933 quid. Here, Tenby, £923. But the difference is Lake Windermere or Lake Garda. There is a slight difference. But you can. It's like, booking a cruise. Wait till the last minute and you can get some really good deals because they're desperate to fill the ships up. It's only at the beginning where they go, no, there isn't any discount on that. By the time you get to the nearly departure time, they're offering, half-price cabins and all sorts of things. Because we had some awful people on one of the cruises we were on. Dreadful. Steve, I seem to remember pickled eggs and onions being available in working men's clubs. I think it's more of a northern thing. Well, they can keep it. I don't think it's a good idea at all.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6, if you're thinking of getting up early. So Joe O'Meara is going to be appearing on Lorraine's little show today, hosted by Christine Lampard. And it'll be interesting because from 2007, when Joe O'Meara was racially abusing Shilpa Shetty with Danielle Lloyd, who seemed to get away with it, even though she was coming up with all sorts of filth and everything else. And I'm beginning to wonder whether or not Joe O'Meara, whose career collapsed overnight, it literally went from up here, member of S Club 7, to way down there. She was she was practically unemployable. But she's got a new album out, and I don't know really whether or not people are going to buy into an album by Joe O'Meara. You've got to be a certain age to know who she is. And would you go and buy an album? I don't know. Nobody was buying all the other ones. I don't think anybody's buying Jessie Nelson's single. We're not buying Matt Goss's single. All these people who go into the studio with all these big ideas, it's like it just doesn't seem to make sense to me, because they must cost an absolute fortune to put these things together. And there's very little chance. I mean, who in their right mind, as we said the other day, was going to play on a radio station Matt Goss? He's 52. Joe O'Meara, are you really going to play something on? No, because most of the radio stations now are geared to certain sorts of music. And they don't have the facility to just pop in stuff like that. It's a bit of a shame, really. A little bit of a shame. Sarah Ferguson prefers to be known as Sarah, Duchess of York. Yeah. I don't know why. They should have taken the title away, actually, ages ago. Is talking about her novel. Well, actually, it was co-written. There were two of them that wrote this, so perhaps they did a word each or something. But not the most popular member of the ex-member of the royal family, but she does have to rely on Andrew for somewhere to live. The man who took three very expensive cars up to Balmoral. His carbon footprint's not worth looking at, is it, really? And as somebody said, how on earth does he afford these things? I think they're freebies. Europe chalked up the hottest year on record in 2020. The average temperature almost 2 degrees above that between 1981 and 2010. People like to know about these things. They like to know that it's going to be hot. And I don't know whether or not we get fun fairs at this time of year, because it's the August bank holiday. It might be one of the last fun fairs. I don't know. We should have to wait and find out. Could be quite interesting this weekend. But do find something to do. Because there's no point in just sitting in over the weekend. So either get out there and start tidying up the garden in preparation for winter, or failing that, go for a walk. Get on a bus. If you're a pensioner, it's fantastic, because you can get on a bus and just go wherever you want to go. I said the other day I might want to go to Penge, and then people wrote to me and said, please don't go to Penge. It's not the place for you, Steve, at all. But it doesn't really matter, actually. Sheila Fine Silver says, I wish. I'm 76, she says, but I feel like a 20-year-old. I wish. No, we don't ever want to feel like 20-year-olds. We really don't. Sometimes I sort of think, it must be nice to go back. But then people say the same thing, don't they? They will say, would you change anything about your life if you could go back to when you were 20 or, a little bit younger than that? And the answer is, I don't think I'd change anything at all. I don't think so. I couldn't complain about it. Have my share of little bits and pieces. But, no, generally speaking, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. It's the Peterborough Truck Fest this weekend, says Phil. We're finishing work today to start preparing our truck before we set off in a 12-truck convoy. Oh, I'm going to avoid London over this weekend because we've still got the Extinction Rebellion buffoons chaining themselves to mattresses and stupid things like that. Just leave them there. Just leave them there. It makes it so much easier for the rest of us. And so that's a good idea because nobody comes into London over the bank holiday weekends. There's nothing more to do, than go and have a look in shop windows, and we're as sort of decimated with shops as anybody else is. So you could always do sort of river trips just to stay well away from the centre of town, just in case the Extinction Rebellion people had to throw a bit of a tantrum. Happy birthday today to Alison Steadman, who played Beverly in Abigail's Party, Mrs. Bennet in Pride and Prejudice, and Pam in Gavin and Stacey. Her ex-husband is Mike Lee, who directed her in Abigail's Party and Nuts in May, and she's 75. So happy birthday, Alison Steadman. And Michael Gove, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and former Education Secretary, was adopted when he was 4 months old by a family in Aberdeen. And he's 54 today. Also born on this day in 1676, Sir Robert Walpole. Christopher Isherwood, the Cheshire-born writer, was born in 1904. Both, of course, passed on. And Zola Budd in 1985. The South African-born Zola broke the world 5,000-metre record running barefoot in 14 minutes and 48.0 seconds. I remember Zola Budd. Funny, the people that you remember. People remember different bits and pieces. The Nirvana album cover star says it was child porn, so suing for... Well, in one paper it says 2 million. Now one of them is saying 1.6 million. I don't personally think he's got a leg to stand on. It's nothing to do with Nirvana. The parents took their little baby in. And mind you, there was a bloke in America who took his parents to court because he didn't think they brought him up properly. He didn't think that they'd given him the right opportunities in life. So, but I mean, this one here, it's a baby picture, and it went on the front of an album cover. He's exploited it ever since it was done because it's something to be proud of. I did this album. It's only a baby with his little willy showing. I mean, no, it doesn't. Seriously, he says it's child exploitation, otherwise known as child porn. I didn't quite see it as child porn at all. It was just a picture of, like people take pictures of their kiddies running in and out of the sea and stuff like that. Ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, did you know that there is only one lake in the Lake District, says Ian. Is there really? Isn't that the most fascinating thing you've ever learnt? No. No, it's not, I'm afraid. Definitely not. Steve, at the Yatala Pie Shop, Yatala, southeast Queensland, says Kevin in Brisbane, eating chunky steak and mushroom pie with chips and gravy and washed down with non-alcoholic ginger beer. Ugh. I don't mind, actually, the chunky steak and mushroom pie with chips. I think that's always quite good. And gravy. Although if it's a really good pie, it's got the gravy inside it. But, no, I quite like a pie, actually. I do quite like a pie. I think another one here. This is Oscar, who says, why are you against Eastern Europe? I didn't want to go to Bratislava. Mind your own business. Boring old baggage, honestly. What a ridiculous thing. He said the East is beautiful and everything's half the price, you tight-fisted so-and-so. God, listen, we don't want to go down to your standards, thank you very much indeed. Why are you so against Eastern Europe? I don't need to go to Eastern Europe. It's all over here. I don't need to go there. I've seen what pictures look like. I've got a television. I've got a DVD player. Honestly. Why don't you go to Skegness? Oh, I suppose you don't like Skegness, do you? Probably too expensive for you if you like everything half price. Scott says it's my payday today. Funny, isn't it? Some people get paid yesterday, some people get paid today, and some people get paid tomorrow, and some people won't get paid at all. Because they're sort of... I mean, and yet you could go and train to be a lorry driver. They're looking for 100,000 lorry drivers. There's a job. Obviously, not for Sheila Fine-Silver, of course. She's 76, but I see no reason why women can't go and drive some of these big lorries. You do get it. Happens more in America than it does over here, which I always thought was a bit of a shame. It's always the funny thing is the women driving the buses round our way, always very polite to you in the morning. Hello, like that. The men, Mr. Misery, like that, like saying hello. There was the thing the other day, a woman gets on the bus and she's not wearing a mask. And people on buses are generally better than the buffoons on the trains. And she's not wearing, so the bus driver's got a little keypad. One of them enjoys pushing the button that goes, the bus is now ready for departure. Of course it is, dear. We're at a bus stop. We know where it's going to. You're the bus driver. You don't need to tell us. And every bus stop, he pushed the button going, the bus is now ready to depart. Please hold tight. Like it was a funfair ride. Anyway, I got the bus the other day, and this woman gets on. She doesn't have a mask on. And the bus driver pushes a little thing saying, you are required to wear your mask on this bus covering your nose and mouth, and unless you're exempt. So she reached into a handbag, takes out a mask and puts it on, having infected the entire bus, I should imagine, up until that particular moment. Steve, I was offered an emu steak once. Well, we were saying the other day, you can eat you can eat alpaca. Alpaca meat apparently is really lovely, really lovely, and very good, and not at all. I've lost my mouse. Where's my? Oh, there it is. Alpaca meat is absolutely fantastic. It's very low fat. It's got all the good things, and yet the last thing I'd be thinking of eating. A friend of mine used to have a restaurant, and he sold everything from alligator steaks to giraffe, literally everything, wildebeest, zebras. But I don't remember alpaca. But apparently the meat is really fantastic. Really fantastic. I wouldn't fancy eating it myself because I think they look a bit sort of cuddly. Yeah, I mean, well, we can't eat Geronimo because we don't know if he's infected, do we? I just wish DEFRA would pull their blooming fingers out and say, listen, we'll give him the third test. Based on that, determines whether he lives or dies. And then we can stop wasting everybody's time, because at the moment they're wasting everybody's time. Perhaps they're all sitting down with a cup of tea and a rich tea biscuit, deciding what to do and try and turn this around, because it's made DEFRA look particularly stupid. Ghastly. And let's have a quick think. Oh yes. Oh, I will tell you, because I promised to tell you at the beginning of the programme. The dog poisons growing in your garden. These are plants. Nearly 2/3 of dogs in the UK may be at risk from poisonous plants, and they're things that you would never think of. I mean, why dogs would eat them, I've got no idea, but dogs seem to eat all sorts of things, and I'll tell you what you shouldn't let your dog anywhere near in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. So if you've got a doggy, and many of you have, and I'm not going down the route of saying we're all animal lovers, but in your garden there are poisons which are growing. Nearly 2/3 of dogs in the UK may be at risk from poisonous plants, because dogs like to dig up bulbs because they think it's sort of like a ball that they play with, and they're often tempted to chew on stuff. So here is the top 10 list of dangerous flowers to dogs. Azaleas, irises, rhododendrons, snowdrops, bluebells, hydrangeas, geraniums, clematis, tulips and daffodils. All of those are poison to dogs. You know, I mean, it is absolutely enormous. If an owner, this is the advice, suspects that their dog has eaten a poisonous plant, it's really important to try and identify what it is and roughly how much has been consumed. Apparently 72% of dog owners had no idea that plants were dangerous to their dogs. Mind you, 41% didn't even realise that chocolate is toxic to dogs. Who are these people? There should be a test, shouldn't there, really? You know, are you really thick, or are you just pretending to be thick? One by dog. Yeah, I mean, do you know about the plants in the garden that you shouldn't let your dog anywhere near? No. Well, you're not having a dog then, are you? Do you know about chocolate? Likes chocolate. I like giving chocolate to dogs. No, it's toxic to them. It can kill them. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. 1/3 of people had daffodils planted, making it the most commonly owned toxic garden plant amongst dog owners. It can cause nausea, vomiting, diarrhoea, and can be fatal. Whilst the flowers and even the vase water can be dangerous to dogs if it's kept inside the house. I mean, people don't realise that. You're probably wondering why the dog's throwing up in the corner at the moment. It's because it's probably been digging up daffodil bulbs. Very popular at this time of year as you put them in, so that, you know, after Christmas you can have daffodils popping up through the snow and snowdrops and all the other little bits and pieces, which is very nice. Apparently Ian Botham, yes, old beefy Botham, believe it or not, he's got a new role as a trade envoy to promote British business down under. What? Ian Botham? Somebody having a laugh or something? Ian Botham. How very bizarre. Eric Clapton recently reunited with his estranged daughter Ruth after they fell out for 6 years following her disclosure that he turned up to his 70th birthday party dressed as Kermit the Frog. But now she's publicly revealed that the guitar legend was left sobbing over the death of Charlie Watts. Careful, Ruth, writes the Confidential column today. It could be another 6 years. I never understand why the children of the famous fall out with their parents. I always remember years ago there was a very famous actor in America called Michael Landon, and he died. He did Little House on the Prairie and stuff like that. When he died, he left a substantial fortune because I think he owned Little House on the Prairie. He did Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Heaven, one of the two. And so he left, I think, 20 million to his wife, and I think the kids got something like 5 million each. They sued the estate. His children sued the estate because they didn't think he'd left them enough money. I always think, actually, parents, if you've got any money, don't give it to the kids. That's what Paul McCartney said. He said people should work for it, and he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Otherwise, you don't have any sort of sense of the occasion, do you? And sense of learning about money and stuff like that. We never had very much money when I was younger. We had enough to get by. We could afford an ice cream, and we could afford to eat. But it's a case of, you've got to teach people. I mean, saving is good, but when you're younger, you don't really want to save, do you? It's only when you get a little bit older, you start thinking, oh, perhaps I should save some money. So there you go. And somebody says it can't be long before somebody pens a song along the lines of, "We'll be eating alpaca down in Acapulco." Very cruel, isn't it? Although, it must feature on some restaurants in Chile and places like that. It would be considered quite normal. Like when we went to Lapland, inside the Arctic Circle, they eat reindeer. It's as simple as that. And I was watching a program the other day, which is Life in the Tundra or something like that. What it is, it's people who've departed from society, and they go and live in the most inhospitable areas, and they go out and they shoot caribou, they try and spear fish in the rivers and stuff like that. But it's bitterly cold for 6 months of the year. And they've got to be careful because there are bears and all sorts of things out there, so they have to protect themselves. But they seem to be, people of... I couldn't do it. I couldn't live like that. It's ridiculous. Steve, do you think 100% of dogs think their owners are stupid? Well, if dogs had a thought on that, yes. Yes. My next door neighbours have got a dog. It's a lovely dog, actually. He really is. He's lovely. He was sort of puppy. And he's not going to grow any bigger than he is at the moment. But they've got to watch what he eats because there is a danger of some dogs. And you see them walking down the street, mainly Labradors. And they turn into their owners. If the owner walks very slowly, the dog will start walking very slowly. And if, it's they, you are, you think it's like husbands and wives. If one wears glasses, you can guarantee the other one will be wearing glasses as well. Matching anoraks is my favourite. I like that. Morning, Steve and the Groovy Gang, says Rob. My wonderful wife, Sally, is a sister at Doncaster Royal Infirmary. Today, extra busy day, very poorly patients, lack of bed spaces. Short-staffed. I expected to be home about midnight, just like last Thursday, another 14 to 16-hour shift. Sally, like all of our nurses, are stars. I do worry about her doing this at 63 years of age. But some people like it, Rob. People like being nurses. To be honest with you, I've been in hospital before, and they do 12.5-hour shifts, 8 till 8:15. Then they do the handover notes for the next shift to come on to do all through the night. And some of the abuse that nurses suffer and doctors... you want to turn around and slap people and go, don't you ever speak to me like that again. It's really disgusting. I've witnessed it firsthand, and I'm absolutely horrified at how brutal the British public are. So ungrateful. There was one particular bloke, about 28. He kept having, were they seizures or strokes? Whatever it was, he'd had a lot. And he was in hospital, and he had a bed, and it was all there. Oh, my God, was he a moaning Mary? Nothing was right for him. Nothing was right for him. He kept wanting to go outside and have cigarettes because the amount of people who smoke in hospital, they can't smoke when they're in hospital, so they have to put their dressing gown on and go outside and stand outside the front door. We call them saddos. And they're all out there. And this one kept wanting to go down. They kept saying, listen, you need to go to bed because if you have a seizure when you're outside, nobody will know what it is. Nobody will know what it is. And he was shouting obscenities at them. Him and his mother, another foul-mouthed old bag. Literally, I thought she'd come straight off Love Island, but she was way too old for that kind of thing, unless they found her on the beach buried. And it was a case of he kept going there. And in the end, he was threatening the nurses, said, I'm going to sue you. And they're there to save his life because he's a buffoon. And he said, I've a good mind to check myself out. Now, you know that once you've gone down that route, you're heading for a hiding. And they said, well, you can. The doctor said to him, he said, listen, you can check yourself out. You'll need to sign this form, he said, because once you go outside that hospital, he said, you're on your own, okay? Because we've actually done our best. We've done our best. Michael Landon was a proper heartthrob as Little Joe in Bonanza. Yes, I'd forgotten about Little Joe. You're quite right, actually. And Steve, were you aware that 87.6% of statistics are made up on the spot? I love statistics. You can find a statistic for everything. Absolutely everything, can't you? You really can. After months of trying, I've managed to get my housemate Vicky hooked onto your show. Please say good morning to her, says Alan. Well, I don't think you want to actually sort of get people hooked onto the show. I think people can sort of turn into it. I've had people before saying, I couldn't stand your show, but I've now listened to it for a while, and now I'm hooked on it. Funny, isn't it? It's the way it goes. Also, when you read the story about people quitting a normal life for a life somewhere inhospitable, I was expecting the punchline, they must have moved to Harlow, says Kevin the Millman. Do you know, I've not been to Harlow for ages, because now my godchildren move further out. They're out in Hertfordshire, and as I say, it's a lovely house. It's a lovely house. It really is lovely, and they've got acres. You get so much. The further you move out, and before, as you know, they were in Epping, and I've said before, they've got this house built in the 1600s, and it's got wonky floors and everything, and it's had extensions put onto it, and they've got barns, and they've got 2 ponds with fish in, and I mean, they've got everything. And you reach it down a little country lane. It's in a little village, but sort of, houses are spread out. And I think it used to be a farmhouse years and years ago. And you think to yourself, I can't wait to go down in winter, because they were telling me, I've seen pictures of the snow on the ground. They get deer through their garden. And Chris wrote to me the other day and he said, one of our deer was 3-legged. We were talking about 3-legged dogs and 2-legged dogs. But a 3-legged deer in their garden. They had about 50 deer came through about a year ago into their garden. He took pictures of them. They just seem to go through the garden and pop out. They've always been doing it for donkey's years, which is good. Also, Gordon Ramsay has said he will not be leaving his fortune to his children. He recently said he doesn't want to spoil them. But listen, I should imagine it's like Jamie Oliver. Jamie Oliver's not short of a bob or two, but he's worked for it. And I should imagine he would want his children to work for it as well. That's, nobody wants to be given something on a silver plate, like the dreadfully boring Petra and Tamara Eccleston. Have you ever known them do a day's work? Never. Like Prince Andrew's daughters. Do they work? Well, loosely they have a job, but nobody's ever seen them going in there and doing anything. They don't look bright enough to me, but that's just my opinion. Also, somebody telling me about plants. I do know about these plants. My local butcher does an Outback burger. He said, but I don't know what it is. It could be alpaca. Oh, he says, by the way I've been billing and cooing over Geronimo. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know why DEFRA have not pulled their fingers out on this one and literally said, all right, let's go for the test. Because once they've got the test and they've got the results in, it's only a blood test. Then they will know, because at the moment, it could run for a year. This thing. Even I'm bored with the bloody thing now. What it is, it's a pipe cleaner with a little head on the top of it. That's what it is. Or a cotton bud, which I think is quite funny. Spice Girls, I shall tell you, after the news at 6, are about to launch their own online game. Spice to See You Again. So they're all getting back, but still no Victoria Beckham. Why would she want to do that now? She's probably the most successful Spice Girl, I should imagine. She's got a little clothing rag business, and she's got a family of people covered in tattoos. It's a bit naff, but, that's the best that they're ever going to get. Are they happy? Shouldn't think so. They just go out there and somebody takes a picture of them. They go, oh, look, here's Victoria Beckham wearing another ghastly outfit. I mean, she's stick thin, for goodness sake. At least put a proper woman in the clothes. You can see what you look like on somebody who's normal.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. If you've just woken up, it's another day. Ever nearer to Christmas. Start sorting out the decorations. Costco have got their first lot of decorations in, which means shortly to follow will be Harrods and Selfridges. It's always a bit of a race on to actually get the Christmas department open sooner than anybody else. Are you a fan of Catherine Tate? Do we like Catherine Tate? Yeah, she's okay. You won't like her after this one. She's appearing at MCon this weekend. It's one of those meet and greets where you sort of meet various people. And she's charging for a photo and an autograph £70. Now, that is actually, compared to Dick Van Dyke, I think, charges about $900. $900. There is a fan site where you can get people's autographs. And if you really want you know, an autograph for somebody famous, if you're a big fan of, you know, Julie Andrews or something, I don't think she's on it. But I mean, Dick Van Dyke is, and he's about £900, I think. But it's Dick Van Dyke, for goodness sake. It's like Michael Parkinson. You know, I should imagine he could actually get a fair amount of money for his autograph because he's Michael Parkinson and he's 86. So he's not going to be around forever and a day. Mine would be about £5. I'd be a £5, I think. No, mine was 100. Mine was 100. When we did on the last show, we did a meet and greet. You got a poster, which I signed, and had pictures taken. And I think people paid extra for that. We had quite a queue. Even I was surprised. We did the theatre show, and then all the people who'd got special tickets then went into the bar area. And it was quite like a conveyor belt. It was very, very pleasing. Miserable weather, though. We had terrible weather. Oh, God. So I'm obviously doing better than Catherine Tate. I've just realised, actually, which is even more bizarre, isn't it, really? But it's nice to have your company. Shane says you had me laughing when you said the alpaca's like a pipe cleaner with a head on it. It is. That's the trouble. I mean, I think they're very nice, but given the choice, I wouldn't keep alpacas. I want one of those Scottish Highland cattle, which have got all the long orange hair. I quite fancy those, but the smaller version. And also, I quite fancy small horses. In Argentina, they breed tiny, tiny horses, almost look like toy horses, and I quite fancy some of those. But unfortunately, where I live, it's not practical. But I quite fancy the idea. Perhaps it's a dream for the future. I don't know. We all have dreams, don't we? I dream of actually being allowed to eat a Chinese takeaway. But it's never going to be happening anytime soon. But if I was going to have it, it would be crispy duck and all the other things, and then toffee apple and banana with ice cream. And probably a pancake roll to eat on the way home, which is very nice. Kerry Coke Toner's having her boobs enlarged so she can get people to pay more money for that, what do they call that website? Is it Friends? Not Friends Reunited. Sorry? OnlyFans, yeah. And apparently people pay to see her boobs. Ugh. Dear me, honestly. Well, she claims she's made £1 million from it. I hope she's telling a lie, because the taxman will be looking very closely. That'll be the next thing. We'll have to start worrying about her financial situation. Not good, is it? Not good at all. The Stones vow to roll on with the tour as a celebration of Charlie's life. You didn't think they were going to cancel it, did you? Of course they weren't. I'm sorry. We sold all these tickets, and then Charlie Watts dies. We're going to cancel the tour? No chance. No chance. So now they do it as a celebration of his life. But I mean, he was a good 80. He was a good 80. Please taser black people for longer, says the watchdog. I think that'll probably crop up at some point today on LBC. Somebody will be talking about that one. Also, they're going to use every last remaining hour to get everybody we can back. I think thousands of people are not going to be getting back from Afghanistan. I really do. And the odds were upset when hard-left Sharon Graham was elected as the first female boss of the powerful Unite Union. I mean, the last thing we need after a pandemic and after people losing their jobs is really sort of somebody saying we're going to, get people to sort out people at work and do this and that for them. The unions have been the downfall of this country on so many occasions. They really have. But Miss Graham, backed by the Socialist Workers' Party, warned she will operate a payment by results system of donations. I don't know, honestly. And patients in need of dental surgery could face a wait of up to 2 years. Some 39% of dentists say the COVID backlog will take at least a year to clear. They were talking about vets, there being a shortage of vets the other day. I've watched vets. I watched this programme. I think it's Vets in Dallas or somewhere like that. And they go and rescue animals because people over there seem to have all sorts of animals. And they just abandon them in many occasions, and they have to go and rescue them, and they look after them. Some of them are little doggies, break your heart. Not surprised Paul O'Grady used to want to rescue animals. Every time he had animals on the show, he'd go, "Oh, I like that one." And in the end, he ends up with a menagerie, as always. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I went to the matinee of Cinderella yesterday, says Gail, who's in Rottingdean, down Brighton Way. At the Gillian Theatre, found it rather scary because I must have been only one of a handful of the audience in this 1,300-seat theatre wearing a mask. No, I don't think you have to wear a mask. I don't think so. I can't remember, actually. I don't think you have. No staff checking the jab code, although we were instructed to bring a copy of it. So also, I was still queuing around the block to get in at 2:40 when the show was supposed to start at 2:30. Takes ages to get people into theatres nowadays. If they've got to go through, checking for what people have had done, I think. But there's no social distancing, is there? I don't think so. I think you can just go and sit next to somebody. But I mean, I would be wearing a mask. But even me, sometimes, if I'm walking outside down to the bus stop, I don't wear my mask. It's on. It's fixed my ears. Not stapled or glued or anything like that. It's just there. And then when the bus comes, then I put it on. But sometimes I'll be the only one on the bus with a mask on. And I always sit well away from anybody who's not wearing a mask because I think they're carriers, and I think they could be spreading it. But there again, it's not propaganda. It's just a case of surely you'd want to make sure that you didn't get it. John says you were going to tell us how to make a McDonald's milkshake. Well, I'm not going to now. Changed my mind. I should do it when I feel like it. I might do it before the end of the programme. I haven't quite decided yet, actually. Virginia Blackburn in her column today talks about Jimmy White revealing he's gambled away £3 million, although with tales of a 16-day party at Dublin's Gresham Hotel, complete with a daily intake of 12 bottles of champagne, he doesn't sound entirely repentant. It brings to mind George Best. I spent a lot of money on booze, birds and fast cars. The rest I squandered. Yes, people just kept giving him booze, didn't they? They kept giving poor old Georgie Best booze. Not the best thing. Do you think people are having barbecues this weekend? I do hope not. I bought a little portable barbecue. His little one-person barbecue. They were about £1 in Poundland. And it's just like a grill with it in a tray, and it's got a little bag full of stuff in there, and you can just do a couple of sausages on it. I might do that. I don't know. See how I feel. But I quite like the idea of... I don't like these big barbecues. They always look a bit dirty. But the little ones, because you do it, cook on it, then you throw it away. It's as simple as that. It's quite a nice idea. Yeah, I think they're a brilliant idea, aren't they? And they're so cheap. £1. How do they make it for £1? I used to have a little Primus stove years ago. I've still got a little gas stove. Little tiny thing. China. Yeah, exactly. They're probably made in China. And it's a bag full of, obviously, something that they put in there, and you light the bag. And I might try it this weekend to see how it cooks sausages. Because not many people do sausages on barbecues. They always do burgers, chicken wings. It's always undercooked. You've got to be very careful with chicken. And what else do they do on barbecue? I used to like it when they did bananas in tin foil. And you then put it on the barbecue. And then you have hot banana with ice cream. That's quite nice. That's nice. That's very nice. It works very well with bananas, actually. So you just literally peel it. And then you sort of put it... What? Honestly. Everything. Honestly, you say something and immediately you get that smirk. And you think, what on earth is that? So once you've peeled it back, okay, then you take the tin foil. I think you put a bit of lemon juice in to stop it changing colour. I think that's the way you do it. I think so. But it's very important to have it all pulled back. And then you put it in the foil. I tell you could also put a little bit of brown sugar in there as well. And then you wrap it all up, seal it, and then you pop it onto your barbecue. And then just leave it there, because it's not going to do anything apart from sort of just cook itself. So you could leave it there probably for quite a while. And then just get some ice cream out the freezer, if you're lucky enough to have a freezer and you're lucky enough to have ice cream. And then just try it. That's quite pleasant. I don't do lamb. I can't do lamb. It makes me ill. I feel sick even thinking about lamb. I don't know why. Ribs I like. I like ribs. There used to be there was a Chinese very near me in Twickenham, and they used to do these ribs where the meat just fell off. You sort of put it in your mouth, and what now? What is the matter with you? Honestly, are you on something? What? You've had too much chocolate, haven't you? That's it. How much of the chocolate have you eaten? You've eaten all of it. You've not. Did he not let you have any? That is fancy not even sharing the chocolate. You're like one of those kids at school, the little fat child who's there and they've got the sweets and they're not sharing with anybody. Yeah, it is defamation if people knew who you were. That's the difference. So still queuing. Steve, it was W.C. Fields who said about wasting money decades before, says Brett. Thank you. Also, what was this other thing? I've tried to find and I've lost it now. Oh, the stars who are coming out for Macmillan, they reckon, are facing a £20 million loss because of the pandemic. They say that 200,000 people could miss out on care. This is Macmillan Cancer Support. So they've got various people on there who are sort of helping. Chaos as the activists bring the capital to a halt. Don't worry, another week and then they can go back where they came from. Mummy and Daddy's mansion, I should imagine, somewhere. 10,000 people, they say, have taken part in this year's campaign. Doesn't bother me. I really don't care. I'm lucky because I don't have to put up with it because I'm out of town before they even get going. But it is amazing the amount of rubbish that they leave and the amount of businesses that they effectively close down. So all the people who own the sandwich shops and only rely on it. If there's XR activists out there, Extinction Rebellion, how these people can't run their businesses, but they don't care about that, do they? Because they're selfish. They're selfish. They only care about themselves. Some of them completely off the trolley completely. Princess Charlene has returned to the family. She's a South African princess, posing with Prince Albert of Monaco. I quite like Monaco, actually. The house prices or the flat prices are unbelievable. Unbelievable. But they seem to have a nice time over there. Which is very good. Ash says, just finished work, going to enjoy the next 45 minutes listening to you and then go to bed. Apparently, John in Cheshunt says bananas wrapped in bacon. I'll have to think about that one.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 21 minutes past 6. 21. The reason I keep telling you the time in this particular part of the programme is because this is the time where everybody's rushing. You're waking up, you're thinking, I've done it myself. You wake up, the alarm goes off, and you think, I'll just have a few more minutes. So you tap the top of the alarm and you get about another 5 minutes. And then by the time you've done it for the fourth time, you think, I've really got to get out of bed. And it's that effort of dragging yourself out in the morning, thinking, I wonder what's on the papers. Afghanistan. Katie Price. Luckily, the alpaca story seems to have disappeared today, because there's a limit to what you can say about it now. Poor old Geronimo's wandering round a field, and hasn't got the faintest idea that there's all this. He just can't understand there's a group of odd people in tents who keep peering at him and everything else, and probably had their picture taken with him as well. But it's a case of it's still Afghanistan, because the hours are ticking down now to get people out of the country. I think there's going to be a disaster. I've just got a horrible feeling of foreboding that the Taliban, who are standing, on one of them, there's all the people queuing to try and get into the airport, and then there's people corralled, and they've said they're going to get people onto planes. And then there was the big discussion overnight on LBC about the animals, and are animals more important to get out? And somebody said, well, if the animals don't get out, they'll be killed by the Taliban. Yeah, what about the people who could be killed by the Taliban? They don't have any qualms about anything like that. So it's really a dangerous situation. People want to get people out as quick as possible, because I think that what the Taliban will do is those who don't manage to get out, of which there will be a group of people who cannot get out because there won't be any planes left, I think they will be executed by the Taliban, because they will see them as being traitors to the West. Don't take my word for it. Just find out, just by reading the papers. And Roger says, an XR spokesperson said yesterday, we especially don't like people who drive big, thirsty, petrol-driven cars. But that's just about every car now. I used to think years ago that mine was they used to call them gas guzzlers, didn't they? But my car is no different to anything that the royal family are driving or anything else. People say, how much does it cost to fill it up? And I go, well, I don't know, probably just over £100. But, there would be hundreds of cars like mine, which would take £100 worth of petrol. And so it doesn't really matter whether they're gas guzzling, because my car doesn't emit anything. We're sort of very good in that department. Very good in that department. Any good veggie recipes for breakfast, says Mark? No, eat meat. Eat meat. I couldn't... Listen, I don't know what they do for veggie breakfast. I've really got no idea. Veggie sausages, looks exactly the same as a meat sausage, but it's veggie. which is very odd. They sound horrible. I don't like the sound of that at all. I mean, I like a sausage for breakfast, and I could probably at a push go for, nut roast and all this kind of stuff that people have all the time. But unfortunately, in my family, and my godchildren, things like that, we've got quite a lot of people who have got eating disorders. They're celiac, and they go out to restaurants, and trying to find stuff is quite difficult in some restaurants. Even vegetarians don't get a good deal in restaurants. They'll have like 2 or 3 things. So do you have anything for vegetarians? So you can have the vegetables without the meat on it if you want. Spinach in a bowl, really, in Pret. Oh... I always worry about it. I always think that vegetarian and vegan people look very pale. They probably disagreed completely about it. I don't mind it. I mean, I can eat vegetarian and I can eat, but I like the opportunity of having meat every so often. Like I'll have some bacon, not very often. It really is a little bit. I did have this fisherman's pie 2 days running, because I liked it so much, and I thought, I'm eating fish. Fish is good for me. And so I had that. I mean, today I might have something completely different. It's very overcast in London. Don't know what it's like where you are, but looking out the window here, it's very overcast. We've got a new hotel opening, which I think is called the Londoner, which is going to have an Odeon cinema in it. They pulled down a big Odeon, which we used to use for having all our company meetings. And they've got a big sign up, which is the first time I've seen it lit up, but 2 of the letters haven't lit up. So it goes O, and then the D and the E have gone, and the O and an N have come on. So the other 2 lights are missing, which will have to be sorted out as quickly as possible. Steve, lying still, as I've got severe dizziness, and I fell down yesterday, says Andrea. Face really smashed up, so I won't be going anywhere. Oh dear. See, I've had dizziness before. It's a recognised illness, isn't it? Vertigo, where people sort of all of a sudden have to sort of go. Sometimes you just you might turn around too quickly, and your body's imbalance will sort of knock you to the floor. And oh my goodness me, not very good at all. So I wish you well. I'm sure you have a good day. I mean, at least you're coming out to the weekend, but it is going to be hot today. I know that because Simon Conway just told me. So it's going to be hot later on this afternoon. So I shall get the baskets watered again when I get in today. But then they are on their last legs, which is a great shame, actually. Moses, the baby elephant. I love elephants. I love the way they help each other. I've seen little baby elephants being sort of herded into the middle of a group of elephants and being looked after, which is amazing. But this one here, Moses, the baby elephant, knew precisely where to go for help when he lost his mum. A wild life orphanage. They have lots of these places, and sometimes the people who look after them sleep with them at night to reassure them, because they get very emotional, elephants, In a near miracle, the 8-month-old calf trekked through lion and hyena territory to reach the International Fund for Animal Welfare Sanctuary, which is near Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. He hid nervously in bushes in the dark outside a bomber, which is an enclosure, before the herd, being prepared for a return to the wild, nuzzled him lovingly and accepted him into the group. So it's a near miracle. I mean, to be honest with you, he could have been attacked by any of these hyenas and lions and things like that, and they could make short work of a little baby elephant, and he made it. And the older elephants touched and caressed him, and then they walked him back into the safety of it. Oh, lovely. See, I like stuff like that. Perhaps it could be the same for Geronimo, the alpaca. But we need DEFRA to pull their finger out, please, which is good. 84850, and somebody says, I hope Kerry Coke has squirreled away some of her money, because OnlyFans have recently announced they're banning all adult content. Yes, I'm not sure if, to be honest with you, I don't know what the terms adult content mean in the terms of OnlyFans. I have heard talk of some of the stuff on there is blatant pornography. And I think that's what they're banning. I'm not sure, actually, some poor old soul like Kerry Katona getting her boobs out actually qualifies as being adult content. To be honest with you, I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess, but she's having her boobs enlarged because she thinks that's what people want. How tragic, honestly. Why don't you go and find a job, love? Couldn't you stack shelves in a supermarket? Couldn't you sweep streets? Couldn't you? No, she probably couldn't, actually. I don't think. What are these people going to do when they get older? What are they going to do? Because, all of a sudden it's going to be a case of she's going to turn 60 or something like that. What's she going to do? She'll have to marry somebody young. Yeah, but nobody's going to touch her. Seriously, no. No. I mean, I'm worried at the moment about sort of Jordan's wedding, whether it's still on the cards or whether it's not on the cards, because she's gone very quiet about that. We were talking earlier on about she is going to be turning up to an it's a lesbian and gay awards ceremony, and she's going to be presenting one of the prizes. That'll be the first time she's been seen, really, since she was attacked. They've got to find this ring, though. 50 grand's worth of ring. Don't want to lose something like that. I mean, they said it was taken during the assault, but the police appear to be going for a prosecution. She's already said she's not sure if she can face up to a court appearance. I think she's a bit stronger than she pretends not to. She pretends to be quite weak, but in fact, if ever you've seen her being interviewed, she's hard as nails. Seriously, that's why she's managed to still survive. A lesser person would have disappeared ages ago. What do we got here? The world's #1 detective. And Emily Blunt is playing the mistress of disguise, Kate Warne. How the first female private eye solved murders, caught bank robbers and stopped an attempt on Abraham Lincoln's life. That's quite nice, isn't it? And I tell you, I keep seeing all these Paralympic people who've got no legs, and they're sort of running on these. I mean, they're like a hoop kind of thing they're running. It's phenomenal. Billy Monger the other day was sort of running, and I remember thinking, blimey. This is really, honestly, it makes everything that we've actually got, nothing at all. And what else have we got in the papers? The papers are a bit thin. As I say, it is the Rolling Stone, Charlie. Also, medics demanding urgent booster jabs for people. The face of the abandoned, the last scramble of 2,000 Afghans promised sanctuary in the UK. I don't know where they're going to live or how they're going to adapt and move. I can't work that bit out myself. But they're going to find it pretty chilly. The sensational new book. This is Dreary Old Harry and Moggan. The Duchess missed the funeral. The courtiers accused of plotting against her, and William's fury over that interview. I don't think anybody liked that. They just looked uncomfortable, except Meghan, who sort of sailed through it. Harry just looked as though, he was hoping the ground would swallow him up, as indeed we all were. Mamma Mia, here they go again. Yes, ABBA are back with new music. The fans will be buying that one, definitely. And all these people who are sort of forced to stand in a sewage drain outside Kabul airport as they pleaded to be evacuated from the... They don't want to be there, do they? They really, really don't want to be there. And it's not... Have we had the news yet? We haven't, have we? I knew I'd forgotten something. I was sort of looking at the clock thinking, good Lord, time's moving on a little bit this Thursday morning.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. There is a strong rumour coming from America at the moment who say there's a very real threat. ISIS will attack Kabul airport. And the problem is that some of the Americans trying to get out, they said they've got all the documentation and everything else. They just can't get through the crowds at Kabul airport. They said, which are building almost on a minute-by-minute basis. Vernon Kay says he sometimes wishes he had a son as well as his 2 daughters, so he'd have somebody to watch football with. He's got 2 daughters, one 16 and one 12. And he says, I'll be honest, it does come back with, does anybody like to watch England with me? No. You do get women who enjoy football. It's just they're obviously not in your family. I do love this one. In the Page 3 girl today, your Page 3 star is a 23-year-old beauty from Barnsley called Lovely Livy. And Livy's pulled a few strings and arranged some time off for a holiday. She says, it's been ages since I've had a proper break. She's just a model who gets her boobs out. I mean, what do you mean a break, dear? Is it hard work to stand there? I suppose have somebody do your hair and all the rest of it. But, she says, I've just wanted to let my hair down and relax, let it all hang out. Yeah, I know. Class act. Love it to pieces. This picture is very nice, actually, of Weymouth the other day. It looks like sort of beach I could sit on. And I like the idea that the fun fair is at the back and they've got trampolines and all sorts of little bits and pieces. Kevin Lygo, who is the boss of ITV and a marvellous person, has admitted the channel can't find a good enough replacement for Piers Morgan. He's absolutely right. I mean, I'm sure it must grieve them to say that, but I mean, he is the only person for the job. I've watched all the others doing it, and I'm sure that they're all fine in their own little world, but, you know, it's got to be somebody as good as Piers Morgan, you know, who has that likability factor, the intelligence, and he grills people and he doesn't let go. He's like a little Rottweiler. You know, they've had Richard Madeley, Richard Bacon, Alistair Campbell. They've all stood in. Piers left the show because he wasn't fired. He left the show. Kevin told the Edinburgh TV Festival it's a very difficult act to follow, and what we're doing is having a range of people. We have Susanna as a linchpin, and we're just trying to see what works, because it's you know, they might have to keep having a lot of people doing it. Because if they give it to one person and they go off the boil after a couple of weeks, they're going to be stuck with somebody, which is going to cost them an arm and a leg. 20 million Brits will toast the final bank holiday of the year by having a barbecue. I might go and get some sausages today, actually, and get ready to do my barbecue. Although somebody did say, Steve, this is John, we used to split a banana down the length. You know, you get the banana and then you split it down the length of it, as if you were doing a banana. What now? A banana float or a banana, what was that, banana split? That's where you literally take it and you just run sort of a knife down it and then put some chocolate buttons in there and then wrap it with foil. So that's quite nice, isn't it? 7 inches of heaven. 7 inches of heaven. You unwrap it. If you put a little, also you could put some honey onto it as well, I reckon. And then a little bit of ice cream, or failing that, squirty cream is very popular at a barbecue. That covers a multitude of things. That really does, actually. On brownie camp, Steve, says Catherine, we used to put a banana and flake in foil near the fire. That was our pudding. A banana and a flake. So that's the same as putting the chocolate buttons in. Probably easier to split it lengthways and then just insert the buttons in there. I haven't had chocolate buttons for ages. You could probably have sort of white chocolate buttons and dark chocolate buttons. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it, really? But I'm probably not supposed to have chocolate. Steve, did I hear ABBA are releasing new music? Great. I hate ABBA. Oh, listen, they've made millions upon millions of pounds, and he's being taken to see Mamma Mia in the West End in December. You'll love it. It's very infectious. At the end, they get everybody up dancing, and it's really good. Seriously. Somebody said, I'd rather put my face in a blender than listen to anything from ABBA. They were terrible. They weren't. They won Eurovision. My, at Waterloo, Napoleon did surrender. Oh, yes. They were brilliant. They could reproduce live what they did in the studio. Hit after hit after hit. Really. Steve, do you think any of the Afghans flying out have had a COVID test? We'll worry about that later, shall we? Let's worry about it later. Because you've got the Reading Festival to cope with this weekend. There'll be thousands of young people there. Wearing masks? I shouldn't think so. Try Zizi. They have a great selection of dishes that are suitable for people with celiacs, says Leslie in Egham. We used to have a Zizi in Twickenham. Closed. It closed. There's quite a few of these places have closed. They've sort of cut down and everything else because they obviously can't afford to keep going all the time, which is a great problem, actually. I did go to one place. Was it Zizi I went to? Can't remember. I always remember thinking, actually, that, you know, I'll eat in most places. Steve, it does appear that OnlyFans has suspended its upcoming policy review. It looks like no change will take place. So Kerry Katona will be celebrating the decision with her bits out. I feel a bit sorry for her, poor soul, honestly. You know, very shortly they'll be in wheelbarrows. If she's going to have them enlarged, what is the point? What is the point? It's just tacky. Very, very tacky. But somebody said, oh, no, it's not all prostitutes on there. I wasn't even aware it was. I don't know anything about that. Richard says you are Dr. Steve. Oh, no, listen, I couldn't be. I'm squeamish over all sorts of things, even having sort of operations myself. I'm all right having operations. I'm not very good with having certain procedures done. I get a little bit squeamish over that, you know, as you know. But Richard cannot sleep after hip replacement a few days ago. I know it's a bit of a numbing pain, isn't it? I've never had it, but I've spoken to people who have had it before. He said, but your banter takes the pain away. We've said that before. People have said you are a little bit like somebody who should be available on the NHS. But definitely a barbecue for this weekend, I think. I think it's going to be the weather for it, you know. Put a bottle of chilled something in the fridge, you know, and then get the barbie ready. But what chicken is your fatal thing for barbecues? Just remember, you're not cooking on flames. You've got to wait till the flames die down and it's the embers cooking on, and check the chicken. You know, get either a little temperature thing or cut it a little bit. If you just sort of put a little insertion in. Same with pork as well. And just make sure that it's not sort of red raw inside. You don't want anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. People ill here. 180 people, I didn't realise they'd been ill through eating pork scratchings. They found links between this and salmonella. God, I'd almost forgotten about salmonella. I really had, actually. And Holly Willoughby's signed up to host a survival show with Lee Mack. How many more programmes does she need to do? Haven't ITV got anybody else? The answer is no, they haven't. They've only got Holly Willoughby, who appears to be able to do anything. Anything. Oh, Greggs are the latest chain to be hit by supply issues. The baker said interruptions in supply for some ingredients means certain items are temporarily unavailable. But what? The chain denied it had run out of chicken bakes. Well, what are you running out of? Why don't you just tell people? Stop faffing around. Goodness sake, honestly.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. I see that Gatwick Airport have unveiled a plan to increase the amount of traffic they can have at the airport. It's a £500 million plan. They want a second runway, which will increase the passenger capacity from 62 million to 75 million by 2038. Thank God I won't be around for that. You imagine, can't you? 2038. And who wants to be the new Doctor Who? Believe it or not, Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg was... I mean, that's quite an interesting prospect, but we shouldn't have an American. I'm sorry, it's British Doctor Who. It should be, it should be a British actor. And viewers would accept the Doctor being African-American. Well, I don't have a problem with that. It's, in fact, it's an American person in real life, and I think that Doctor Who is a British Time Lord. And he has to remain a British Time Lord. It's as simple as that, actually. Read Chicken on the Barbie. Well, I tell you, you've all jumped on me on this one. Cook it in the oven, first of all. Boil it. And then cover them with whatever herbs or marinade. And then do them on the barbecue. So it will be fine. So 5-minute boil before grilling. Job done, says Peter. Sorted. Doreen in Dundee says, never barbecue chicken on the same grill as any other meat or you'll get food poisoning. So, I don't think I've ever had food poisoning. I think I've been quite lucky. I don't think... Oh, you must have done. Well, you've had everything else. Goodness sake, honestly. Have you had whooping cough? Measles? Mumps? Really? You haven't had any of those illnesses? Oh, no, you need those illnesses. Got to have it. You don't want them later in life. Yeah, I mean, I had everything. Measles, mumps, whooping cough, everything. I remember looking in the mirror and my face was all covered with red dots and everything else. Oh, yeah, I had all of those sort of things. I don't think we had injections in my day. Don't know what we had. Steve, have you ever watched Muriel's Wedding? Of course. Of course, it's a must-see. A must-see. Definitely. I like that. Steve, possible Piers Morgan replacement, Ross Kemp, challenging the most dangerous people in the world at times, unfazed, make him a possible candidate. I think they're going to end up having a rota of people who will do it for a week at a time or a couple of weeks at a time. And I think at the moment... next week, I think you've got Vernon Kay doing it, but only 3 days. They made a big deal about him doing it, but he's only doing 3 days. I'm going to watch with interest. I want to see how he reacts with Rochelle, because very difficult, because he's been in the business a lot longer than she has. She's sort of relative newcomer. Also, somebody else saying, use different utensils with chicken to prevent food poisoning. It's the thing that you will end up getting food poisoning with chicken, isn't it? I think it's the only thing. Steve. A lot of people talking about bring Piers Morgan back. You see, I've always been an advocate of that, and I think you should bring him back. Why not? Why not, for goodness sake? So he said a few things that upset a few people. Well, that doesn't take away from the fact that he's brilliant at what he does. Dog-owning daters are far more likely to pull than people without pets. So in other words, if you've got a dog, you're more than likely to pull. Do you think so? Demi Moore has got 8 dogs. The Hollywood actress, who is now 58, says that she is queen of the hounds. They're all little dogs, though. They're not. There's nothing sort of remotely sort of what I call a dog properly. It's like, people who've got little dogs nowadays. People seem to like them. And Kerry Coke says she's investing in this boob job so she can keep making cash by getting them out online. She said she couldn't make money with saggy boobs. She told some Home Truths podcast she joined OnlyFans because she has 5 kids to feed. Really? So tacky, dear. So tacky. She said, what's the difference of me going on a family holiday? I always go topless. I'm in a thong. Ooh, could be sick. Don't think about anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. How ghastly. And that's it. That's her answer. I've got 5 kids to feed, so I thought I'd get all my bits out. It's a bit tragic, isn't it? Shane says, because he's in Sydney, of course, that Doctor Who has got to be a Brit. Well, I mean, I think so. I'm pretty certain. Stuart McCracken reckons Andrew Castle's the only one capable of replacing Piers Morgan. No. Much as I like Andrew, I don't think so, Stuart. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I just think the only person who can replace Piers Morgan is Piers Morgan. That was the whole idea. You know, the fact that he's sort of got up people's noses on odd occasions actually turned into great figures, because it isn't a case of people stopped watching. In fact, they were encouraged to watch even more. And that's how it is. Katie says, I barbecue my whole Christmas turkey for 3 hours on the web. It's perfect and delicious. Did you see somebody the other day? We found it online, and it was people who were deep frying their turkey. They put it into a deep fryer, and so you got crispy turkey. I mean, it looked okay, actually. The whole turkey goes in a deep fat fryer. It's amazing how, I mean, it depends how big your turkey is, but this seemed, I mean, they had a big deep fat fryer, and then they just put the turkey. It looked delicious. I mean, when it was taken out, I remember thinking, "Ooh, yum." do with some of that, thank you very much indeed. Steve, if Cornwall was a country, it would be on the red list. Cornwall currently has more cases per 100,000 than Turkey. The pandemic is far from over. I mean, I never thought it was over. I've always been the one saying it isn't. Please don't write it off. Please don't go, oh, it's okay. You know, now we've been told you don't need to wear your mask, you don't need to do this, you don't need to do it. And I'm thinking, no. There is still a very good chance you could catch COVID. And believe you me, having spoken to people who've had it, you don't want it. I don't want it either, thank you very much indeed. Not everyone is going to get out, Ben Wallace says. Those who have not been called to the airport to consider fleeing, he says, to Iran or Pakistan. Well, if there's going to be an attack at the airport by ISIS, then they need to get people out as quick as possible. A male chief executive who called a female associate a sassy minx has been cleared of sexual harassment after he claimed he didn't understand what it meant. Frank Varela used the term to congratulate Francesca Vaughan, who used it with a female colleague as a form of empowerment. An employment tribunal heard that women at the company had reclaimed the phrase to suggest that they were strong, independent and confident women like Beyoncé. So he was cleared. When Varela used the term, he was sued for sex-related harassment by Mercedes Cobbing, a human resources worker. Oh, an HR person. Love HR people. He was found guilty, however, of racial harassment after referring to an image of a black partner at a law firm and asking, do you think she has a really good suntan? I mean, you sometimes wonder whether these people have actually got the brain and if it's engaged. Probably not. Probably not. And here's the baby picture again. Some papers have actually printed a picture of the baby on the Nirvana album. Do you remember the one we were telling you about? Spencer Eldon, and who's naked. And then they've got another picture of him taken here when he is completely naked, but they've sort of pixelated the offending article out. And lawyers for him of seeking $150,000 each from the band's surviving members. I mean, should he not go to the parents over this one? Unless his parents aren't alive anymore. But album covers pose children in a sexually provocative manner to gain notoriety, drive sales and garner media attention. Well, this came out in 1991, this album. 1991. I mean, you know, and it's taken him up until now to start complaining about it. Ridiculous. The Sun today are talking about Tesco, Sainsbury's and Waitrose. Mystery shopper injects food with mystery substance. A man is being questioned even as we speak. They've moved fast on that one. And here they all are turning up for the Reading Festival. You can't miss them. There'll be girls of, 17, 18, something like that. And they've all got their tents and their backpacks and everything else. They love going to these festivals. And the rubbish that it produces is absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. So I'm sure, well, at least you've got good weather for it. least they've got good weather, so it's fairly good. Jeff in France says Doctor Who is from Gallifrey, not the UK. No, it's only pretend, Jeff. Okay, it's only pretend. It doesn't exist. He doesn't really have a TARDIS, or she doesn't really have a TARDIS. Okay, just quite. I've got to go. I just realised I've got to go. Thank you for your company. Enjoy the rest of your day. I do have my little bit extra podcast. I'll be chatting about Peter Andre. Yes, that one, who's recently reappeared and engaging in naked self-promotion. I shall tell you about what. But it turns out it was an old interview, which is a bit of a swizz. Christine McGuinness, one of the Real Housewives of Cheshire, has joined forces with Alison Hammond. Can't imagine what for, but it raises money for a good cause. Khloe and Mummy Kardashian have bought another mega mansion. They're having them built. And ABBA set to make a sensational return to the stage. All of that and more on my little bit extra.